What's up, everybody? The On Blair Show coming out of retirement. I got the lovely Moxie and the lovely Pastor Caps with me. Been a while. Everybody's been hiding out from the COVID, trying to stay safe and all that good stuff. Want to check my sound. My sound's up a little too high, people are saying, so let me drop it a little bit. All right. Is that better? Microphone testicle 1, 2, 3. I got all these new toys. See, I got this fucking mic stuff going on. So I gotta tweak everything, bring the level down a little bit. How's that, guys? Does that sound good? Perfect. Melanie, how are you?
I'm good. I had to unmute myself. Yeah, I've every time my friends have asked me how I've been doing the past, 4 months, I've just said that I've been angry about racism. So that's been a consistent thing for me. But other than that, I'm cool.
And and Uncle Caps, how you been?
Yeah,
We hear you.
Alright, I had to make sure I was unmuted. I'm good, dealt with a couple of deaths in the family. My father being one of them. Had to take on the burden of filling his shoes and taking care of the family and making sure everybody's straight so far. But other than that, it's just, sad to see a couple of things that's going on in the world. It's sad to see a couple of things that's going on in the FGC and I guess it's what we're here to talk about and deliberate and free the people up.
Your mic is a little
Echoey.
a little too echoey.
Y'all, can y'all hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I can anyway. James would be the one, I guess.
Yeah, it still sounds a little echoey.
That might be the fan. Let me move the fan out the way. Hold on, y'all.
That's like me. I gotta suffer. I gotta turn my fan off.
We shot up to 76 people. It is 7 minutes in the video. We haven't even started talking about nothing yet.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you turn the sound off of the stream on your phone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. That's better, I think. Talk again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's
all right.
Obviously, like I said, guys, we've been away for about 5 months doing the whether it's the COVID hiding or just the IRL stuff. I felt like we kind of left the scene in a good position, and I hate to rip open wounds, but I'm gonna say I warned you, motherfuckers. I warned you all. Bad karma will come the day you gave Honeybee that pass on that sucker punch. And everybody turned around and said, I'm a pain in the ass, I'm a whiner, it was a while ago. You opened up a gateway for just bad shit to happen. Now you got FGC events canceled. Racist running amok, which, by the way, before we get into that, when I say they're running amok, they've always been here. It's not like, all of a sudden in 2019, there was a racist meeting and they all said, let's go infect the FGC. It's always been there, and it's something that, somebody like me, I'm not a cancel culture person. Every person that's committed an offense in the FGC, I don't believe they deserve lifetime bans. They're still saying I'm sounding a little loud, so let me lower my volume a little bit. Let me turn my gain.
It might be all that red light behind you. You're like, welcome. You open the box.
Let me turn my gain off a little bit. How dare you have this conversation and not invite me? Who do you think that is?
Who said that?
Who do you think?
That in the chat?
No, it's in a private message. Who do you think that would be?
I want to say. Can I
Is
say
that
Triforce?
Triforce?
And then lo and behold, the infamous Triforce. Let me message him.
Hilarious.
Let me message him and tell him we will put him on. We'll get him in here, but he's got to give us a little time.
Because we need to get all our points first.
Yes,
we know that Triforce is very long-winded.
Once Triforce starts going, he starts going.
Going, exactly. And we, respect it, but still. We gotta reach all of the points.
Alright guys, is my mic sounding better? Test 1, 2, testicles, test my ass. Alright, well, on their end. Okay, yes, better. Alright, good. You know what it is, guys? As you can see, I'll move it over here to the thing. I went and I upgraded all my shit. I got my little Blue Yeti or whatever the hell it is, Black Yeti microphone. Triforce, who I know is in there, floating around. Let me message him quick and let him know that we will add him in.
Wait, what is this? What is this word? Baruch
Goldstein? Yeah.
The Korean kid who beat up his girlfriend. Who is that?
Infiltration. And
I
know.
It was founded that it was untrue.
I know Baruch Goldstein. He's a fucking troll anyway. I've known him for 30 years. I think 30, maybe a little more. But getting back to what I was saying, the scene is going through a correction, I guess, if you will. Now, when I say correction, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. That could also be a bad thing. Cancel culture, which I don't agree with, but I also believe that punishment should obviously be handed out. I've been screaming at the top of my lungs since 2012. There needs to be a set of guidelines that everybody abides by. Just like the laws of the real world, a murderer does not give the same sentence as a person who drives without a seatbelt on. There needs to be a structure to it where, a player goes to an event and punches somebody, banned for life. A player turns around and tells another guy to go fuck himself, 6 months you're banned. It's not a lifetime ban. Now, of course, multiple offenses I guess it would kind of go with the 3-strike rule, where basically after 3 strikes that person would get banned permanently. But one of the things to keep in mind is within one of the communities, that's another subject that we'll hit on today, the Smash community, who attempted to have organization and attempted to make structures in a rule book and guides and punishments, but they're pretty corrupt in it.
When did this happen?
It's been.
This was recent?
No, they've had structure.
Oh wow.
They've had structure where all the TOs have a little committee and they vote on permanent bans, because there was that one pedophile guy, I guess it was around last year, who was, found to be hooking up with like a 16-year-old kid, and they gave him the option, and again, this is where power becomes corrupt. They gave him, some of them wanted to give him the option to retire, as if playing games is a retirable career. And
right.
and they weren't going to put him on blast. And then the other half said, well, fuck no, we got to warn people for his behavior. And they wound up doing it, and they wound up putting it out there. And if my memory is correct, because again, last time I talked to you guys, I was under the age of 50, and now I'm not, so I'm starting to slip in my old age. But if memory serves me, they lifted the ban
of the guy who was a pedophile.
Yeah.
He was a player.
Yeah.
Ew.
And yeah, it was. I think it was Ali. I think Alpha Zero saying it. The Snake player, and Captain Jack, 2 players.
Ew.
And one of the things that the community needs to do is agree on proper punishments for people who do violate whatever the established rules turn out to be. You know, so again, you know, punching, so violence, permanent ban, racist stuff, and you know, with all this stuff going on with, you know, and I want to say predominantly black males and police situations that, you know, and I've told this to a lot of players out there that I've spoken to, and I've gone in depth with a lot of the young black players, and they're not even young, the veteran black players that are in the NRS scene. And, you know, my take on it is, listen, I've had my run-ins with the law. I'm not black. I don't know what it's like to be black. I can pretend it. I can do like one of these kids and drop N-bombs to make myself feel like I'm more black. But at the end of the day, when a cop pulls me over, he's pulling a white guy over. Now, that's not to say cops look at me and go, look at this white trash motherfucker, and want to fuck with me just as bad. But, you know, a young black person, you know, getting out of his house in the morning to get in his car has to think how many cops I want to avoid. And I know that feeling because I've driven illegally for years. And every time I passed a cop, I was like, oh shit, is this the time I'm going to get fucked with? So I understand it on that aspect, but I don't understand it because I'm not a black man. And, you know, I see a lot of people doing the Black Lives Matter, the BLMs on their Twitters and stuff. What does it really mean to them? You know, that's what they really got to ask. I don't go out there and do I know I threw a couple of Black Lives Matter. I'd rather address young black males in this community directly, and to get a better understanding of what it. Like I said, I don't know what it's like. You know, and give what knowledge I do have. And, you know, giving somebody knowledge does not make me a certified, you know, doctor in this stuff, because I don't have all the answers. I got a big fucking mouth, we all know that, but I don't have I don't have the answers. I can say, well, if you just do this, 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 and this, you're golden. Mm-hmm. You know, and in this scene, seeing how people kind of do it, you know, it's like the trans lives matter. I see the Black Lives Matter. You know, when I see the trans lives matter, to me, honestly, it's no different than all lives matter. The issue is not, the fundamental issue is not about everybody. It's about a specific group. And to narrow that down, while women do get fucked with, and it's that one girl that got shot in the house too.
Breonna Taylor.
But it's really geared towards the young black male. That's where the problems seem to lie the most, as far as the cops treating somebody like shit. Like, if you had to do a pecking order, black male, white male, females, this, and go down the line of everything, I think black male is treated the worst out of anybody when it comes to interacting with the police.
Yeah, because I feel like they're viewed as the most aggressive. And, you know, black women get left to raise the kids and the family and all this other stuff. And there have been numerous other women, but it's, you know, the ones that definitely get talked about the most, I should say, are like black men that get killed unjustly, you know. And it's the last conviction we saw was the woman that shot that lawyer in his own house and said she thought it was her apartment. Oh, the fucking yeah. She got 10 years.
She was like a cop. She was a cop, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was a cop. Yeah, and because she claimed that the door was ajar, and thought that it was her apartment somehow. So she thought someone was in there, and she busted in and murdered this man in his own apartment.
Yeah.
And it ended up that she was like on the wrong floor. It wasn't even like the same floor of where her apartment was. So I'm pretty sure that's like the last conviction that we actually saw in regards to the laundry list of names of people.
You know, and it's like looking at the FGC. You know, that's one aspect of seeing how everybody's big names, TOs, whatever. You know, it became Black Lives Matter became trendy to a lot of people in the scene, but they really didn't grab what it is. You know, and I can't stand that. Like, listen, you know, and I tell this to people all the time. I'd rather you be a straight up racist and say, fuck it, I don't care about black people. Okay, fine. Move on.
Right.
There's nothing to talk about. Then be like, yeah, Black Lives Matter. And then all of a sudden, you know, the minute you turn around, they're like, fuck those people.
Right. Or there's these microaggressions or passive aggressive stuff in the workplace, or, you know, whatever. I don't want my daughter bringing home a black man. Whatever it is. The numerous things, that's just very small examples. But yeah, I have so much to talk about, so much. But yes, go ahead, James.
You know, so you know, we go from that, and we go back to the lovely FGC, you know, which is what this is really revolving back to, and you're getting the fake shit. Some more of the fake shit that you get is this newfound cancel culture. Cancel culture.
Hold on, James.
Yeah.
Hold on. I did notice one of the things you said was, you know, that it's fucked up, and like you said, you feel for it, but you don't really have the experience because you're not a black man that's being put on by the police.
Yeah.
And I respect that. So just for people in the audience who aren't black, who are just watching and have no kind of understanding, let me give y'all a quick view of, and this is real simple. I'm a black man. I'm 30 years old. I had my first son when I was 18, right? My son's 11 now. Every time I get pulled over by the cops, and James, you have kids as well, correct?
You're all my children.
Every time I get pulled over by the cops, my number one thing I'm thinking in my head is, please let me make it home and see my son again. And that should never be the feeling I have when I'm getting pulled over by the same people that's supposed to protect and uphold the law. I'm thinking
pull
about.
Your mic back a little bit from your mouth. I think it's like brushing against your face or something.
Can y'all hear me better?
It's a little better.
Wait. What about now?
It's kind of like. Do you hear it, James? It's like.
Yeah, it sounds like a
sloshy.
Yeah, it sounds a little sloshy.
Hold on.
Okay. I didn't want you to go on this epic, like, you know.
Can y'all hear me better like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What I was saying was, I'm a father, and every time I get pulled over, the thing I think about the most is during this transaction, during this situation, that I'm able to make it home to see my son again. And that should never be my thought when I'm getting pulled over for a simple traffic stop. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
No other race of male can say that or say they feel that way from getting pulled over for simply running a red light or not seeing the stop sign on the street and just running that. That's a fucked up feeling. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they come to your car and their hand is already on the gun and all they ask is to see your ID. You know what I'm saying? That's a scary fucking feeling. You feel what I'm saying? So unless you a black man, you will never understand that feeling or feel that. It's a scary as fucking feeling. It's very fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So when people talk about all this other shit, I don't want to hear that shit, fam, because you don't experience that shit. You don't. I'm pretty sure when an Asian, Latino, Middle Eastern nigga walk down the street, white people not locking their fucking car door or looking at you sideways. Y'all don't experience that kind of shit. You don't experience when you walk through a store when a purse or a pair of jeans is $400 or $500 and the fucking lady that's supposed to be helping you look for your shit is in the back eyeing you down with her hand on the button thinking you about to steal some shit. Y'all don't experience that kind of shit. See what I'm saying? So that's the day-to-day life of being black, of people living in fear of who you are simply because of your skin complexion, and that's fucked up. But continue. That was just my piece. I seen a couple people, just in the chat.
No, and you're right. Like I said, and I should have fucking said something to you because I mean, obviously you would have a better perspective on being a black man than me. But this as well in the FGC. I've been saying it forever. The FGC is racist. It's not always been that way, but it's evolved into a racist scene. Perfect example is I remember Corn at UFGT one year, and Keith's giving you guys the shut the fuck up because you're being too black, basically. Mr. Wizard did it to Poke Chop at Evo, sitting in the nosebleed seats, telling them to shut the fuck up.
On camera.
And
I ain't gonna look, and I don't give a fuck if Mr. Wizard watching this shit or not, bitch ass nigga. Guess what? Let that have been me, we would have had some fucking words, man.
Yeah.
I'm a grown ass man. I don't give a fuck about you being a TO or the organizer, bitch. You gonna respect me, motherfucker. We both men. It's a certain way you do shit. If I was too loud or too belligerent or too whatever
in a stadium of people though.
Right. If I was too whatever for your liking, you could have came to me and pulled me to the side and said, hey bro, you know what I'm saying, just calm down a little bit for me, you know what I'm saying? I think you might be scaring or whatever the conversation needs to be.
But it could have been done. It could have been done civil.
Me and Jabali that had this conversation. Me and Eda had this conversation. They all tell all the core members, we love what y'all do, but just dial it back for us just a little bit, because sometimes some of the people who don't know y'all for real be a little scared because they ain't never been around y'all before, and I can respect that. But if you in the audience and you telling me to shut the fuck up, you got me fucked up.
Right.
I'm liable to beat your ass.
Because you think you have all this power.
Evo been ass the last 4 years, my nigga. If we being 100 about it, charging niggas extra for a fucking ticket for a finals day, bitch. That shit been
already spent $100.
That shit been ass the last 4 years, nigga. If we being honest, fucking Combo Breaker been the Evo of the shit for the last 2 years, 3 years, nigga. Let's be 100.
I could agree with that.
Let's put shit on the floor. Combo Breaker been the fucking event to go to for the last 3-4 years, nigga. But it ain't been Evo. Evo been boring as fuck. Oh, we gonna put announcers on the scene so they can announce in the stands and get the bitch. That ain't been shit. Shut up.
Exactly. It's been all my people gonna be here. Let's go and hang out in Vegas.
And
I'd rather buy a bitch than go to the finals on Sunday when I go to Vegas, nigga. Let's be real. Let's be real.
I mean, I respect 100% what Rick has done with Combo Breaker. He again, we all know my track record with the Midwest guys. A lot of those Michigan folks don't take too kindly to me. But it's on the other side of your tracks, Chris. Not your side of the tracks, the other side, the white meat side,
the mountain side,
the white meat side. But for me, I watch the events. I see how things evolve. I see what kind of Chris, your thing's getting worse.
Your sound went out.
Yeah, your sound went out, James.
My sound went out?
Oh, it's back now.
It's back now.
My sound went out, really?
Yeah, it went out for like 20 seconds.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know. Guys, you got to bear with me here. I was in the midst of upgrading, and I'm trying to get rid of Skype, and I could see your eyeball. I could see your earring. So this is going to be a process. So by the next time we stream, I should hopefully have Skype gone. But Rick has done a great job with his event, which leads me to the next thing. I'll see you all in 2022. Because there ain't going to be shit in 2021 either.
Probably not, unless Jeb Bailey's doing it.
And if Jeb Bailey, listen, Jeb Bailey, you know what? Jeb Bailey is that guy that's chasing an L right now. He's literally chasing that L. He's so desperate to get that, and it's like when Zero Blast and Low Tier God had their issue. We can hear it, but the call dropped for them. Can you hear Melanie, guys?
So you went out to us, but I guess the stream can still hear you. It was like you had gone out.
It's fine. It's fine.
But yeah, they can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So, when Zero Blast and Low Tier God had their little war, and again, this mentality of words hurt, I know they do. Everybody curls up in a ball and wants to die and all the other bullshit. Listen, it's words. It's words. That's all it is. If you're going to take a person's words to heart, I feel bad for you. If somebody's words hurt you, tell them to go fuck themselves. Get the pair of balls. Fuck you.
Can I comment on that specific situation really quickly? Because you all know how much I love Low Tier God. I just wanted to say this one thing because I even wrote a note about it. Okay, during that thing, which was really interesting, I don't remember if I said this on Twitter or not, but I remember, I think, even saying it to James. Low Tier God has said off-the-wall stuff for years and years, and said awful shit about black women. He said awful stuff about Kendra, about me, about random Instagram black women. I mean, awful stuff.
Yeah.
And me and him had the truce, whatever, we was cool, and then he started saying the R. Kelly victims were liars. And I was like, nope, can't do it, goodbye. And that was the end of that. But, he had done this forever. He made it on a television show. And then this was the thing that cut it off. And then it just so happened that she has said some racist stuff too. So the irony is just hysterical to me, but I'll get more into where I was going with that later, but I just wanted to point that out because he has said all this awful shit about black women for a long time.
Oh yeah.
No one cared.
And
it didn't matter until it was about a trans girl.
And ironically, so he said what he said, she said what she said, they both got banned, and I'll be honest, it doesn't deserve lifetime bans. You're not giving people, again, violence is the only lifetime ban. And now that means violence at an actual event. If All Caps is walking around in Detroit and gets into a fight with somebody, I'm not going to go, he had a fight, I got to ban him from everything. No. Personal life is personal life. Like when we talk about the infiltration situation, nobody really knows what happened. We got a bunch of knuckleheads running around, deciphering Korean news, Korean court papers. The guy steps down. That's not good enough. He takes off for the year and voluntarily walks away. Comes back, wins fucking Samurai Showdown, and they still bash him. Like, well, you didn't serve your time because you weren't banned.
My question is this though: what the fuck did and don't, for the women, don't take this the wrong way because I'm not saying I condone it, but what the fuck did him having a dispute with his wife have to do with the FGC?
Nothing.
Answer that.
Oh, infiltration, nothing.
So why the fuck are we banning somebody for their own personal life situations? If that's the case, everybody needs to be banned in this bitch.
Yeah.
Because everybody did some personal shit that they ain't had no business fucking doing. Let the fuck out.
Well, see, that's where cancel culture comes in, because cancel culture now is going to wind up being, we're going to dig and dig and dig. Look, in the last 2 days, and I didn't dig deep. I got a video. I got a video of Keats saying women should never be president because they bleed. Where I thought, this is the ironic part. So in this video, because I'm not playing it here, you can go search for it, guys. But the guy turns around and he's getting interviewed on a show back many moons ago, and the guy that's interviewing him, basically says to him, yeah, but, you know, why would we want to have a bunch of N-bomb being president? And it was a hard ER, not an A. And Keith's response to the whole thing was fucked up, but what his response to that was mesmerized me, because I was like, all right, Keith says, whoa, I don't even know you like that. And then at that point, once he said that, I was like, all right, he's gonna say, yo, dude, don't be saying the N-bomb. No, he didn't even care about that. He went on to his rant about women bleeding and being president, and they couldn't be president, and a shiny diamond is all they need. And I was like, wow.
Oh wait, then the one key part where he goes, I would rather have a black man as president than a woman.
Yes.
Verbatim says that.
Yes.
And it was the worst of it was like the best of a worst situation kind of thing was what it seemed like.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's a real video. It's not like we're making this up.
No.
It's totally real.
So video number 2 that I put up, and again, I dug around. I just wrote FGC racist and Google, and then clicked on videos and see and scrolled through one page. Michael Martin, who was the Capcom's community manager, I think he was, is doing an interview with Mike Ross and Z, and it's at an event. And at the end of the interview, he turns around to Mike Ross and goes, yeah, so hey, how'd you like that fried chicken? And
you were going to town on that.
And Mike Ross, you know, and I love Mike, because Mike is better man than me, because he can keep it together better than me. Mm-hmm. And he did a little bullshit giggle, like he, and got up and walked off the set, and
didn't even say anything,
and didn't say nothing. You know,
and they continue to laugh about it.
And they continue. Well, I think Z was kind of, even Z, you could see Z had like one of those 1915 cartoon faces of like, what? You know, because he didn't believe it, and he tried to play it off and was saying, well, I don't know anything about any chicken, you know. Then the next thing was, you know, I put up a picture of DJ from Street Fighter 4, and he's got fucking pants on that have watermelons
designs on them.
And I had people hitting me up, that's not watermelons. I'm going, what are you, a fucking idiot? Really?
It's clearly watermelon.
It's clearly watermelon.
What else is it?
You know. Then you got on 9/11, 2015. Who do they announce in their announcement trailer? Rashid on 9/11. And then what's his background? Wait, what's his background? Fighting on a fucking airplane flying around the city.
Yes. Oh my God, it is.
Are you really? You know, I mean, listen. I'm not insinuating nothing, but listen. Okay, you make a character, you put a turban on him. Why does he got a backpack on? Because that kind of resembles what somebody would put a bomb in.
Right.
Like, I looked at his attire and I'm like, what's the point of the backpack? Like, at least if he pulled some shit out, like his weapons or something, I'm like, all right, well, he needs a backpack for his weapons. He just got a backpack.
You don't have a backpack, but you know.
You know.
James, you see, this is why Corn, you know, and this is why Corn did the shit they did to niggas in the community, because we wasn't for that fuck shit. We was letting your ass know off the rip, my nigga, that any disrespect, any form of fuck shit, any form of that bullshit, that's your ass. Flat out. And I don't give a fuck. Niggas talk about that shit like we was the villains, but guess what? I bet you we were disrespected. I bet you we never got disrespected.
But as my ass is, but you want to know something? As my ass is the 007 and the spy of this fucking scene, Korn, as bad of a reputation as they have, I would leave my kid with any one of you guys before I would 99% of this FGC. You know why? Because I know my kid will come home in one piece and not going, hey, that dude touched me. I can't say that about the rest of the FGC with all the perverted, weird shit that goes on in it. You know,
goddamn right.
Yeah, because I've never felt unsafe being around members of the Corn because people definitely didn't talk to me when y'all were around. So that was, and I would even have people like, I've talked about this before, where people would like come to me like in private, be like, oh yeah, you know, I want to say what's up, but you had like the Corn guys around you, blah, blah. I'm like, they're not a mob. Like,
but you know what? To the public, that's what we might be a mob. Cause you fuck with us, you might get your ass beat. I remember all that shit. People was talking. What was that? 2018,
yeah.
2017 CEO. Everybody had a racist story. Oh, people on the island at Daytona Beach being racist.
Yeah.
I didn't have that problem. every person that passed by me, B, L Train, D-Town, every person that passed by us, they must have knew it was from Detroit because them niggas saying, how you doing? Hi, sir. How you doing? I wasn't going for that fuck shit because it's just certain shit you just don't do. I don't give a fuck. That shit with Tweety, all that fuck shit, I will beat your ass. But that shit with LTG, we had a little moment. I will beat your ass without he my nigga now. You see what I'm saying? That shit with Triforce, that shit with all the other niggas, all that shit, I don't give a fuck who you is, who you are, what you stand for. I would not be disrespected, and I ain't going for that fuck shit. I will fuck you up. I will fuck you up. That's all you gotta know. And I don't give a fuck about getting banned, nigga. I'm a real motherfucking nigga. I'm a nigga and then I'm a gamer. Remember that. Remember that. I'm a nigga and then I'm a gamer. I will fuck you up. That's it. And you might want to know about that. You might want to know about that. Because Corn was a necessary evil. And niggas don't want to admit that shit, but it's the truth.
Triforce, hold on. Triforce, we're not talking about what you did. He's just saying that you know the EMP Corn days.
The version.
Not on a personal level, Triforce. Just the EMP Corn shit. How we was just going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? It was just certain shit that niggas don't that I ain't fucking with, dog. I ain't fucking with. Ask Knuckle Dude who when he was at Defender North that year, it was like 2016, 2017. Knuckle Dude came, he say, hey Unc, I need your help. I say, what's up, dude? What's up, nephew? He say, I'm trying to buy this little iPhone, but I don't know if it's real. I come out to the front, nigga on some slick shit. I say, hey, my nigga don't want this bullshit, nigga. Get the fuck off. I think it's slick. And that's a real motherfucking story. Ask Knuckle Dude. And I say, nigga, I'll beat your ass. And he walked about the hotel. It's just certain shit. Niggas know who they can and cannot fuck with.
Yeah.
Flat out. Niggas know that shit. I'm pretty sure if it was me in front of Mr. Wizard, or if Mr. Wizard seen my face instead of pork chop, that shit would have never been said.
No, I guarantee you.
The pork chop didn't go off on him, but he was probably trying to be, you know.
Here's the thing. But here's the thing. You know what it is, Chris? Pork chop is in a position just like a black man when he gets pulled over. I don't want to get thrown. I don't want to get thrown out of an event.
It's that, and it goes back to what Triforce was saying earlier about the suits and esports coming to the FGC. People can't be themselves completely because of esports. Everybody want a contract. Everybody want to be sponsored. Everybody want to make money. Everybody want to look a specific kind of way. You know what I'm saying? And I know Chop would say all kind of wild shit, but I also know that you niggas want to make their money, so they try to hold back. That ain't me. That's why I ain't never been sponsored for real. Cause I'ma say and do what the fuck I want to. But if I feel slighted, I'ma fuck you up.
So for the people that are in the chat, sorry Chris, just real quick. For the people who are in the chat that are like confused about the Poke Chop thing, this was last year Evo. Poke Chop was being himself. We all know he's rowdy and hype and all of this. He gets like Chris and everybody else. You know, and me, I get hype. And so he was just cheering, screaming. And okay, if you all have never been into the arena where they have Evo now in Mandalay Bay, they have boxing matches there, like world famous boxing matches. That's how big that venue is. So it's not like small. It's not a hotel room, you know, like ballroom. He was just excited and cheering. And so Mr. Wizard walks up behind him and basically tells him to shut the F up and tells him to sit down. and it was recorded by I think it was like Poke Chop's friend or whoever was standing next to him recorded it. It's like maybe like a 30-second clip or something, or maybe like a minute long, something like that. So that's the situation that we're talking about.
And Redline, I've been seeing your comments, and you're right. Racism wasn't, again, I always hear the black talking point of how black culture gets basically, what's the word I'm looking for? It gets ripped and rebuilt under these new guises of like a white thing, or appropriated or the white people did it. Gaming was predominantly black in the 80s. When you went into an arcade in New York City, it was young black kids looking over their shoulder, not for cops, for truant officers to drag their asses to school. The TOs, look at Larry and Eric, the two East Coast TOs. By the way, shout outs to you, Michelangelo. I seen you in there too. The East Coast has gotten shit on for a long time. Now, the Cannons, who are two black twins, I believe they're twins, run Evo. But who do you see front and center? It's the Wizard. Larry and Big E are the front and center of their events. If you don't see discrepancies the way events are looked at, then there's something. You got to be one of the same people that were telling me they didn't see nothing resembling watermelon pants on DJ. I have watched it. I came back to this scene. I started in this scene back in 1984. For all you NRS people, the NRS scene did not start. The MK scene did not start in 2011. It started back in 1992. And I've watched this scene evolve, and then I left, and then I came back. And when I came back, I was already able to tell that something was a little off. The way people, like, I anticipated it to be a little bit more like the old school arcade days. Now, on the flip side, don't believe the bullshit stories from the OGs that talk about fucking fighting and doing all this shit, throughout the arcade, because we're all nerds that play video games. When you take a bunch of nerds, even if they grew up in a predominantly black area, they didn't go to the arcade to get into a fight. They went to the arcade because they wanted to show their dominance in whatever game they were playing. Plain and simple. That was the only reason to go to the arcade. Either better yourself if you're playing some single player game based off a score, or a fighting game to be the best in it. And the other night, I said I made up a James MK story. I said, back in 1993, I was walking into Broadway Arcade, and I saw a young Triforce there, and I was walking past people, but every person I passed stabbed me with a knife in the back. And I passed like 50 people, so by the time I got up to the MK arcade machine, I had 50 stab wounds in my back, but I still managed to play, and I got 50 wins. And then I walked out while I was pissing blood out my ass, and I fell to the floor in the middle of Broadway and Times Square, and I woke up in the hospital, but I got my 50 wins. That's a crock of shit. But those are the types of stories these fucking people tell. They make it sound like the arcade days back in the day were like living the movie The Warriors. All of a sudden you came into an arcade and 50 motherfuckers on roller skates came up to you looking to fight you. That didn't happen.
Come out and play.
Exactly. These guys, and
That's my shit.
now I'll tell you, there's a guy in the room. You want to hear some fucked up?
He was on some serious shit back then.
You want to hear something fucked up? Check this out. You're gonna hear some worthless Cliff Clavin news. So his name on that was Cyrus.
That's my nigga.
And
that nigga say, "Can you?" Hey, Jay, I know I'm still kind of young, 30, but that's one of my favorite movies. I watch that shit like religiously.
Now I forgot what his name is in that movie, but you want to know something fucked up? So in that movie, whatever his name is, he plays the same guy in the movie 48 Hours with Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte. Same name and everything. It's the guy. That guy is the guy that Eddie Murphy opens the door and hits him with.
Yes.
And they gave him the same name in the movie too.
Wow.
Luther. There you go. Like Cheese said it, Luther. I have it and I never finished it.
That shit
Yeah, I
good
didn't
as,
finish
that
it
shit
either.
that shit good as fuck. When you brawl with niggas, you get to beat a nigga ass. You slam a bitch ass nigga. That shit fucked up.
Does it follow the movie? Like, do you get to
Yeah.
pick the gang you're in and so? Oh, that's cool.
Well, no, you got to be the Warriors,
That
but you
shit
got
dope.
to be the Warriors, but you got to get to Coney Island.
You gotta steal car radios and shit. That shit fucked up.
So
You know what? it's on PS4 on the PlayStation Store.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point is we lie to ourselves. The FGC lies to itself, and I'm not blaming like James Chan's and the Ultra Davids. The other thing, the Ultra David dressed up as a black guy or a disco guy with a fro, I don't know, and then the sombrero thing. Like everybody,
I gotta grab some water. Hold on, y'all. Keep going. I gotta grab some water.
my thing.
Cultural appropriation.
Yeah,
costumes.
but my thing is this, and again, it's not a jab at him. He made a big, oh, I'm sorry, da 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 da. Listen, we all have done things. Doing something racist or racially insensitive to a specific group does not make you a racist. Me turning around and saying, I hate all blacks, that makes me a racist.
Yep.
Me turning around and changing the color of my room to red like this, saying, hey, look, watermelon lights is not racist. It's insensitive.
Right.
And we as a community need to figure out who and who really isn't a racist. I mean, I'll tell you this. I don't think F-Champ's a racist. Now, he says some dumb shit over the years. He's obnoxious. He's a pain in the ass. It was stupid of him to do. But is he a racist? No, because, now... You're kind of caught in a conundrum because it's like, how do you defend it?
Yeah.
What do I say? Well, I got all these black friends. Well, that's not good enough.
I feel the same way about Chris G as I do about F Champ, where I feel that it was obviously extremely stupid.
Yes.
It was a very stupid, insensitive. Obviously, Chris G's was a couple years ago, and then F Champs was at a extremely poor timing and intensely insensitive. And then he did the whole, oh, but I got a black friend, or I got two black roommates, which was the I got a black friend excuse, which isn't an excuse.
Even your best friend, as Justin said, even your best friend being black is not a good enough excuse.
It's not.
So
not.
check this out. Now this is where shit get funky, right? So I fuck with F Champ. I know he do a little sleazy shit from time to time. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I think F Champ is racist? No.
No.
Do I think what he said was stupid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do I think what he said was insensitive? Yeah. I think F Champ was trying to, I understand this because I do the same shit. I think F Champ was calling himself trying to lighten the mood in the FGC, but was like at the wrong time because it was still
toned down.
It was very sensitive. It was still a very sensitive subject at the moment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The Chris G thing, and this is gonna be and Mel, you might hate me for this one, but I gotta keep it 100. You know me. I love you, boo. Just know I love you.
Go for it, because I'm gonna have something to say.
So, Chris G, that's my nigga. The comment was about female gamers and about what they come to the tournaments for, about this split, correct?
Mm-hmm.
When we look at, right, and bear with me, when we look at the overall ratio of females in the gaming community, how many actually play games and how many are there for the bullshit. I can only name a few females who I've physically seen play the game and that I know actually come play the games. Right? On the outside of that, the other 90% of the females that come to the tournaments are looking for the bullshit. So, can you like, honestly speaking, can you really say that Chris G post was really that far off? When you think about people like Fran, you know what I'm saying? You see people like when you see people like, and I know the MK niggas gonna hate me for this. What's the SMG Princess? I seen her play MK.
I think I've seen her. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. She cosplays and stuff.
I seen her play MK a couple times. Ass as fuck. She can't play on MK. She trash. Let's be honest. She trash.
I think I ran her bracket one time at a couple years ago.
She trash as fuck at the game. But every time I look up on Twitter, all you see is this. That's all you see. And all you see is tight shirts and ass pics, right? so then it get me wondering, are you there for the video games or are you there to show some ass? What's up? So while I understand for the females who actually play games why they felt that way, you know what I'm saying? Like you, Tiff, Cerez, that's my boo right there. So you know what I'm saying? Diamond, Persia, Kayane. For y'all, I feel how that can make y'all feel slighted.
Sherry, gotta throw Sherry in there because you know Sherry's in there.
No, for sure. Yeah, Sherry has done so much for them.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Some females you don't even have to name because they've been around long enough.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Right.
But for the females who we know that play games, I can understand why y'all feel slighted.
Yeah.
But it's only a handful of y'all compared to all the pro-hoes that come and go.
Right.
So when you think about that, you feel me? Take yourself outside of that because we're not talking about you. When you think about that, can you really blame Chris G for his statement for real?
Yes and no. Hold up, because you're going to go a lot longer than me, so I'm just going to throw mine in 2 seconds. Now, on my take on it, because I saw the whole thing evolve. I remember that her name was Nydia, I think it was. Nydia Montel. Nydia Montel was going on a rant about Asian girl gamers and why everybody thirsts over them. And it became almost like a Sherry versus her and this girl, and it became like a little like a West Side Story black and Asian chick edition. And I told Chris the stupidest thing you did is put in your 2 cents. Mm-hmm. It was stupid to do. You should have just stayed out, you know. And Maxter's in here, you know. Maxter and his brothers, they get into little fights, and sometimes I talk in between them, and I tell them all the same thing. I ain't getting involved because the minute I defend one of you, I got 2 of you that want to kill me.
Right.
And Chris should have took that approach, and that's where Chris is naive. Besides what he said, but he's naive. Right. But he should have just said, "Listen, man, whoever comes out, I'm on your team." So with that, go back to you, Melanie.
Okay, people shouted at a couple other people, Cuddlecore and Sharpie. Of course, those are the girls. We know it's plenty valid women that are gaming.
Mel, before you start going, I love you. So don't. I love you.
Like it's really not gonna be. It's not gonna be directed at you. No, but
you felt what I'm saying. I feel for the ladies that play. So I get it, but I felt what he was saying because even when I come to the tournaments myself as a man, it's only 2 or 3 of y'all at a tournament that I see that play games, and the other 7 to 10, right? And the other 7 to 10 running around are chasing dick. So I can't not understand what he's saying because that's what you see when you go.
Right.
That's like when people say black people eat like watermelon and chicken, and then everybody like, oh, that's fucked up. Is it really fucked up? Because majority of black people do eat watermelon and eat chicken. You can't. It's a stereotype for a reason. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So you can't be mad at that. But continue. Don't crucify me. I love you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna crucify you. So okay, earlier today, I spoke to James on the phone, and when he had called me, so for people that don't know, before the OBS show, I had my own video blog that I did by myself for like 3. That Chris was on it. I had a couple people on there, and I had Kendra was on there. I had Super Yan on there. I had a bunch of people on there, and a big thing, and that was actually how I started my Women of the FGC group, which does not exist anymore for various reasons. But that was the first majorly known girl group in the fighting game community. So, I just wanted to make a common place where girls could meet each other and talk about games, talk about whatever. So, I think that with Chris G specifically, because I wasn't privy to like that whole thing between Roa and Sherry at that time. But I remember I really only heard about what Chris G said. And of course, hearing that initially as a black woman, of course I was upset because it was ignorant as hell. But, with a premise like what Chris said, I can understand it from that perspective, because I did know a couple of girls that were chasing after Chris at that time. For whatever reason, they thought he was attractive or whatever. I'm not going to shade him or anybody else. That's the business. But, I knew that was true. And like what James said, he decided to speak from his perspective, because if anyone has ever had a conversation with Chris G, he will talk on and on and on, and he will centralize himself in situations. Not as a negative, but he will speak from his own perspective, but it will come off as broad. And I think that's where James was coming from when he's saying that he doesn't believe that Chris G is necessarily racist, but what he said was obviously a bigoted statement. Like, we can't even ignore that, because
I think that's better. I keep saying racially instead of bigoted.
Bigoted, exactly. Because the way it became that way is he blanketed an entire demographic of people in the fighting game community. So, okay, going back to this video blog that I used to have, I was telling James that I found this old episode that I did in 2014, before anyone was talking about any of this stuff. It's on YouTube. And I think I shared it on Twitter earlier, and it was talking about the ranking in the FGC. And I interviewed players and, different demographics of people. Men were at the top, and, the races are in different, categories, which I feel like for the men is more so kind of flexible in the FGC a little bit. And then it was trans women, Asian women, and then kind of everybody else. And then black women are clearly at the bottom. So I talked about this in 2014. So, and it clearly nothing has changed. It is still very relevant. I don't have anything against anybody else. I love Sherry. I love Persia is one of my wives. I love all the girls in the FGC who are doing something that is progressive for the scene are my homegirls. You doing it up, you trying to make it more positive, which was what I tried to do back in the day. And, sometimes people can be their own worst enemies. And when people see the bigger example of, these finite groups of chicks chasing these top players, it will come off that, and it'd be the same ones, and then they breed new ones, and then unfairly that gets labeled on all of us.
Exactly.
And it's not that, and it's messed up, and it has gone on for as long as I've been in the scene. I've been in the FGC since probably like 2005 or something, including like going to actual tournaments and stuff. And when I started traveling outside and seeing other communities, I was like, oh, this ain't like in Chicago, because, our scene was relatively like cool. We'd be going to each other's houses, and we would have FGC barbecues, and like we were cool, and then when I would see all of this craziness and all these other things, I'm like, what is going on? Like, I had no idea,
exactly.
And
now,
it's really a shame.
Now, Ganja Sloth said he has a question. James, do you think Chris should have been punished on the spot at all by his sponsors? On the spot, he should have been punished when it happened. 3 3 years later, no. You know.
And that also goes back into what I said about LTG. No one cared at the time because it was about black girls.
Exactly.
And probably also because no one really knows Bro like that. You know, like, I feel like if it was someone of, that, like, more people knew about, like, for example, if Sharpie, you know, like, say if Sharpie said something about it, then it would be like, oh, okay. Like, we see that this is, like, a thing. But for whatever reason, people took it as, I guess, Roa just being combative. Because we know Roa be rowdy. And anyone that sees her posts or knows her or whatever, she'll turn up on people. You know, so it probably came from that perspective. And instead of being combative, it probably should have been approached in a different way. And I definitely can get irate about stuff. Obviously, I've been irate as hell on Twitter about Mike Z, and really, yeah, it's been a whole lot of emotions for me. But yeah, you know, I do think it should have happened at that time, and it's, you know, it sucks that it was late, but
the problem with Chris was he was punished. At the summit of he was supposed to be at the summit of time, and the SJWs that didn't get in the summit of time went in there and said, well, how Chris getting in there, he did this. And again, I'm not insensitive to cuddlecore, you know, and from what I understood, they had conversations. I don't know how they went, you know, there's three sides to every story, but he got taken out of the summit of time. And then people said when this happened, well, they got a black woman CEO now. They've had a black woman CEO for a year. And she re-signed him knowing this was there and basically tried to cover it. She turned around and mandated him to move from LA to Seattle. If not, you're going to be dropped. And even had the balls to lay the line on him. Well, it ain't like anybody else will take you after your track record. So he broke up with his girl, moved all the way up to Seattle in the first week of March, gets in the house, unpacks his shit. The minute he's getting ready to go to his fucking Seattle Starbucks, fucking COVID, you're locked in your house for the next 3 months. So this guy literally moved up there, re-signed a contract, upped and moved, and then got fucked when he was all the way up there. And they tried to give him 10 grand hush money to get him out. And it's like, you broke a contract and you knew. Don't all of a sudden, these teams love to play this, well, we're for, you know, all of a sudden everybody's Black Lives Matter. All of a sudden everybody's equal for hatred and all, you know, and they want to stomp out hatred and they want to protect all the women and they want to protect the blacks in the community and the trans and this and that. Shut the fuck up, you liars. Because you're all fucking liars. At the end of the day, if it doesn't do you any solid, you don't say shit.
And guess what? It do them a solid. The solid is they look good for the public. They look like they give a fuck about something they know nothing about. Yeah. That's what it does for them. And you're right. I think punishment should have been handed out because I do believe in the fact that, you know what I'm saying, some lessons are meant to be learned. And Chris's lesson at that point was just, you know, your delivery was ass. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just can't say what you want to say, especially when you're in the position that you're in. You know what I'm saying? So I can agree with that. And one of the punishments he did have was he did lose the summit time shit, and he actually lost some sponsorship money.
Yeah.
That people didn't know about. So if you ask me, his punishment was already served. To cancel him at this point, it's just overkill. Now you're not. I feel like, and this is fucked up. I don't feel like Easy is for the cause. I just feel like they're doing it because it's just something to do, just to get people to see their brand in a more positive light, and that's fucked up.
Well, they did just have a player accused of being a rapist, so it distracted a little bit from an Overwatch player.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I heard something about that.
So this was part of that damage control.
Oh my god! And that's a whole other. That's a later part of the conversation because I have a lot to say about that too.
So a man's career was ruined, even though he already paid a price when it happened. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
It. Mm,
Mel, come on. That's fucked up. I would understand if he was like, all the women in the FGC is hoes. Y'all know none of y'all do shit but suck dick and fuck niggas. Then I'd be like, all right, nigga, you going too hard. You doing the most, nigga. But he ain't say all that. All he said was, when I go to tournaments, I look around. Majority of the time, majority of the females that be there don't be there for games, along with some other shit. And you can't say he was wrong for that.
See,
you
now,
can't say what he said was wrong.
Where he went wrong was the statement, like I said before, of him blanketing all the black girls. Because I am a black woman, and I'm not mixed, I'm not none of that. So, you know, that was definitely where it was. And I don't hate Chris G. I don't hate F-Champ. Even though I've never particularly cared for F-Champ, I just think he's annoying. But that's not anything against, like, I mean, I don't know him personally. That's whatever. You know, that don't have nothing to do with his character or, you know, whatever he may think in his private thoughts at home. That's his business. But, you know, once you choose to make a public statement at the level of being as popular as they both are, especially Chris G. And well, really, especially
both of them.
Yeah, both of them. That's true. Yeah, I forgot Chris G did win Evo. But yeah, I mean, you know, F-Champ won Evo for Marvel 3 early on, and then Chris G did. You know, and it's like there has to be a level of responsibility. It's not just like, oh, I'm flossing and I'm doing, you know, I'm in this gamer house, I got all this game money, and I'm, you know, like, we popping bottles at the events. I feel like there's too much of that type of persona now, where people, like, obviously the three of us will know a lot of these people, like, on a personal level.
Yeah.
You know, top players or whatever, organizers and stuff. We go up and talk to them, kick it with them, whatever, and it's normal. But there's a lot of other people on the kind of outskirts, or maybe newer people coming into the community, that may see this and be like, what is going on here? Like, who is this obnoxious person? Or like, you know, why do they have this perspective that they can just do and say whatever they want to and be untouchable? And there has to be examples of that they are not.
I mean, perfect example. When I first came to the scene and I saw F-Champ, and I seen F-Champ doing his fucking Dormammu and all his other shit, I'm like, first thing I said to myself, because I was in that frame of mind, I could grab this little motherfucker, drag him into the back, make him take his fucking ATM card out if he has any money, take all his money out, and then drive him to the bank to take out the rest later in the day. And there ain't shit he's gonna do about it, and he could go get whatever one of his fucking goofy ass NorCal friends to step up, and I'll take their shit too. You know, but then I talk to him. Not in F-Champ mode, but in Ryan mode.
Ryan mode, right.
And you know, here's a guy that would fucking drain himself of all his blood for his grandmother. Very family oriented. Up in his town, up in NorCal, he would run gamer houses to bring in, I don't want to say underprivileged kids, but the local kids to try and keep them out of trouble. He actually is a really good-natured person. But like I tell everybody else, don't do what I did and take the role of the bad guy. Sonic did it, and I yelled at him for it. When you become the bad guy, look at the reputation I got.
And me now.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. You know, and
because exactly what you said, because when you're the bad guy forever. So
yeah,
it's just regardless of if you're spitting facts. How many times have you, me, and Chris exposed all types of stuff that people never knew about, and all this other stuff on all these countless episodes, and never got credit for talking about it?
And we ain't done, because there's a bunch of motherfuckers who y'all hide and who y'all hold in high standards. But these motherfuckers is creeps. But the motherfuckers is creeps.
Yeah.
The files are there. Just because we choose to play a little stupid, we're just biding time. Because let me tell you, there are files that the minute we turn around and expose it, none of us will ever be welcome again.
Facts.
So
Facts. That's and you know what? Before you go, that's heavy facts. Like that's so factual that I ain't gonna hold you up, James. Within the next year or two, I would say we release the tapes.
oh yeah.
Because
Oh my God! I forgot that we did that. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Because a lot of people need to know the truth. But I guess my thing is this. Everybody is of flesh and blood, meaning everybody is human.
Mm.
When you're human, you are not perfect. Everybody fuck up. Just because we fuck up, I don't think it's an immediate thing for being permanently banned, and that's my thing. You can scold somebody, you can give them constructive criticism, you can teach them a lesson, they can be on punishment, the whole nine. I'm all for that. But I'm also in the business of believing that people are human and people fuck up. I come from a life where I had to bump my head a few times to get shit right. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't be where I'm at, which is I'm part owner of a fucking gaming lounge now, which y'all see behind me. I wouldn't be where I'm at now. I'm human. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People fuck up. Granted, some shit is just like, okay, really, nigga, you gotta get the fuck up out of here.
Yeah, you're
But
an idiot.
But some shit is just like, okay, you said some stupid shit, you a dumbass, sit in the corner for a couple months, come back. I don't feel like the LTG, the Zero Blast, the F Champ, and the Chris G shit was just so serious that they needed permanently bans and all this other shit. That shit was just, to me, that shit was just extra shit because they was in the spotlight, honestly.
And I do agree with that. I don't think that it should be permanent bans for things like that, unless you're talking about I'm about to raise Hitler from the dead.
Yeah.
Kyle Hitler.
Right.
Like unless it's some like extreme hate speech or you are talking awful homophobia and transphobia or anything like that. Misogyny, things like that. But, I think that some of the punishment. So, okay, did F-Champ, or wait, who got lifetime bans? Was that the Ciro and LTG thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Ciro and LTG got lifetime bans.
Wow.
Chris G got dropped from everything. So he's been kicked out of his home. So he has to make a scramble to make a whole new life. F-Champ, I believe, got banned from everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Capcom even stepped up on that one.
And it's interesting because this kind of ties into going into the Mike Z thing, which is obviously going to be a long thing. And
you know what? I ain't even going to spend too much time on that because that shit, I ain't going to hold y'all niggas up. Let Mike Z have been in front of me.
Yeah, no.
You would have got your ass up. And Sonic, you my little nigga, but you on some bullshit, dog.
Sonic.
You on some bullshit, dog. You my nigga. You my little nigga.
You know what?
I love you, dog. But you on some bullshit.
Sonic to me, I was there with day one when Sonic came into the scene. And obviously being the MK scene, I automatically liked the kid. And the ego, I warned him because I knew he had the talent. Yeah, the motherfucking kid was turning around playing Eternal Champions at 12 years old, body motherfuckers that were playing it for 20 years, and he knew all the cheap shit. He was a great kid. He still is. He's just, different. I don't want to call him lost, but yeah, I guess in a way he's kind of lost. And for me, back during the MKX days, we would always talk here and there, and he told me, Jimmy, I got to unfollow you on Twitter. And I'm like, why? He goes, because of your stance on gay marriage. And I go, well, what's my stance on gay marriage? He goes, well, you're a Republican.
What?
I said, so what does that mean? I don't follow a narrative. I believe, listen, two people love themselves, fucking knock yourself out. Yeah, but
I've literally never heard you say anything negative about gay people.
But
like what?
But he was feeling pressure from his friends, in the LGBT community, and he's like,
because you're toxic, James.
Yeah, and it is what it is. And I was like, you know what? I said Sonic, but I said Sonic. I understand.
You Republican?
Yeah, man. You're gonna have to drop off the show.
I can't fuck with you. I can't fuck with the show. I can't fuck. Take Pastor Cass off of there. That shit. Take me off. Fuck this.
So now after that, I said to him, listen, I understand. You're trying to, you want to keep your brand, you want to do your things. I'm cool with that. But we would still talk time to time. And then, then the honeybee thing happened. And I put it out there. And I had this whole community call me a fucking monster. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm lying. I'm like, wait. I was given the information from this. All the players there, the guy who ran the event, and the guy it happened to. They all told me the same thing. So what did they all go to the Sum of the Time and say, yo, psst, let's tell everybody Sonic Fox got punched by Honeybee, and then go tell James that, and he'll think it happened, but it really didn't. And then when he says something, he'll go, no, it was just a push. Think about it this way. And really think about it for everybody in the chat. If you were running an event and you had Sonic Fox there and another player hit Sonic Fox, you're going to kick him out, right? Naturally. That would be your natural instinct. Which happened. Obviously, he got kicked out for an altercation. But if me and Caps were competing in a tournament and I said fuck you and he said fuck you and we just argued a little bit, would you kick us out? No. Only for a physical altercation. Would you actually throw somebody out? Arguing, that happens all the time. But now, to think about how serious it was, that the guy who ran the event put him on a plane early and got him the fuck out of there. You know why? Because he was afraid that the other black kids that were there were going to fuck him up because it looked like there was a racial thing involved in it, of saltiness, that it could escalate.
So it couldn't have been me, James.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
It couldn't have been me. Heard what I said earlier. I will fuck you up.
Right. So now they get him out of there, and things quell down. He makes his little "I'm sorry" speech. No punishment. People are like, "Oh, he got punished. He got taken for some of the time."
That's cool.
I'm like, you took him out of some of the time. Some of the times never happening again.
Right.
So what's the punishment? And then I got labeled this monster. You're just picking on the kid. Meanwhile, I got emails from the kid from back in the day before that. Oh, Jimmy, you did so much for the Canadian scene. Thank you for helping us out. Da 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 da. To blocked. You hate me because people love the show until they become a subject on the show.
The show.
Well, here's a little, actually not a little, a big piece of advice. Don't be a dickbag. You don't become a subject of the show.
Or a predator.
Or a predator. Or a racist.
Why is this so complicated? I've said this before, and I know that Chris has experienced this too, and James. I've had elite people or FGC Illuminati people or whatever you want to call it approach me at events and talk about, thank you for what you said about XYZ. Thank you for addressing this, and that. It needed to happen. Or tell me something else about somebody else. It's a constant cycle of things. And it's so much stuff that we don't even divulge or talk about. That happens. And it's like exactly what James said. If they love the show until they become a subject on the show, and then it's like, whoops, now I hate them, and James is toxic, and Moxie is whatever. It's, I don't know what they said, the devil woman or whatever. This is the thug.
But my thing with the Sonic Fox shit was, I'm sitting there. First, what fucked me up was I'm having a good ass day, and all of a sudden my Twitter started going crazy. And y'all know I'm not no social media nigga. I'm old. Cats be in the corner somewhere, ducked off somewhere hiding. My shit start blowing up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I see this shit that's going on with Mike Z. I'm like, okay, let me see the little shit. Niggas DMing me the clip, all kind of shit. Watch the clip, and I'm like, okay, that's fucked up. And in the midst of the clip, Sonic and Sharpie say nothing. It's like a long ass silence. And I'm like,
both on the clip.
Yeah, I'm like, well, damn, both of y'all niggas, both of y'all black, and ain't any one of y'all gonna say shit. All right, bitch ass niggas. Now I'm pissed off.
And both black and also additionally other marginalized communities. Black woman, black gay male.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, go Chris, because when I start talking about it, I'm going to like talk about it.
So
Sharpie says Sonic wasn't on the clip. She said it was just her.
It sounded like Sonic on that bitch.
No.
She said it was her, Kai Kennedy, and Mike Z. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for correcting that.
Okay, so it sounded like him, but even still, I know Sonic is the pillar or figurehead of that community, right? So for one, Sharpie, since you in the group, I'm gonna address you because I'm a real nigga. I think that was fucked up that you ain't say shit, because you should have told that nigga a whole new asshole for that shit. Then I didn't even see Sonic say shit after the fact. I'm like, all right. I'm like,
at
all
least
right.
not publicly.
Right. But then what fucked me up was some little girl had all this little creepy shit to say about Mike, and now you got a whole statement. Sonic, my little nigga, and I say that because you my little nigga. Every time I look up on PSN, you and Ford playing Tekken and all kind of games together. I hop in, talk shit to you. We do what we do. Understand this, and I mean this in the most seriousness of seriousness. Nobody give a fuck about you being gay, bi, non-binary, none of that other shit. When people look at you, they see you as a black man.
Yeah.
Black first. Flat the fuck out.
That's it.
That's it.
Always.
So, you will always be black before you be any of that other shit you claim yourself to be, my nigga. So, as a black person, because I don't want to say man, because you like to, I want to be respectful.
He has different pronouns.
As a black, non-binary person, you are still black before anything. So, whenever there is any kind of injustice against black people, and you have that platform that you have, it is your responsibility to speak the fuck up. Not wait until some little white Asian girl come up with all these stories saying, oh, he was saying he want to suck my toes and all this. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, my nigga. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. What about this shit that my nigga said 2 weeks ago that y'all let slide? Fuck all that.
Mm-hmm.
He need to be canceled. That nigga Maximilian be on his shit saying all kind of fucked up shit. I have yet to see that nigga get canceled either.
It's funny because, I had seen, Adonis had posted a thing about Mike Z and Maximilian getting passes and F-Champ canceled. And people were saying, well, fuck, Maximilian did that on accident. And somebody told me he got dyslexic. So let me ask you a question. I'm not a rocket scientist. Y'all know I'm a dumb motherfucker. If I got dyslexia, what is the N word backwards? Because is it a word? Like, and why would you be reading that word that don't exist? I mean, it would be what? Regan?
Oh, right.
So what does dyslexia have to do with it? Now, he said it. I'm not asking the guy. I'm not, again, it's only up the block. And I go and I jump in my car and I drive to 7-Eleven. I get pulled over and the cop goes, "You're not wearing your seatbelt." Oh, I always wear it. I was just going for 2 seconds. Well, guess what I get? The ticket.
Yeah.
The fact that he said it should be a punishment. Minimal. 30-day suspension. He's not. He wasn't malicious. He doesn't have a track record of it.
And it's also, it wasn't even like with the F-Champ joke, where it was like something that was kind of like tone deaf in general. It was like very specific and like shocking that a developer said that. Because now not only are you making light of this specific situation, you're making light of the, oh my God, dozens of other black men and women and children that have been killed at the hands of police. Like, why is this funny to you? Because it's not funny to me. It's not funny to Chris. I have 3 older brothers and a lot of male cousins, my father, a lot of black men in my life. I have a lot of black male best friends. That's not funny to me. And
it wasn't funny, and not to make it sound on some thug shit, but I'm a hood nigga. Most of the OGs, my family sold dope, straight up. When my uncle seen that shit, cause I sold him that shit, cause he was like, "What the fuck is you over there on your phone typing so fast about?" I'm like, "Man, this shit's fucked up." And I let him see the shit. He was like, "Who the fuck is this bitch ass nigga?" He like, "Do we know?" He like, "Do we know we'll fuck his little white ass up?" And he was just going. And my uncle don't know shit about FGC, but he don't give a fuck about the FGC. To him, it's just clear as fuck that you was just being disrespectful as fuck.
Yeah, to an entire demographic of people.
And socially awkward is not a fucking excuse.
It's not, and I
don't understand that
coming up. It just made me angrier every single time I saw it. It made me angrier every single time I saw it. When people, but he's socially awkward. Okay. So, but he's a developer. He has a customer service related job.
And again, I see people get his nuts out of your mouth. Listen. I'm not saying the ban the guy forever. I'm not saying I don't believe in lifetime bans. A perfect example. Back a couple of events ago, Sharpie and me, we had words. Or she felt a certain way about me. But you know what we did? We sat and talked.
And that's what you should do.
And and I said, don't look at everything that happens on this show and think, well, he's just a dickhead. I am a dickhead, but I'm a different type of dickhead. Because I'll give you the shirt off my back if you're a good person.
Which is facts.
But the fact of the matter is, I don't have any issue with Maximilian. He never did nothing to me. But what he did say is something. If I turned around, and Melanie, you know this, because I've dropped N-bombs in the past.
Right, in a satirical manner.
And all it took. And you know what? I think it might have been Redline. Remember I told you that guy that commented on the one stream? He says, "Hey James, I love the show, yada yada yada. I just wish you wouldn't drop that word."
Yeah.
That was how. Have I said it ever since?
No.
No reason to. I don't need. It's not a word. It's not a word I need.
And guess what? I tell James all the time, "You my nigga. You can say it. I don't give a fuck." And James always say, "You know what? Because that one person told me not to say it and made him uncomfortable, I will not say it." And I'm like, damn. And I say, guess what? Fuck that nigga. You can say it. And I'm not going to say it. because I don't want to offend nobody.
It's no. There's,
So,
you know what? There's no need for it.
And there's also self-control because that's what adults have. And, you know, you can avoid completely saying certain things or making certain jokes or whatever. And, you know, with the Mike Z thing, it obviously other things came out because so for people that don't know, the I can't breathe joke was 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah.
And it happened and then it kind of lulled away. I kept popping off about it on Twitter because I felt very, you know, affected by that. But, you know, for other people kind of whatever moved on. Then everything that happened yesterday happened with the girl Bunny, what's her name? Bunny
Cynthia Bunny, yeah.
Yeah, she so okay, I've never heard of her before this. She's like a cosplayer or something?
We
or
don't
a
know.
gamer?
Some little rental girl.
Okay.
That's how I call it.
So, you know, and then she came out and she had this long statement, which is not very hard to find on Twitter. And she addressed that she was going to stop playing Skullgirls, which I don't think that the game should be blamed for either, and the other people that have been involved in making the game and promoting the game.
There was another guy. There was a Spanish guy. There was a Spanish guy that was going off.
Yep.
That the developer who worked for him.
Yep. He went in too, and he talked to. So okay, I'll talk about the girl really quick. So she said that he has sent her DMs that made her really uncomfortable, and they weren't like overtly sexual, but it was like cringeworthy and like sexual subjects were talked about, but it wasn't like here's a picture of my penis. Like it wasn't like something like that. It wasn't graphic, but it was definitely unprofessional. And it was cringe. It was very cringeworthy. And so
wait, he sent there a dick pic?
No. I said it wasn't that extreme. It wasn't.
I'm about to say I ain't see that part.
Yeah, no. I was saying it wasn't that extreme. It was like cringeworthy.
I'm about to say, yeah, niggas send dick pics all the time. Wait a minute.
Right? Yeah, no. It wasn't that. So no one in the chat take that and make it say no. It wasn't that. It was just like a cringeworthy conversation, and she said it made her uncomfortable. Which you have to, you know, take other people's how they feel, what other people feel. If they tell you I feel this way, then that's important. That's how they feel. You can't tell them no, that's wrong. So anyway, in the midst of her coming out, there were a couple of other girls that commented in her thread, and they also talked about their creepy interactions with him, or how maybe he like flirted with them in a weird way that made them feel uneasy or made them feel whatever. You know, and I have a lot more to talk about with that specific subject, but then I'll also highlight there was a guy who worked for Lab Zero, and I actually started following him on Twitter after that. And he talked about how he worked with Mike Z and was essentially racially profiled.
Yes. And
how Mike Z would make all of these off-color jokes about, oh, it's so cute that, and he's a Hispanic man. He mentioned that too, and he's always so cute that you know that you're dressed the way that you do and you like video games
for a hood, for being hood.
Right. It's insinuating that because he dresses hood or that's how he's comfortable, that he was a thug. And he talked about, here, let me find it so I can like say it verbatim because it was, and it's a lengthy thread. If you all get a chance to find it, definitely read it because it's a lengthy thread. I'll tell you all his Twitter handle too.
Y'all killed me because I definitely thought y'all said that nigga sent the dick pic.
No. I say it wasn't. I'm over here.
I'm over here dying.
So listen, hold up. Before you jump in, truth or dare, Chris.
Little white meat.
Chris.
Little white meat.
Chris. Truth or dare?
I'm sorry.
Truth or dare, Chris? Truth or dare?
Oh shit, truth.
Okay. Did you ever send a chick your dick pic?
Have I ever seen it?
Have you ever sent a chick a dick pic?
So I'm gonna be honest with you.
Be honest.
I'm like you're saying. I evolved a long time ago. You know
Thank
what I'm saying?
you.
So I don't send dick pics. I send dick videos.
Oh my. Let me just unroll this.
But to be fair, listen, to be fair, I'm not the type of nigga that'll just be like, you know, everybody somebody say, oh hey, how you doing, beautiful, and then bam, dick video. No, that's not me. That's some creep shit.
That's some creep shit, exactly.
That's some creep shit. Now I'd have had a chick be like, damn, you know, Caps, you kind of buff. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Chris, you know, I see how you look. You look like you can tear the pussy up. Let me see that. And they'd be like, let me get a dick pic. And I'll go above and beyond. I'll send a dick pic. I'll send a dick video. You know what I'm saying? I'll be, oh yeah, big dick. You know, you love that, don't you? I'm like, that's me. That's me. I take the extra mile. So, you know, that's me, though. That's Uncle Cap style. Everybody can't do that kind of shit. So... Next question.
In my old age, I ain't never done it. I'm sorry. I'm a dick pic virgin.
I'm telling y'all. I mean, let me tell y'all niggas something now. See, when y'all be taking dick pics, chicks know that the dick pic ain't really what it is, because niggas be doing all kind of awkward ass angles, trying to get the light on it right, trying to get from the bottom so they get the right angle to make it look longer and shit. No, nigga. Do the dick video so she knows it's real.
See, I tried to do it, and I took a bunch of, I took a bunch of pipe cleaners and wrapped it around it to give it like legs, and I got those little plastic googly eyes you see on puppets, and I put it on it to make it look like a puppet, and then I chickened out.
Yeah, see, and you know what I'm saying? And then pro tip, and then also pro tip, if you send the video while you're doing it, she can see how much it grow. See, niggas be trying to make it hard before they get the pic. We're trying to get the maximum efficiency out the dick so they can send the pic right. Oh, fam, let her see how it grow. That make her appreciate it. Let her appreciate the growth. You know what I'm saying? But once again, that's just Uncle Caps. I'm just letting y'all niggas know. That's it. Let her see.
Complicated.
I didn't know
it was like that.
Hey, Melody. Hey, look, all you gotta do is go on actionxx.com, watch the porno, get it going, and right when you about to start recording yourself. And she gonna be like, damn nigga, what's that? You just be like, that's dick.
This is so much tech.
But that's Uncle Caps though. That's Uncle Caps though. That's Uncle Caps though. I'm just letting niggas know the tech. So all my fellas out there, don't be fooled with the dick pic no more. Elevate yourself. Evolve, my niggas. Take dick videos.
So, okay, reeling it back in from that sidebar this was very entertaining, by the way. I've learned things. So, okay, so who I was addressing earlier on Twitter, his name is @Mr. Beezul. So MrBeezul. So he says, I can't specifically say a lot about what I would like to about working at Lab Zero publicly, but I will share this. I was made extremely uncomfortable by Mike Z. I was made extremely uncomfortable after Mike Z made racist remarks towards me on several occasions, after learning how he had sexually harassed a female coworker as well. That also happened. Let's see. Among other deeming forms of harassment, scapegoating, gaslighting, verbal threats of physical harm to me, Mike Z made an extremely problematic and racist remark to me a total of 3 times, each time which I politely explained to him that it was racist and asked him to never repeat it. And clearly he kept doing it. Later in the thread, he also mentions about how, also FGC, Mike thinks this of you too. He thinks all of you look like thugs. This was his way to justify his statement to me about how it wasn't racist or profiling. So I guess anybody that dresses urban is a thug according to him. The thread is a lot longer than that. It's literally like 12 tweets or something. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth the read. And this guy like directly worked with him, so you know, it can only be so many things to happen where the same people are saying the same things. And the thing about it is that's crazy is that all of these people clearly did not feel brave enough until now to speak up about it, which is fine. I mean, obviously, everybody has their own time to address traumatic experiences. But the fact that he outed himself on a stream is hysterical to me because he felt comfortable enough that he had clearly gotten away with this for so long.
You know what's watching the clip, the part of it that really had me like, wow, really, was like, it's like this day and age. Remember, I'm an old fuck, so you know, Sonic is a he. I don't have this new pronouns and all this other shit embedded into me yet. So like, I'll tweet something out, and I gotta reread it like 4 times to make sure I you know, because my common grammar is he this, he that, you know, him. I gotta double check it, and I do. But like for Mike Z, when he did that on the video with Sharpie, he was like, yeah, and that's like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 right. Mississippi, and in his head he's going, this is gonna be good. It's like you can't breathe. And I went, you gotta be fucking... I mean, I'm a white dude. And I was like, what the fuck?
Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor?
What?
Because I gotta know. Is Sharpie still here? Where's she at?
Is Sharpie still here? Let's see.
Or did she leave when I said what I
said? She might be just listening. Because it's still 180 people in the stream. Shouts out to y'all. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't want her to think it was just someone we trying to cut her up in pieces kind of shit. Cause
no.
You still my nigga, Sharpie. My little skinny honeydew. You still my nigga. But I do wanna ask you why didn't you say anything? Or why was the pause? Like why wasn't it like a an instant like reply to like just to tell that nigga not to do that? Like if you don't mind, James, was it like shock or was it kind of like a shock like this motherfucker really just said this shit, or was it one of those situations like you
just don't know what to say?
Like speaking about it today and speaking about it when it happened to me is different for me. That's why I want to know personally. For me, I want to know when it was said right then and there. Why didn't you respond right then and there?
For people that watch this later on and can't read the chat, Sharpie said she spoke about it on Ultra Chin earlier today, and she said it wasn't okay.
I mean, my guess, and again, Sharpie could tell me I'm wrong. My guess is because Sharpie's very embedded in the Skullgirls scene. She's a leader.
I love everything she do. I love everything she do.
I do too.
She's a leader of the scene, and you got the guy that's fucking programming the game that does this. And she had to have been between a rock and a hard place of, I want to call this motherfucker out, but I also got to think for the community, you know, for community that she's trying to grow, you know, and I think it just put her in a really uncomfortable position to have to make that choice. Because it sucks to make a choice like that.
So my question at that point is what's more important, the game or the narrative that Black Lives Matter?
I can't answer that.
That's where shit get blurry.
Yeah.
Is the game more important? Is your position of being a community person and keeping that position more important than calling somebody out for that bullshit?
The Sharpie said, again, for people that are watching this stream later on when it's on YouTube, she says, it wasn't about calling him out publicly. It was because I've personally not been comfortable talking about Black Lives Matter to other people because I'm considered very radical, which is fair because black people are going to talk to other black people differently than we're going to talk to like a white person trying to understand Black Lives Matter, and that's maybe a stranger, you know.
And that's true.
Which is fair.
Let me explain something to you, because I don't know how old you are, Sharpie. I can only assume that you're like 24, 25. when you black and people do fuck shit, no matter how radical, how awkward, how far off you are, when you stand up in that very moment as a black person, black people don't give a fuck about none of that other shit. It's just the fact that you stood the fuck up right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
You can be a nigga that nobody even fuck with from Bumfuck Hill. But
Yeah.
if you called a motherfucker out who was slighting black people and being insensitive about some shit that was just going on, we fuck with you. We with you.
Exactly.
We with you.
You know what? I'm gonna chime in real quick, kind of piggyback off of what you said, and because this made me think about when I read what Sonic Fox wrote earlier, because Sonic Fox addressed Mike Z about the bunny thing today, and he wrote like it wasn't a tweet longer, or maybe it was a tweet longer, I don't remember, but it was like some format outside of Twitter that he attached to Twitter. And he kept talking about, like, you know, how Mike Z had like saved his life, and it was like he was like such a close friend to him, and he was this and that. And you know, I've cut off people before who were like some of the closest people to me, because they were toxic. And you know, you can't even, but you know, if it's something that hurts me directly, you can't just block it out. But you can't just do this whole like, oh, you know, it sucks because he's such a good friend of mine, and I know it's messed up, and I know it's X, Y, and Z, and I know, but you know, at the same time, you should be able to be honest and be like, you know, like what we were saying earlier, hey, I'm a black man. That's not cool.
Right.
Why did you think that this was okay? Why did you think it was okay to approach these women in this way? Why did you think it was okay to profile this Hispanic man that you probably, honestly, it's the homeboy,
should have shanked his ass. But
yeah,
that's
that's when you go to HR about that, because you're literally harassing this man.
Edit that out.
And it's just, at this point, it's just such a thing where you don't excuse it. Like, if Sonic Fox has such a massive platform, especially after he won, what was it, at the Video Game Awards, you have so many people looking up to you, so many kids looking up to you. This isn't just FGC people. You look at Ninja. Most of the people that watch these gaming streams are not adults. Most of them are children. They watch YouTube streamers or Twitch streamers more than they watch television.
Man,
you're
you
a hero to some instance because you're representing them being different, you know. But if you're gonna stand up for LGBTQ plus issues and for the furry community and all this other stuff, stand up for being black too. And I know that he did mention that in his not in his apology, but essentially him addressing the XZ thing. And he also mentioned how, you know, he has a mental illness that doesn't really have him register aggression and things like that. But I mean, you understand when something is wrong, though. Like, ain't nobody happy 24/7. No one is happy all the time.
No
one. So that's a poor excuse when
watch
you
this.
have people looking up to you and you have this massive platform to call that stuff out and address it right when it happens.
Watch this. So you gotta, if you got a condition that you can't register aggression, you still can register something that's morally incorrect.
Right.
So I don't want to hear that shit.
Exactly.
I mean, I remember one time I told Sonic, and I said to him like this. I said, Sonic, you know, this is when he started getting a lot of wins under his belt. His name was getting recognition, and I said to him, first I told him, hey, Sonic, I'm gay. And he went, what? I said, I'm gay. I said, how do you know I'm not or I am? I said, have I ever told anybody I was? Well, you were married. I said, well, so was Tom Cruise. What's your point?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I didn't know Tom Cruise was gay.
So you know, he started getting. He started giggling. He started giggling, and I'm like, listen, dude, you know, I said I'm not, but the point is, I've never told anybody what my sexuality is because it's none of anybody's business.
Exactly.
You know, I said, but one thing you got to remember, you could take that fursuit, leave it in the closet, nobody will ever know you're a furry. If you're a gay man that has a feminine voice, you could walk around going, "Yo, motherfucker, I'll punch you out." They won't know you're gay. There's nothing you can do to make you not be black, and that's why you're black first, no matter what.
I guess my gripe with everything is, especially with the situation that's going on now with all this cancel culture, is that people not being themselves. They're not being their true authentic self. And I say that in the most seriousest of ways. Like me, I don't give a fuck who you are, where you are. If I feel slighted, if I feel any kind of way, when I see you, we gonna talk about it. And that go for friend or foe. Shit, me and Mel just had our first fallout ever. You know what I'm saying? And it was no, I did her no different than I do anybody else. I seen her, I say, nigga, what's up? Is it so you
came at you the exact same way.
Exactly. So,
and then James Switzerland MK has to come in and make the peace.
It's true. But my point is, you can't don't do favoritism. Don't choose when to be the stand-up guy and when not to be the stand-up guy. If you're gonna stand up for shit, stand up for shit all the time.
All the time. Exactly.
Don't not stand up on this situation and then because a girl feel creeped out, now you want to come play Captain Save Home. No, fam. No, it don't work like that. It don't work like that.
It does not. And it's, you know,
we didn't too much fuck with Guilty, but we made sure she got what she had coming. Yeah. We fuck with Chris Vine and he was doing the same shit, right? But we made sure he got what he had coming. Andre was my motherfucking nigga. And he was also sleazeball shit, but I made sure he got what he had coming. So don't think.
Oh my God, you made such a good point.
Don't think that we don't see that shit, my nigga. Stand up all the time.
Exactly. Like it. Okay, that is such a good point. To carry on from that with the he was my friend, specifically with Sonic Fox, because Sonic Fox made it very clear that he was super close to Mike Z. Yeah, sure, but. Like what you just said, Chris, we were so cool with Andre. And I had known Andre since he was a teenager.
Yeah.
I had been around Andre for a long time. He was like my little brother. He was like your little brother. He was a bunch of people's like little brother in the scene. And then when he started going down the wrong path and, doing this whole thing and then everything had come out, it was jarring. Like, I remember crying talking to Olivia, and it's just like you don't forgive people for like committing crimes.
No, I talked to Andre the first time he got arrested, and I said to him, dude, and I always would fuck around with him. I got pictures of me and him joking around. Always had good times at events, and I said to him, dude, you're not a kid. What you're doing, and I tell this to people all the time. And again, if it gets me canceled, I don't give a fuck. I did bad things. Go ahead and dig for my past. You're not going to find nothing because I know how to clean up messes. But I did things, and I've learned from my mistakes. The whole point of me telling people about, hey, don't do this, I've been through this, is so you don't have to live the same stupid mistake I did. Now, a lot of people will hit me up. Like I said, I'm jealous that the FGC is successful. Really? If this is what you're all calling successful, I want to go back to 1985, where there was no fucking bullshit drama like this. And I told Andre numerous times after it won twice, he got busted. And I'm like, dude, just stop.
Same shit.
And it killed me. To the last time when he got 2-year bid, and I was like, man, and when he came out, he seems like his attitude has changed. I talked to him once or twice. I said, I got no clout of getting you banned or unbanned, as far as like TOs go. But, I always liked him. When he wasn't doing scams, he was a good, personable kid. Man, not even a kid, a grown man.
It was disappointing.
Yeah.
It was extremely disappointing because he could have been so much better than he was, and Not to say he never has a chance of being redeemable or anything like that, but I will say this, to address, victims of any type of like assault, any type of sexual assault, any type of rape or anything like that, male, female, it does not matter. This is a general statement. These things are serious.
Yeah.
If these things really happen to you, report them. This stuff happens to a lot more people than you all realize.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could ask a woman close to you in your life if anything like this has ever happened to them, and more than likely they will say yes.
Yeah.
Is like that. Inside of the FGC and outside of the FGC.
We are not we are not the FGC police. That's what it comes down to.
Exactly.
Putting somebody on blast on this show doesn't get you the solution you want. It gets a guy removed from the scene.
Exactly.
All right, now what? He's still running around as if, well, fuck you. I don't care about games anymore anyway. And Steve Panther just said something that's so true, and I forgot about this. I remember the time, F-Champ is labeled as such a monster. I remember there was an event, it was one of those all Marvel things. I think it was up in Canada. And the guy was disrespecting Sherry on stream. And F-Champ got on the mic and basically threatened to fight the guy. So, I mean, again, everybody has redeeming qualities to them. Everybody is not the monster you think they are. I talk to Guilty, and I told Melanie today, I talk to Guilty a lot now. Before that episode, I was like, fuck Guilty. All I hear is this fucking disastrous, monstrous shit, that drugging people, doing this and that. And after talking to Guilty, and that's the other thing I want people to understand. Everybody that's ever been called out on this show, I'm not Jerry Springer. I don't turn around and go, you're the father, haha, see you later, I got my shit. I talk to every one of these people after. I still talk to Chris Bond. I still talk to Guilty. I still talk to Andre. And Guilty said, like, listen, I fucked up. But I never drugged people. I mean, I do my thing, and maybe I'm a little crass, rude, raw, and maybe I play the game a little too hard at times. But I've never tried to hurt nobody. I never tried to, drug them and rape anybody. But again, when you have people in the community that want to go out there and put it out there, and then backtrack it and say, oh yeah, no, it didn't happen, but you told us it happened 10 minutes ago. Now it didn't. Now it didn't happen. And it makes us so it's hard to fact check when the person telling you the story 10 minutes later is saying, yeah, I lied. And for that I apologize to Guilty, because again, I went into Guilty pretty hard that day.
So did I. And to tie back in. Not to cut you off, James, but to tie back into that, people can feel however they feel about the police, which is valid, however it is. But with things like this, in the FGC, outside of the FGC, if you are assaulted, you should report it to the police, because however they handle it after that, at least you still have it on record that it is in their file. It may not be solved today, it may not be solved tomorrow, it may be years later, unfortunately, or never, because that happens to a lot of people, and that's not to scare anybody. You should report it though, because you have a public record of it, and you will have the proof of what you're saying. So no one can come back and be like, oh, it's he said, she said, because that's what it turns into. And that's usually what it turns into. That's what we get called, saying that it's a he said, she said story, or we're backing all of these mysterious claims. Report it. Yep. If someone harmed you, go and call the police and report it right then. It's not going to hurt you to do that.
Yeah.
But and this is where knee-jerk reactions need to be. And again, it's so hard to figure out, who do you make the head of a FGC court? You know what I'm saying? Is it the TOs? Right. Is it the TOs? Because we got some shady fucking TOs too.
Yeah.
Also,
P.S. Jackal who is Watch the Armory in the chat, and D Nice, who was X-Fly Nation, wanted to jump on. I'm sure to talk about Sonic Fox and Mike Z.
All right, let me do this.
Because they have been having their own, posts and stuff about it.
I'm about to lock up the lounge and head to the crib and then hop on at the house. So let me lock it down, and I'll be back in like 30 minutes, y'all.
All right.
It's lit.
Yeah, because I gotta lock the business down.
Right.
gotta lock it down. Lock it down. All right, I'll be back, y'all.
All right.
Let's do this. Let's add. Let's see. Where are we? We're on this one. Let's add. First, we're gonna add Mr. Triforce. Can't forget about him. Let's bring him in here. And then I gotta add him over here if he's up still. There he is.
Oh, right, because he's not in America.
I'm solo.
You got video or no? You just gonna do or you just gonna do audio?
I'm just gonna do audio.
Okay, that's fine. That makes it easier for me. And then Jackal and D Nice, hit me up on Skype. You both should have me on there. What's up, Mr. Triforce? Hey, you missing the FGC or what?
We live in an age of technology.
You're married and stuff?
Well, I'm over here, so I can hear everything going on in the FGC. Just because I'm not physically around doesn't mean there's still players in EMP that's in the FGC. Like, I'm dealing with one crazy nonsense with one of our Smash Brothers players who they're accusing of anything but Benny has body in them, and the other one, he's not a part of the team, but he was a very long time ago, and he got caught on some shit. But
recently,
this is an ongoing thing. Don't this like literally earlier earlier today, one guy was talking to a girl who was underage. He didn't know at the time, but when he found out she was underage, he was like, maybe when she gets older, which is inappropriate.
Yeah,
I'm like, once you find out she's underage, you're supposed to say, yo, look, we can't do this, we can't be talking or anything. But the invite can be seen as grooming and all that other stuff.
Yep.
But that's got nothing to do with me because he's not a part of our team or any member or anything like that. But the other one is Benny, and they're trying to bury my peeps. Can't be about that. So, well, like I said, long story short, I'm still in the scene. It's just, as you already know, James, I keep myself at arm's length distance.
Yes.
So when things go bad, no one can blame me. Let's try to
facts.
But there's a lot. I took notes on what you guys were saying because a couple of things I wanted to comment on, and I don't even know where to start. But I would like to bring up something I really want you guys' opinion on this, right? Chris G and F Champ, right? Look at the comments that they made and what happened to them versus Mike Z and Maximilian. So my question to you guys is, does status and ethnicity shield you from the punishments you get in the FGC?
Mm-hmm. That's what Adonis was saying. He made like a whole meme about it.
Oh, yeah?
I agree.
Oh, I gotta go check that out on Adonis. Was it on his Facebook?
Yeah.
It's on his Facebook. He might have put it on Twitter.
And he did Twitter as well. He did on Twitter as well. I'm hashed in it, and we're getting all the well, you don't understand. Max was a slip of the tongue. Yeah, but it was in his brain.
Exactly.
Yep.
It was in his brain to say.
But again, as I keep repeating, I'm not saying ban the guy for life. I'm not about banning people for life. We all fuck up in some way or another. But it's like there needed to be some kind of punishment.
And I do agree with the statement, like, because I had, when you guys were talking about the Chris G and and the F Champ stuff. Like F Champ is a very vulgar individual.
Yes.
Yeah,
It
it
has
always
nothing.
has been.
He's always been that way. It has nothing. Like we all know that YouTube video, he was playing someone and he beat him and he's put his middle finger up right in the guy's face. Like he
Yeah.
was ready to.
Oh,
He was
that
ready
was
to.
who was that? Was not Gamer B. It was
Nah,
oh my god.
He was.
He was a top player too, but I know exactly. Was it Ramasan?
I have no idea who it was, but after he beat him, he got up and put his two middle fingers in his face like
Yes.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
literally
I'm sure
waiting.
that's somewhere online.
I think if the guy flinched wrong, F Champ probably would have swung at him. So it's like
It was KBD.
Okay, King Blue River. So
Yeah.
he's just
Or
the type.
KBR.
He's just the type of person that he's. It doesn't make a difference. The world could be burning. The world could be on fire. He's just gonna say some vile, crass, inappropriate shit at the time because he has this like fuck the world mentality. But it's not that he's racist. If anything, at the best he's just a bigot. Same thing for Chris G. But Chris G's situation, and this is not me trying to give any space to Chris G. Chris G's people. You have to have been in New York with Chris G
To know Chris G.
to understand.
That's fair.
So, and a lot of people don't understand. A lot of these guys have been raised in the hood. They don't realize this. They've been raised in the hood. And based on what I've known about Chris G, there's a lot of things about the pro-hoeing. Chris G has been at the Arc. He's seen the type of nonsense that goes on down there. He's been to Chinatown Fair. He's been to the gaming tournaments. He understands. You have three types of girls in anything, any form of entertainment, any type of industries. You have your consumers; those are the neutral girls. They're not really there to be a pro, and they're not there to try to be a pro hoe. They're just there to enjoy the event. Then you have the go-getters or the pro hoes. Let's not sit there and act like this is not something that happens. This has been there since the beginning of the FGC, and it will be there forever. It will never go away. So anyone who's trying to sit there and talk about, we got to stop pro hoes, that's like stopping. It's like
trying to stop cockroaches. It ain't going to happen.
No, there is no stopping.
Stopping.
Not at all. It's prevalent, and it's ingrained.
And then you have this is now the elite few, and the elite few are the ones that actually grind their way up to the top. And it's funny. Some of these elite few girls who actually are players used to be pro hoes, but they got in the game, dudes did them dirty, and they had to say, "Yo, screw these guys. I'm gonna have to find my own way," and they grind it to the top. And this just goes to show you that nobody is perfect, and it comes back to the point that I'm trying to make between understanding, forgiveness, and punishment versus hyperstanding, judgment, and execution, which seems to be the age we're in. Nobody wants to understand anything. Nobody wants to get to the context to see if the person's redeemable or forgivable, and nobody wants to give out punishment. People want to, you do one little thing, they hyperstand it or blow it out of proportion. Instantaneous judgment, execution right on the spot, which is, I guess, cancel culture. And it's like, it's just crazy. And it's like, who took a shit in everybody's cereal? And this is the problem that the FGC has. It's entertaining for me. It just really is. Sometimes, I'm bored and I was like, let me see what's going on in the FGC. And we just see these type of things going on. But, Chris said what he said. But, if anyone calls Chris a racist, then the entire scene is racist. You know why? Because when it happened at the time, why didn't the scene do anything about it? So, yeah. I'm like, so that's because Chris was a Evo champion. So because of his status, no one brought it up. But he hasn't won an Evo since, and he's now on EG, and we're in this Black Lives Matter hyper-standing of the situation. Cancel culture has now infiltrated the FGC. So let's look at everybody. Let's open up everybody's file case, see what everybody did, and let's just start burying everyone as possible. Well, if that's the case, you might as well just
bury the whole thing.
Close FGC. Close the entire FGC. Close the whole FGC. Just close the whole thing. And I'm glad that you guys are having this conversation because a lot of people aren't going to have the conversation. They just want to be on public opinion side. So if public opinion says cancel culture is the popular thing to do, no one's going to take a look at this each individual situation and try to have a conversation about it and come to a resolution. It's I know this situation all too well because I was the first canceled person in the FGC, which that's not possible. You can't cancel me. But the point is that they tried to cancel me, and that's why I said there's a big difference between Korn and EMP. My battles, if Korn is Malcolm X, then I'm Marcus Garvey. Yeah, a lot of you thought I was going to say Martin Luther King. No.
Well, I ain't going to lie. I said, is he going to make himself Martin Luther King, really?
I am not a pacifist. I am not. This is no kumbaya. No, and I am going to make it to the promised land. I am not letting my people get me killed. Fuck out of here with all that bullshit. But I'm on my real pro-black Wakanda forever Marcus Garvey shit. You know, while the guys are KZs and the Sanfords and the Javons and Rassans and Rogue Joshi hold it down in America, I'm here in Jamaica and back on the motherland trying to build. That's what I'm about. A lot of this Black Lives Matter, look, people understand there are two types of Black Lives Matter, really. There's one where you go to their website and go to the About section. Guarantee it. Then you have Black Lives Matter in the contextual aspect, which I wouldn't call it Pan-Africanism. It's really just Africanism, period. Like I don't subscribe to, I'm teaching myself to stop saying the N-word, stop saying black. We're Africans, period. Every little thing that we try to do, like black and brown people, and look, as far as white supremacists are concerned, if you have one drop of N blood, guess what you are? That's not our rule. That's their rule.
So, exactly.
That's
what I always say.
So, you know, and when you create these colorisms and all of these isms, schisms, fisms, and these labels, it just separates us. That's all it does. It just separates us.
It does, and it's you know, it's colorism is a whole other thing, and you know, which is also sad. And I do feel like people definitely kind of like almost drown in that too, where it takes away from a picture of it being like that we are all of the same race, but you know, then there's layers. And I understand, like, you know, maybe that it comes from a place of like not feeling represented if you're of a darker skin tone, or you know, a medium brown skin tone, which is portrayed a lot, and that a lot of dark skinned women do talk about colorism a lot, and you know, it should be talked about. But I do think that it is another thing that definitely kind of helps pull us apart, which is unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. But I there's a, like I said, I keep bringing, every time I come on this show, this conversation always comes up. What is it, Canada Cup? Yeah, it was Canada Cup. Coming back from Canada Cup with Yipes, and wow, it's kind of funny. Maxter was in the car with us when this happened, when I was talking to Adonis on the phone. Like, Korn was very necessary for the FGC, because there were certain things Korn was willing to do that I could not do because of what I was looking at long term. Korn's point of view of the FGC is that this is a part of their life that they're involved with, but it is not their life. So the game can turn off any moment, and they can punch a motherfucker in the mouth for talking shit. Unfortunately for me, this gaming is my life. Anyone who knows me, they know that literally is my actual life. And what I'm trying to do with gaming, because I see gaming in a different light than everyone sees it. I see gaming in one of the most prominent industries that African people globally can literally dominate. Technology and entertainment. That's all video games is. It's just technology and entertainment. And if you look at what African, aka black people, have brought to the FGC globally, let's keep this 100 billion. Real talk. There'd be no FGC if not for black people. Now some people are like, Triforce is quick. Keep in mind, the longest standing tournaments, organizers in the FGC in the US are all black. Final round, NEC, Battle at the Bay, which is now Evo. Shin Blocker, Eric Smalls, Tony Cannon, all black.
Yep.
To your facts, ladies and gentlemen. Number two. First esports teams for fighting games. Empire Arcadia. Black. It is important for a lot of you racist people out there. If you're not racist, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to you. But it's racist right. That you understand. We help build this. Now we are not 100% the scene. Obviously. The scene wouldn't anything out.
Hold on. It's echoing. I'm trying to. Hey, D-Nice, if you want to get on, you got to actually accept my invite.
Is it echoing on your end? Is it my fault?
I don't know if it's my end or your end. Talk now.
Hello? Testing.
It's not echoing to me. No one is echoing to me.
Hold on.
It's on the stream.
The stream is saying it's echo.
Yeah. How the fuck do you add somebody to an invite now on this fucking Skype? I gotta get rid of this fucking Skype, dude.
It's saying it's me.
No, it's both of you. It's me on my end, because I'm trying to add D-Nice.
Beefoo said it's a Skype call.
How the fuck do I add this dude? New contact. Paste.
Apparently only James is not echoing.
Well, you're both gonna echo because I got like 2 chats going on right now, so they're looping.
Oh.
But it's because I'm trying to add D-Nice and he's not in my list, so fucking Skype sucks balls.
So it's a good Discord, but they have Discord.
I was gonna do Discord, but we didn't expect to be doing a show this week. This was kind of
exploded.
So Discord sucks for this. Can one young ask him, how do you think us who are now older can use gaming to make an impact in a local hood where most economically educated people reside? Well, LeBron James is actually working on something where he wants to actually use money into young content creators and entrepreneurs and technology and entertainment section of the internet. This goes for like YouTube, Twitch, and all those other things. Trying to pour 100 million into it. So,
right. You know what? That stops the echoing. Hold on. Fucking annoying. Unfortunately, unless I could send you an invite, there's no way for me to.
And expect white people, Asian people, and anybody else to do anything for us. That's not how that works. We got to do for ourselves. If they want to help, sure, fine, we'll take it. But we got to do. But we gotta really hold our own people accountable. Like now, Jordan wants to get involved. Man, Jordan said, "I'm gonna give 100 million in 10 years." Like, come on, Jordan. Really, you're a billionaire. You're talking about 100 million in 10 years. Eat it with that shit. Like, come on, man. That to me, that shit is bullshit. Real talk. It doesn't mean anything. And I understand it's a businessman. It's like, okay, well, I just think he could spend that better, and have and do way more for us than just that. But people like Oprah, Russell Simmons, Jay-Z, it's up to them, to be honest with you. If not, then we take it the slow route, and that's where it requires we, the little people at the ground floor, to start building infrastructures and cornerstones so that the next generation can finish the work that we started, because we're not going to be able to finish the work. I'll be long dead in my grave before EMP ever really finds a true, impactful, whatever you want to call it. I wish EMP had the money that EG had, or the money that Echo Fox had. Like, if we did, all those guys would be taken care of right now. But we have to scrape from the hood, out of the arcades, and the hand wasn't dealt with us as good. But it's just crazy how, like, these guys have all this money, all this brand, and they still can't take care of their players properly. Whole companies get dissolved and all this other shit, and this is so much shit going on, James.
Yeah. Let me add this fucking dude in here. Let's see. Share contact, add contact. I don't know why this fucking... Why you motherfuckers... D-Nice, why you gotta come up with a special ed name? The fuck is this Fly, Die, Nice, 3? Why can't people just be simple? Triforce, Moxie, James MK. You can't fuck these up. Uppercase, lowercase, middle case. Man.
Are you calling him a thug, James?
I'm not calling... No, I'm not.
I'm joking with you.
Alright, so now let me see if I can fucking add him in. Fuck me, man. Alright, add. Hey. Let's see.
They're saying the audio is good now.
Yeah, I know. That's because when I'm trying to do 3 or 4 things at once. Alright, so now I got him in.
Yo, can you hear me?
Change your name.
You're a little low, but I can't hear.
I'll raise it. I'll raise it in a second.
Right. Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
D, what up?
Yo, what's good, everybody? First off, James, let me answer your question to that. So the spelling of the name, all right, D-I, that's my mom's first and last initials. NYC, obviously I was born here in New York, and I was born at 3 a.m. So that's why I came up with that name. Food for thought. I mean,
that's too much. That's too much. That's too much.
It's so personal.
Yeah.
I mean, of course you won't understand it. You won't.
Wow. I'm feeling a little profiled here. What do you say? Because I'm a white guy, I have no sentimental values?
No. I'm saying I can be white, black. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Your name doesn't. Your name. You know, I'm sure your mother's name is initials probably isn't D-I. You know
Actually,
what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's J-A-J-O.
Yeah. So, but no, for real though. Real talk. Glad to hear y'all again. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad y'all doing well. During these hardships, you know what I'm saying? Like COVID-19 is no joke, and we definitely take something like this very seriously. Yeah. So with that said, Mike Z, I already told everybody on my Facebook how I feel. Like, he's a cornball. He's a weirdo, and now I strongly believe that if those statements from Bezel, if those statements from Bezel are true, you get what I'm saying? Then he's a flat out racist. Okay, simple as that. Now, I'm just gonna be honest with you. That is a very uncalled for. And the fact of the matter is that he used us as an example. that we all look like thugs, basically.
Right.
The minorities, and that's not cool at all. All right, I'm not feeling that at all, and I feel some type of way. And Triforce, I was listening to what you were saying about FGC and built off us, and the main reason for that is because New York. You know what I'm saying? When you think of FGC, especially from the golden era, all right, you think of the most popular game at the time, which was Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and what's the first thing you think of when it comes to Marvel, right? You think of hype, right? You think of good shit, like simple as that.
But
So
to be fair,
To be fair, I was thinking about North Shore of Long Island, like up in like the rich part.
to be fair though, right? Because as for me being around 2002, coming around, it wasn't. Yes, I'm from New York. I represent the East. I get it, but it could not have been what it was if not for the West Coast. It's like comic books. Your hero is only good as your villain. The East Coast was only as good as its rival, the West Coast. Cali and New York made the FGC. That's the actual undisputed truth. Remember 2006, the Duck versus Sanford, that was the defining moment of the FGC, where Wizard and Tony and Tom, and at the time Seth was there, had to get all of the leaders of the new and old school. So we're talking about APOC, J. Cole, we're talking about Jaha, we're talking about Watson, myself, Executioner, Wigfall, all of those guys. We had to divide the room in half so you could have one side West Coast, one side East Coast. That was a defining moment that literally defined what the FGC was about. So it required both sides. But what put the FGC on the map, in my opinion, was the hypeness of the East Coast, specifically New York.
Right.
The hype from Justin to Sanford, Dipes, Dead Cell, Smooth Viper. I'm like, so many, like I said, Executioner, Chris Matrix. All of those guys provide that hype to rival what the West Coast had from their arcades, which built the scene that attracted Asians, whites, Hispanic. It attracted everyone from around
alike,
the
bro.
We here too. We here too. I know y'all was battling because of Big and Tupac, but the Midwest and the South was holding it down too. Y'all just didn't know about us yet.
No. We're not.
Nah, that's hold on, wait, hold on, Truck. Sorry, one second. Melanie, no, real talk. Like we knew about the Midwest, you know what I'm saying? We knew about the Texas players. We knew about them, you know what I'm saying? Like the Third Strike, even in Third Strike, the Nebraska tournaments. You get what I'm saying? We know about y'all.
We're not,
you know what I mean?
What we're trying to say is the rivalry brought together not just the nation, but the entire scene as a whole.
I agree. I totally agree. I was just joking.
When the East and the West was having their little battle, dudes was trying to forget the Midwest.
Who was playing catch up?
Yeah.
Well, not really, because Flo stepped in, started to bust ass, and the Midwest was like, y'all not gonna disrespect us. That's when the South final round, the dudes was like, remember, we may have held down Marvel and Third Strike, but East nor West had anything on Tekken.
No.
Tekken is a Midwest thing.
Yeah.
And
Midwest,
And anime.
South.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Job
That
and
was their
Anakin and all, they fucked both sides.
Slips.
Yeah, Slips. All of those dudes was, now don't get me wrong, you'd have a guy in the West Coast, Ricky was representing in Tekken, Sanford and a couple of other dudes was representing Tekken, but if they ever went to final round, or they ever went to Midwest
Texas
Championships at Texas Shore, they get fucked. Like, come on, let's keep this real. Like, they get fucked up.
Niggas like Crow, niggas like what's his name, Anakin, those young niggas, man. You know what I'm saying? Them young niggas be busting ass though.
So the thing I'm trying to say is that huge rivalry between New York and Cali brought I'm not even talking about just the country. I'm talking about the world. Yeah, you had Super Battle Opera, we get it. And remember how everyone used to say, oh, well, it's not as great as Super Battle Opera. Evil is evil, but it's not. Well, Super Battle Opera dead. Evil's still here. So now, just putting that out there. What the point was is that the FGC is an American design.
Yes, 100%.
It's an American design globally. So when you talk about the FGC, I know people are going to say, yo, but Japan may be better. I don't give a shit who's better. I'm talking about the scene, right?
Exactly.
The scene. The FGC, that's why I keep saying that when you guys keep saying like the FGC is dead. The FGC is not dead. The FGC is transitioning. Now the power of the FGC has definitely left the community's hands. But as we all basically said it, James, the FGC was going to give the power over to the suits because they want money.
Yeah.
They're stupid. They didn't look at this economically. Like they could have literally held all of these companies, Ransom, Namco, Capcom, everyone, and like, look, we running this. Y'all going to do it our way, or y'all don't make any money. They could have brought their money in, but it's like what's going on with Capcom Cup. Like all of this nonsense with Capcom Cup talking about.
Oh my god, I forgot about all of that stuff.
We are banning X, Y, and Z from our Capcom Cup, and whatever. And anyone who's a part of our Capcom Cup circuit must follow suit. Right there, if I was a tournament organizer, I'd have said, "Fuck you."
You won't pay. You ain't paying me enough.
Exactly.
Right.
You ain't paying me enough. Like first of all, don't try to strong arm me. See, people don't see they don't see what the suits are actually doing. When the suits do that, when they ban you from Capcom Cup and you follow suit, you just gave your tournament over to Capcom Cup.
Yep.
That's all you just did. You just
Be mindful. Hold on. Let me add to that too. Just so you know, for those that don't know, all right, Capcom Pro Tour, you know what I mean? Like to be like a part of it, you know what I'm saying? You got to follow by their rules. They got to tell you what time you have to stream. They got to tell you how it has to be run. You know, if you want a premiere event, you know what I mean? Like Capcom sending their own stream team, which is 10-0 to do it. Like you don't get that choice. So I just want to just throw that out there. And go ahead.
And so I've been telling people for the longest, the FGC simply has to follow one community. One community. There's a particular gaming scene that beats the suits every year in and year out.
Don't say Smash.
The international. If you look at Dota, that scene is literally held up by just the people.
Yeah,
facts. And they generate tens of millions of dollars for their circuit per year. And this is just the scene. To the point where the game developers or the game modders, if I want to call them the modders, there's a natural equilibrium in that community where the suits must work with the community. Unfortunately, in the FGC from tournament organizers to top players have given all the power over to the suits. So the suits can do whatever they want. 10 years ago, Chris G would have said what he said, F-Champ would have said what he said, anybody would have said Cyril Blast, low tier god, blah, blah, blah. There's a natural equilibrium. Tournament organizer that came, yo, cut the fuck shit, man. If you're not going to, I'm going to ban you from my tournament for the year. That's it. But now because everyone has to, oh my goodness, this guy said that, I need to be on the good side of the suits because they're the ones who bring in the money and they're going to give me the sanction to run their tournament qualifier for their big cup at the end of the year. So, shit, that's why I said Jabali made a huge mistake. Jabali actually set into motion the cancel culture when he did that shit with Cyril Blast. Listen, that's fuck shit with Cyril Blast and LTG. That should have just been its own shit. They should have sat there cursing at themselves, calling them each other N-words and whatever, as they've always been doing for like the last 50 years. Or whatever.
And that's another thing I'll call people out on too. I'm like, yo, hold on. Why is it not fair that other people get away with some bullshit, right? Some offensive shit, and nobody bat an eye? But I guess now everybody want to say, oh, he's saying this now, blah, 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 blah. You know, you should just ban him, cancel all that other bullshit. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of hypocrisy going on in this scene. But I want to give them. I want to give two people a shout out though. I want to give the folks at ECT, Katamari and Walter, because unlike some TOs, right? They stepped in and it was like, yo, F-Champ or whoever is no longer a part of ECT. They didn't wait on Capcom or whoever to do it. They took the initiative themselves. And how people feel about it is what it is. And mind you, ECT this year was supposed to be the place for the North American CPT finals. So that's a big tournament. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So shout outs to them, because they put their foot down and they are making decisions for themselves and for what's right. So just throwing it out there.
Should they be putting their feet down on a person's private issue? If LTG, if Chris G, if F-Champ had did what they did at an event, I can understand the ban. I don't understand what contract did they sign where what they do on their own stream. Now think about this. What LTG said, even YouTube didn't ban him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
So all right. So to answer your question, Troy Forrest, it all comes down to money. It all comes down. I mean,
we know this.
It's simple. It's a simple answer because you know how it is. They got the consumer. I'm not even talking about the suits. The consumer. The consumer. In our scene, all right, we have a lot of people that are part of the LGBTQ community. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what Triforce, not Triforce, I'm sorry, what LTG said, you get what I'm saying? I can understand if a lot of people from that community are offended. You know what I mean?
Let me bring up Moxie's point though. All right? He's been saying that about black women for years.
No, that's what I'm gonna get to. I'm gonna get to that. I was gonna get to that. My point being in this circumstance, in this situation, right? Mm-hmm. He was just saying some wild shit, and people was upset. And the fact of the matter is, Sarah, she never like went to the TOs or anything like that. Be mindful, she never snitched.
No.
And LTG was the one that actually snitched and be like, yo, what about this and what about that? All right. Now let's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta go both ways about it. You know what I'm saying? They can't be innocent. They're not innocent. They're not innocent at all, and they should definitely hold accountability. All right. As a man, like, let's say you get arrested, right? You go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gonna snitch on your man's? You're gonna put him down. You're gonna you're gonna get him locked up and get him hooked too. It's basically the same shit. Instead of you holding up your, you know what I'm saying, being oh man, I'm at a loss of words right now. I'm just saying, if you're gonna hold yourself accountable, just hold yourself accountable, bro. Be an adult. That's it. Don't be like.
But I agree with James what he says. This is not a life bannable offense. A life bannable offense is absolutely stupid. This is ridiculous. You ban them for the year. Listen, your behavior is unbecoming. We will not tolerate that type of behavior. Next year, be better.
You do what the Smash community did. You make a fucking rule book.
Exactly.
Oh my God, Smash community. All right, so even with the Smash community, this is why this thing is. Triforce, you are right. This scene needs a reset. It needs a whole reset, because just recently there was a guy that was part of the panel that made this rule of book of conduct
that broke his own rule. I know.
He got exposed for being a pedophile.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, now that's where, but the thing is this, okay? The community is their own judge, which makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. It's not like a board.
It's got like
the Council of Ricks. If anyone watches.
For example, I would make if I was to make a jury of my peers or judges, I would pick Vi. I would pick Rick. I would pick Big E. Mm-hmm. And then I would pick the Cannons. That's it.
I'll put Larry too, man. He put 20 years into this.
Yeah.
You know what though? The reason I wouldn't put Larry is I don't know where he is anymore as far as his heart in it. I would put him on there.
That's fair.
But he's kind of, he's been half in, half out. He's got his kid, his last couple of, not because of his event numbers, but because I just don't know where he is, and I don't know if he's still vested in. That's why I passed him up. But two things have to happen: black representation on the board of these court, and equal justice across the board. Everything Black Lives Matter is saying now needs to be applied to the FGC. Because if you look at the bans that are handed out versus white folks breaking the rules and marginalized and minority people, it seems very skewed. LTG black.
Someone
It is.
snuffed a dude, cold snuffed a dude in a tournament
And got nothing.
Did not get life back.
Did not get banned.
Banned.
Okay.
That's a life. First of all, that's not even a life bannable offense. That is a prison offense. You go to jail for that.
Yes.
Literally, and this person is still walking these streets.
That is assault. Okay, I do want to say this though about the council and the banning and things like that. I agree with you all that I don't think that like Chris G Chris G didn't get a lifetime ban. He just was kind of like you're whatever banned from the Capcom tour or whatever. Not that there's a tour right now, but I don't think that any of those four, LTG, Zero, F-Champ, Chris G, I don't think any of them deserve a lifetime ban. I agree with Triforce with that. It should be, okay, this is a year, you're an idiot, here's your punishment, do better, and if you don't do better, then the punishment will escalate, whatever. Either you respect the community or not. However, what I do think lifetime bans should come from is actual crimes. If you have physically assaulted someone and they choose to press charges against you, if you can go to jail for it, then that's your ban. If you have raped someone, if you have touched someone inappropriately, whatever, that's where, if you're a pedophile, that's where if you have the potential to harm someone else or their children,
What about
you
race?
don't need to be there.
I don't know if you mentioned race. Anything about race?
Race? No, not permanent.
Yeah, no,
You
that's
don't think, hold on. So,
not permanent.
You don't think race is so by your decision, by saying that, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Donald? I'm gonna use Donald Sterling for example because he got banned. So did you feel that he should have gone? He was the Clippers. He was the former Clippers owner.
Oh, okay.
He got.
It's basically
Yeah.
No, it was a Lakers because Magic Johnson took over for him. Remember?
No. It's
Clippers.
Was this the coach that said about the nappy-headed black?
Nah, he was
the one with the girlfriend who he said, "Come on, you can't be hanging out with black guys."
Oh, him. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that.
He got banned for life. Do you agree with that decision?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't agree with that.
No, I do because yes and no. It's twofold.
I think it depends on the situation. I do think it depends on the situation because, I'm sorry, James, just really quick. Like what we were saying earlier about, okay, I feel like there's a difference between bigotry, like you're doing and saying something ignorant in a specific instance, and a pattern of racism.
Okay, so hold on. So, because this is where I'm gonna get to my point here. So, judging by Mike Z's actions, calling us thugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like he should be banned for life?
Yes.
Well, nah, I can't agree.
Yes, I do because it's various situations.
It's compounded. It's compounded also. It's not
over
just
time. Multiple people.
May I interject for a second? Okay, so because I'm not even playing devil's advocate. Remember when I mentioned the thing between understanding and understanding, forgiveness, and punishment. Now, you have different types of people in the world, And society has conditioned us to have a preconceived notion about many things, from our religion to our sex, from politics to our race. This is where prejudice, discrimination, and bigotry comes from. No one is born a racist. You learn it. And society is the greatest teacher of it. The FGC isn't racist because we have a couple of racist people in it. The FGC is inherently racist, naturally. It is normally, the scene is racist. Back in the in the early 2000s, when I was rocking, I had TOs still, well, they're not TOs anymore, but they run certain establishments in the fighting game community, call me the N-word in my face. And I deal with the situation differently because, one, I'm in New York. I have to look at the totality of the situation, I can't look at just how I see it. I have to look at it from the world's point of view. A lot of white people aren't racist because they want to be racist. You have to take it into mind. How many of these white kids who are now 20s and 30s and 40s right now grew up in a household that supports everything the Confederate supports and they're about? They've never been held accountable for 20, 30, 40 years growing up for any of the bigotry that they have, because my concept of racism is different from how the world looks at racism. Racism is when you apply bigotry into action. I'm going to use my power to subjugate you because I believe you're an inferior race. That is racism. Sure. Everything else is bigotry. Your opinion which is all based on preconceived notions, based on society, upbringing, schooling, economics, political, sexual lifestyle, etc., to make you have that prejudice and discrimination against other people because you're intolerant to their point of view, opinion, lifestyle, etc. Look up the word bigotry and you'll be like, oh, I think we're throwing the word racism out way too much.
No, I totally understand what you're saying. Before you had mentioned that, I was going to say a similar thing to you about how racism is learned. It is always learned. And I feel like a lot more often than not, people who are racist can unlearn it and learn better, behaviors and things like that. Or any form of hate, homophobia, whatever, they're going for, sexism. But I do not feel like anything that is a sex crime can necessarily be unlearned.
No, that's a problem.
That's a different thing, and they should be banned for life for stuff like that.
That's a different situation altogether. But racism can be unlearned.
I do agree with that.
You have to punish the person. If we live in a society where we're not going to punish and correct the behavior, if we're not going to do that, then you know what's going to happen? Since certain people who have these bigotry and racist tendencies, they're going to be like, well, if I'm caught, I'm done for. So you know what they're going to say? Fuck it. I'm going for the gusto, balls on the table. Because it's like, there's nothing, if I'm going to rob a bank and the police are coming, and it's like, okay, if I get arrested, they're going to give me the chair. Then you know what? If I know I'm getting the chair, guess what I'm thinking? How many police officers I'm taking with me?
10 you take down.
I'm not going to the chair.
Yeah.
Somebody coming with me. I'm dying today. So if we do that to people who are bigot, prejudiced, and have racist tendencies and discriminatory, and yes, you can have racist tendencies and not be a racist.
Thank you.
We said that earlier in the show.
And not be a racist, because you can't, as long as there's an opportunity to correct it, there's a chance that you may not be a racist. This is not, so for all of you actual racists out there, like, yeah, try to understand, man. Now we get a way out. No, motherfucker, you don't get a way out. We're just trying to be what you aren't, a piece of shit.
Exactly.
All right, so.
That's it. But if you find out you're a piece of shit, we're gonna fuck you.
Well,
yeah, I agree. I don't
know about fucking
them. This is where I wanted to bring up, right? So with Mike Z, and I've said this many a times, and I think people, the community, the Skull Girls community, I'm not just talking about the FGC, I'm talking about the Skull Girls community, all right? Right now, Evo, they posted numbers, right? And they got like they were number one. I think they were like 1,200 people entering. So I don't understand why. I would hope not all of them would play the game, because if it was me, I wouldn't play the game. I wouldn't show any support, because as long as he's still employed for that company, Lab Zero Games, I'm not showing them any support, because here I'm looking at it like this, right? If I'm going to keep playing the game and trying to tell people to play the game and stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? They're going to get more traction. They get more traction, they get more money. And then who gets more money? Mike gets more money. So I'm going to let this piece of shit get more money?
No.
Well, but that's how you fight. That's how you really fight. That's what I'm trying to
get at, bro. See, Strikers. This is why I fucks with you, bro. This is why I fucks with you. You think it like.
Yeah, don't buy it. Look, listen, Mike Z did some racist shit. You know how you get the board to get rid of Mike Z? Drop your sales. They're gonna be like, yo, Mike, because of your stupid little fucking comment, we just lost a bunch of sales on our game, and guess what? The board votes and remove his ass. That's how you deal with these people. Hit him where it hurts. The money, the real color that matters.
Thank you. There's nothing worse. Yo, listen, I tell everybody this all the time. There's nothing worse, because early 2014, I lost my girl, I lost my job, I lost my home, I lost everything. Ain't nothing worse when you be broken and a fucking bum. Nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than that, having a fucking income outside of cancer or losing a family member. You know what I'm saying? But ain't nothing worse than that. That's what you heard. That's what you really affect. If you really want to learn your lesson, you got to do something that will make him learn their lesson. Him being banned at fucking tournaments is not doing shit, because he's still getting paid. He's still employed. And speaking of employed, hold on, let me finish this. Speaking of employed, right? Lab Zero Games has yet to make a statement.
Nope.
All right. What does that tell you?
I didn't know that.
That's mean. That's mean.
What does that even? Yo. I love y'all. You know, I love the FGC. I love Grand Blue. I've been playing Grand Blue hardcore recently. I love the game. I love the scene, because I love fighting games. It keeps me cool. It keeps me calm. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn well, if any one of those devs trying to pull some racist shit, you think I'm gonna still play that shit while he's still employed? Hell fucking no. Because I look like a fucking hypocrite. They're the ones that's winning.
But you want to know something? Here's the problem. The FGC talks BLM till it's blue in the face, and it really doesn't mean shit to them, because the fact of the matter is, as long as their game is okay, with all this shit going on with Mike Z, I put out DJ in Watermelon Pants. I put fucking the release of fucking Rashid on 9/11, and his background is fucking him fighting on a plane with a backpack. What the fuck does a sheik need a backpack for? Oh, that's right, because they make it look like a bomb. But yet they'll call all that shit out that fucking F-Champ did, and this person and that person. They don't care. Look. Balrog's likes and dislikes. He don't like math, really? Because, you know, growing up as a kid, I'm sorry to throw the stereotype, I was always told black kids didn't like math. Yeah. And they put that in his bio. They've done this forever.
Yo, I know you're gonna front. I kind of still feel a way about Dragon Ball Z in the franchise, even though that shit's godlike. I still feel a way how he did Popo.
No,
you know what I mean?
Now you have to also, like I said, you got to take things into context. If you notice, they're literally the way they're retconning Dragon Ball Z. They're trying to remove Mr. Popo. Yeah, in the manga he's still there, but you don't really see Mr. Popo.
Yeah, I get that.
And things like that. And yes, Mr. Popo, ideally the character was racist, but he's become the character was based on racism. But I don't know if you noticed, when they made GT, the entire purpose of Oob, right? And remember, Oob was supposed to be the second strongest character outside of Goku and at Vegeta at the time. They were trying to make up, because it was addressed. I don't know if you know that, but you got it. Everything has to be taken into consideration. All changes made by money. You hear them in their pockets. Game.
Yep.
When Mike Z made that statement, tournament organizers could have said, listen, until we get an official statement from the company that creates Skullgirls, your game is banned from our tournament. Yep. I bet you 24 hours, you hear a statement from that, and Mike G gets fucked. They're gonna pull his pants down and fuck him in his ass.
And this is kind of what happened with Chris G, right? Because you know the situation when they I guess they made a profile piece about the new CEO. Like, not many people knew that she was CEO a year ago, as James said. So the narrative, right? The replies, about 80% of those replies were, "Yo, y'all still got Chris G hired. Yo, y'all still got Chris G hired. Yo, you still got Chris G hired. He's still EG. He's the blah 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 blah. Chris G, Chris G, Chris G." You get what I'm saying? The CEO was tagged. You gotta understand, the CEO was tagged. And mind you, this is where I feel like EG is poor management, because they should have, if they would have just done what they were supposed to do from day one, we would never gone to this situation in the first place. But now, because the cancel culture, right? Twitter is probably the number one social app right now in the world. So everybody goes to Twitter to see what the hell everybody talking about. They see that, it's a problem. It's a problem.
I don't. You guys are giving way too much credit to cancel culture, to be very honest with you. The problem with cancel culture being so powerful is that people don't want, if cancel culture approaches you and you say, okay, I'm going to be accountable, cancel culture can't cancel you. It's when you run from it. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. All Chris G has to say, and all he had to do, and he shouldn't be convinced to do this. This should have happened eons ago. When he made that statement and whatnot, he should have said, listen, I apologize. What I said was very, disrespectful and insensitive and the whole 9 yards. I have to be a better person. I'm going to work on being a better person, etc. And that had been the end of it. Probably date a black girl here and there, and whatever the case may be, and get over it. Like, there's so many public, relationship stunts you could do to get out of the situation.
Nah, he's right though. He's right. He's speaking facts.
Dude's taking the long.
Chris G sitting in a club with 4 black girls, 2 on each side of his arms.
He's secretly in the stream taking notes right now.
With his ponytail cut off and laid in the middle of the table. I'm a changed man.
Once he gets that black pussy, he changes up big time. It always changes. It changes every man. Trust me. The white man has been to the islands so many times. They're in the islands right now. You know how many white people don't want to go back to New York because they're in Ochi Rios with our old black women. James, when you coming down there?
I don't know. I'm working on it. I gotta get rid of this COVID shit.
Yeah.
You
have COVID?
No, I just don't want to fucking get it.
Listen,
right now they told every country's telling Americans, yeah, you're all banned from coming to our places. The fuck you talking about? What the fuck you talking about? Us coming to you? No, you can't come to us.
Yeah, but Trifle absolutely is right. If Chris would have made a very sincere apology, right? Because I'm gonna keep it a buck. That apology that he sent it wasn't that convincing, But this is where EG fucked up. See, EG could have. This is why. That's why I feel like most of these people in esports. That's why people in esports. There's a lot of organization that doesn't last. And just as Charles said, poor management. This straight up poor management. You gotta understand that you gotta teach your players, right? As a manager, you gotta teach your players not about just games, but how to conduct yourself as an adult. Because now you're in the spotlight. All eyes is on you.
Wait a minute. Time out. You're giving these guys way too much credit. You think they give a fuck about the players to want to teach them anything? The players are literally miners. They're there to make what I mean miners, like mining in a
coal mine.
A coal mine. Yes. They don't.
Listen, man. Look good. You know what I'm saying? People love positivity, right? You know what I'm saying? You want to target the kid. That's what you gotta teach them, because at the end of the day, as a manager, you're gonna get more money. All right.
So look at it this way. Think of it this way, though. And all the apologies, all the bullshit, talking about years later. We know this. Every sponsor does 3, 6, or 12. Those are the contracts. 3 years later, that means Chris signed 2 new contracts after this happened. And they were cool, knowing he said what he said and his apology. Now who do you put the responsibility on then? Now, if you turn around to me and D-Nice, you sponsor me, and I say some, Melanie nappy head girl or whatever, And they're like, and you're like, yo, Jimmy, you gotta say an apology. And I'm gonna say, dear Melanie, I'm sorry you were nappy head girl. And you're like, all right, Jimmy, that sucked really bad.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. Because now, when you think about it, right? Like, if EG didn't do any action. In fact, from what Chris said on the stream, right? If you watch the stream, he mentioned that they had a conversation about this. They're basically trying to put this under the rug.
Yeah.
So you gotta open your eyes. You gotta open your eyes and see where the problem lies, bro.
But be nice. That's the point I'm trying to make. That they have no interest in helping the players. The players are simply there to make them money. They got rid of Chris G. All right, what is Chris G really gonna do? He's gonna get a lawyer? I don't even think EG even thinks Chris G has the brain to go get one.
It doesn't even matter. It wouldn't make any sense because you gotta understand legal fees. All right, how much you can really get back. It wouldn't make any sense.
That is exactly what. No, it would make sense if you're focusing on the principle of it. But that's the reason why they don't care. They never had any long-term goals with Chris G. Chris G was to fill in a void, a void of Justin and other people leaving. That's it. That's all Chris G was there for. They never had any long-term goals for Chris G. This is what the suits are about. The suits don't care about any of that nonsense, man. Listen, you're here to produce money for us. The minute you no longer can produce money, goodbye. And once they started bringing up Chris G's situation because of the intensity of Black Lives Matter even happening, there's like, yo, listen, we can't keep you here. Although what you said happened 3 years ago, it's retroactively being brought up today because of what's going on in the Black Lives Matter. And we're losing money, and it's making it look bad for us PR. They didn't have the foresight or the, what's the word for this? The moral dignity of saying what you said was wrong, and if we're going to bring you on this team, we want to help you, and we have a fiduciary duty to our audience and our community and our consumers to make this right.
See, now, let me twist. Wait. Let me twist this with a little side note here. So, EG is trying to take the right route, as they make it look like. I'm not going to call anybody out personally, but now you got a player that basically defends a racist statement. Oh, and also runs his own little fucking porn Twitter site, but yet that's okay?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Oh.
Whoa.
I'm just saying,
James, DM me the name, please.
Yeah.
Listen. You want
their own porn? Who owns their own porn site?
Porn Twitter.
Nah, yeah, you gotta DM me that, bro. Yeah, that's wild.
Listen. You guys are sly, foxy guys. So you do what you gotta do.
I'm trying to get this. Where's the chat, D? I can't get.
Yo, listen, man. Look, I'm gonna be honest, right? You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong about being freaky, but you gotta understand. You gotta learn how to control yourself, man.
I already told you who.
Just control yourself, bro.
I already told you who, and it's the same team.
I don't see it. Wait, Melanie, you're typing it to me because I don't.
No, nobody's gonna type it. You're Sliff. Okay, I guess you're gonna.
Nah, y'all lying. Stop.
Yeah,
man. I don't believe it. We gotta have a talk. We gotta have a private talk about this one, man.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna be that dick in the room right now.
Yo, people, once I'm done, I'm calling you right after this, bro.
You know something, James? This is perhaps one of the greatest e-files I've never had. Like, that's wild.
Yo, listen, man. Hold on. Listen, there. Back to my Z thing, right? I wanna touch that before I bounce. So you gotta understand this, right? Triforce, you know how I feel already. Hit him where it really hurts. Hurt his pockets, bro. Because him not going to events, him not commentating, he's still gonna get money because he's still working for the company, and also the company hasn't made a statement yet. So yeah, you kind of want to think about that too and see how they feel about it. You gotta understand, man. It goes beyond the person, man. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta dig deep. and
I don't want it. By the way, not to interject, Triforce. I don't want to hear no fat.
What? No, wait. Oh my goodness! I shouldn't clip this, should I?
No, you can.
This is dangerous.
Yo, man, and in general, we just got to do better. And if you go, for Evo, man, please, I beg y'all, man, if y'all into the Skullgirls tournament, you know what I mean? Like, just don't play. If y'all really want to make a statement, if y'all really want to be about that life when it comes to Black Lives Matter, don't go halfway. You got to go all the way. You got to go 100%. Because you go halfway, right? People are going to see that and they're going to take advantage of it.
Yep.
So just be mindful. If y'all really want to make a powerful statement, I understand y'all love the game and all that, but it hurts. But you know what I'm saying?
It don't hurt.
You gotta be strong. You gotta be strong.
The game's gonna beat it tomorrow.
Yeah, the game's not going anywhere. All you're doing is you're holding the people responsible, accountable. Like the company needs to say something, right? And the company needs to seek appropriate action against this guy, this dude, or whatever, Mike Z, and that's it. And if they do, all will be well in the following years. But if they think he's gonna get, you see, when you don't do anything, these guys start to feel they're invincible.
Yeah.
That they can't be touched.
Then you have Mr. Wizard moments where he talked down the poke chop like that. Yep. That's how you get that. They feel they're listen, Markman, Wizard, y'all ain't shit to me. You ain't never been nothing to me. You know, these people that have these egos in the scene, Jeb Bailey, you ain't never done nothing for me.
At all.
You ain't even been civil with me. D-Nice, I've met you a million times. Triforce, Melanie, we've all talked, we've all kicked it. Ain't none of these motherfuckers ever sat down and said, hey, Jimmy, let's talk. Right. Even Rick from Combo Breaker at least had the balls to come and talk to me. Not as James MK of the On Blast Show. My name's fucking James. My name is not James McFink. You know, and if you sit and talk to me as a person, then you get talked to as a person.
Bailey sat and spoke to me one time at Evo. It was like at an Evo after party. It was Evo when I sprained my ankle. And he sat and like tried to have like this normalish conversation with me. And he was being cool because he did this. Okay, remember I told you about he had done the whole "why do you hate me" thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't hate you, bro. Like I was like, I don't even know you enough. Like, why do you think critique is me hating you? I don't know enough about you to hate you. And it just wasn't that deep. And it was cool. You know, we chopped it up, but then after that, then he denied our panel for CEO. So it's like, so who's really scared?
Yeah, I don't know why. Triforce, I don't know why he denied our panel for CEO. I think that would have. I would have thought that would have been godlike for his event.
That's what I said. I thought it would be entertaining.
Like I said, y'all have. Hold on, real quick. Y'all have every right to have y'all opinions about people. That Mr. Wizard thing and the pork chop thing, I'm not feeling that 100%. Mm-hmm. So you know, I kind of do feel the way about Mr. Wizard, and I agree. I do feel like he does have this egotistic mentality. You know what I mean? Like, and then I think he's afraid of confrontation. That I can't say, because if you do say something to him like as a reply, like a really important question or something like that, he'll probably will block you. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I see that. You know, Markman has been cool. You know, like Markman helped me out all the time, man, working with them at Evo. So I can't say anything bad about him. All right. What I can say is we all need to work as a team. You know what I'm saying? Because this is why the Smash the Smash scene, because they're trash right now. That's why I'm saying it. But this is why the Smash scene, right, is so far ahead of us, because they are working together.
Yeah, but wait. Are they ahead of us? Are they ahead of us? Think about this. If all of us right now, everybody in the stream, the whatever amount of people in the stream, put money into a fucking pot, and we all play a game for it, is that making us ahead of it? Because that's no different.
No, bro. I'm not talking about just that. I'm just talking about like, all right, think about it like this, right? This is why, like, you don't see the big house beefing with what's another major? Help me out. CEO Dreamland. No, that's a bad example. No, not CEO Dreamland. Give me any Smash majors. I don't.
Genesis doesn't.
Genesis. There we go. Genesis. Perfect. So let's say the big house. You don't see the big house beefing with Genesis. You don't see Genesis beefing with
and people saying yes you do, and you see something they do more fucked up, like they'll turn around and they plot. So
what are you talking about?
Smash Scene.
Smash
Scene will turn around.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
All right, listen. D-Nice, listen. I'm telling you this off the strength of what I know. The Smash community has been decimated in the last year and a half. Best believe the FGC is in a with all the shit going on in the FGC, it's in a far better condition than the Smash Brothers community. The Smash Brothers community's entire existence, literally coming from Melee moving forward, was only kept together by Reggie. Once he left,
done.
Okay, so recently then, all right, cool.
Yeah, it's a recent thing. All
right. So no problem. My apologies. I'll take that back.
As Reggie stepped down, the Smash Brothers community took a sharp fall off the cliff. Huge
okay, all right. Fair enough. And my apologies. I will take that back. So, because like I said, I don't keep in touch. I don't follow up on what's current. But what I do notice is I do notice their growth. All right. So
when they were unified, they were infinitely better than the FGC.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at that time, I guess during their growth and their rise. So my apologies to everybody that was against my take on it. But my point is though, because we're too divided. All the TOs have different point of views or whatever, and because of that, there's no unity. So you know what I'm saying? As a TO, you're a leader. We look up to you because we go to your events. You know what I'm saying? We're basically supporting you by you supporting us. And there's like a difference. I mean, there's so much things that we could have done. I can go from day one. I don't want to even get into it. But my point is though, is like without unity, we're not gonna make it far. We're really not.
And there's not gonna be unity because there's too many greedy TOs. Too many TOs that want to control it all. Too many TOs that want to be Evo. Right now, CEO is the wannabe, and I would put Combo Breaker as the Evo. The way I look at the events the past couple of years, Evo's been a fizzle, but Combo Breaker's got a steady growth. Rick does it well. Rick treats everybody well. You know, Alex is chasing a loss. Alex, you know, I would love to look at Alex's books. For the money that he puts out to the money that comes in, he's not making bank. You know, to be honest, none of the TOs are really making bank. I mean, I remember back in the day the argument, TOs are making $70,000. How are you making $70,000 when like $40,000 comes in?
Why do you think they got to sell merchandise?
Exactly.
If that was even the case. you know what I'm saying? Why do you think they got to charge people for booths? Why do you think they got to all this extra stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like that. Yo, listen, man. Renting a space is not cheap.
No, and people
especially
think
in a major city.
People think you just go in there and you sell your room block and you're good. Really? That's all you think it takes, selling a room block. Now let's just on the room block thing. Let's shift the subject to the side a little bit. Y'all motherfuckers really think you're coming back to the FGC offline the way it is? You are high, like not high like smoking your fucking 420, like shooting heroin speedball type of fucking teeth rotting out of your heroin addict mouth high. Because there's no way. Think about this. Every hotel you've ever been to that you've had your parties. Remember those money matches in the room? They're not happening anymore.
Nope.
There's no way a hotel is going to allow 30 guys hanging out in a room. Oh, well, we're wearing our masks. They're going to be like, we don't give a fuck. We got other guests in here. Those nights of like meeting James MK outside, smoking 100 cigarettes and drinking, ain't gonna happen no more. There ain't gonna be loitering in the hallways all night. The 24-hour arcade, gone. Y'all getting ready to play your pools? Remember that big crowd that was cheering you on? 6 feet behind your ass. And after
and spaced out.
I don't know why people thinking about the future, right? And then the fact that there's no vaccine for the virus.
I still don't understand how CEO is supposed to happen in September. It's not. I don't know what the
Texas Showdown. Texas Showdown in September. Yo, you bugging. Y'all bugging.
Yeah,
you think I'm gonna go to that? Bugging. Get out of here.
I don't know why the entire esports scene, it has two choices: go virtual or cancel the season.
Just add rollback. That's it, man. Just add rollback.
There's nothing wrong with canceling a season. Sports has there are many sports that had an entire year locked out. Cancel the season. Just cancel the season. Prepare for next year. If they took the time, if they took the time to say, okay, let's cancel the season. Let's prepare for 2021. And while we're preparing for 2021, this is what we're going to do. We're going to prepare an alternative, an online virtual, in case the country or the world does not get back together. We have a virtual version for it. Or if the world gets back into order, then yeah, we can have a big event. But like, and to be very honest with you, I would be working on getting the virtual, because like, here's a reality behind it. Like,
roll back, please. Roll back.
This is all about money, man. Global economy. Yeah. So I like, even if the world recovers and you open a business, who's going to be able to afford to fly out to Evo?
Yeah, not even that. It's like, listen, think about it this way. Do you really, your little old grandma that's at your house, we all go to these events already, yes? Gamers Age is floating around every event we've been to for the last 20 years. You go to the event, you have a good time, you come home and you're like, why the fuck is my lung on the floor? And you go, oh, that's right, I hung out with the dirty swamp-ass people.
Who don't wash their hands. Why is that so difficult?
For those that are new, there's a term. There used to be a term called it still is a term. It's called the Evola.
Evola, yep.
But my point is this.
That wasn't no joke. That was real.
But my thing is this. So you got fucking Gamers Age running around the event. Plus you got people that could potentially have COVID. Are you willing to take a chance just to go push a couple of buttons? You bring it home to your wife and kids or your grandmother? Mm-hmm. Also, you can have, and I seen Alex out there. We're gonna be in December. If y'all motherfuckers gonna sign that waiver, you a fucking idiot.
An idiot. Taking pictures of the video because it keeps popping up on my Twitter, and it's like, let it go, please.
Yeah.
For this year, just let it go.
If anything, COVID-19 is probably a blessing and a curse, because
I think it's a blessing.
Reset. I'm saying it's a blessing and a curse because we lost our loved ones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about the business of it. It is a blessing for the scene because it gives the scene enough time to reset itself, like what you were about to say, and get everything. The scene needs a breather. Trust me, God knows I'm like, damn, this is actually good for EMP, because we were supposed to get ready to go ham. Sanford got invited to Evo auto invite because of the Marvel and whatnot. So we was like, yo, this is gonna be the year, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna have to get some serious money together and whatever. Because
is that what you was doing?
Yeah, we was trying to make a full return to Evo. We was gonna get like 14 of our players and just make one big event, go and support Sanford for Marvel. We was gonna do the whole thing. But then I was like, this is going to cost me at least $30K out the pocket. And I was like, shit, I got to get ready. And then when the COVID-19 hit, I was like, you know something? For something like this, we probably need a year just to get ready. Or I would have to go do some serious sponsor shopping. And that means I got to go through this bullshit-ass marketing plan and the business roadmap, all the work I hate doing. And so, in a sense, it's a blessing for me. I'm like, yes.
But you know, Michigan Masters is gone.
Yeah, it's gone completely.
He folded. He folded. Well, not even the racist. He folded because he can't do it. He went out and, again, he pushed this narrative with the shirts and this
He
and that.
lost money.
He
lost money.
Yeah, he lost money.
He dropped like 20 G's, I was told, on shirts and shit. He's like, yo, I got to file bankruptcy.
Yeah, you can't recoup from it, so that event is just over with.
You know, a lot of these TOs are gonna have to hold. They gotta hold that L.
Yeah,
And it's a hard L to hold. You know, it's hard to recoup.
It's really unfortunate though. I'm not, like I said, like I don't wish that upon anybody because, like I said, there's nothing outside of like a very few things. There's nothing worse than losing money.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what I mean? Like,
and
you think is devastated.
You think these hotels?
The beginning of March.
You think these hotels are going to tell these TOs, "Oh yeah, here's your money back"? They don't want to give the money back.
Hell no, they need that money too.
They're like, "Oh, we got you next year. Next year? Oh, I didn't say I was going to do it next year. I need that money now to pay the bills to get to next year."
Exactly.
Nah, man, we don't do that refund.
Which is also a valid point too that I didn't even think about before. What makes you think when people have spent 5 months now not working, or almost 5 months now not working, most people, and then they maybe will get back to where I may not work until September or something, and you know, and then take whatever money they've pulled together to go to your event? No, people are afraid of viruses that have killed their family members and afraid of harassment, apparently.
Yo, hold on. Yo. James Trifles, yo. NYC Council approves a $1 billion cut to NYPD. They just announced that like almost over an hour ago.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Good.
Holy shit.
Funding the police?
Yep.
Yeah.
In New York?
Yep.
Yeah.
I am so happy. Good luck, motherfuckers. Hi, you've reached 911. If you need emergencies, please leave a message after the beep. Beep.
Yo, and listen, in here it's hot. It's been hot like over a month now. It's crazy. Fireworks. You can't tell if it's fireworks or gunshots.
Nope.
It's crazy.
That's why I kept looking at the window because I kept hearing it's fireworks.
It's crazy. I can imagine how Chicago is right now.
All I'm gonna say is if you don't need the cops, don't call the cops. If you need the cops, don't call the cops. That's it. That's what it comes down to. I avoid them. Listen, I see cops walking up the street, I dip the other way anyway. Even if I don't have no problem, I'm like, I just don't want one.
Damn, $1 billion though?
Yeah.
Wow.
They had a $6 billion budget though.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, but I definitely, I don't understand how, I don't know. I know JaBailey probably be thinking that I'd be picking on him, but I just feel like these situations like this is just very poor judgment. You can hold off until next year. Everyone doesn't need to go to an event. People need to stay at home. We can't even, and then on top of that, the fact that everything has been reclosed in Texas, Florida, and where else was everything reclosed?
They're talking about doing it here.
Yeah, exactly. Because when everything went down, then the curve went right back up because people can't stop going to the beach for some reason. Like, you already live there. What, you can't like stay in the house? I don't get it. And I'm not going anywhere near Florida for at least 2 years.
Yeah, I don't want to.
So
I got family down there, so I'll keep in touch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can leave southern New York down there because that's where all the fucking retired New Yorkers are. They're dumb as fuck anyway.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
You know, but it's like, you know, getting back to you know, CEO. I mean, listen, I don't want to see. I break the guy's balls. He's a pain in my ass, but I don't want his event to do miserable. But dude, come on, really?
Yeah.
What do you think? I know you're desperate for money, and your ego is through the roof. But do yourself a favor, because you know, Daddy yells at you every year you lose money. This would be a bigger loss because you keep, you know, you're changing it, you're moving it. You know what it is? It's like buying a shirt at the store and returning it. because really, you say, well, it didn't fit, but really you decided you didn't like the color. And then you brought it back, and then you got the color that you liked, and then you went home, and 2 days later you're like, you know what, I don't like this color either. And the guy at the counter is going to be like, yo, dude, why don't you just buy all 3 of the fucking shirts? And you're like, nah, I don't want to, I want the one that I want, and I paid for it. And it's like, that's what Alex is doing now. Because he's doing that with venues.
And with people. Because you're not only, you're risking so many people's health in this circumstance.
But even like his financially, you go into these hotels, you can't keep pushing it off.
Like I said, Florida is a shitty state. All right, the governor's shitty. The people there, for the most part, are not smart. You know what I'm saying?
Or crazy.
Yeah, crazy or racist. Florida is just it's everything, man. I'm telling you, and I'm telling you from a person that lived there for like 10 years. So it is wild. And I lived in South Florida.
No, they got motherfuckers that eat people's faces.
Yeah, right. Sebastian.
Motherfuckers on bath salts eating guys on bridges and shit. Right there's
man.
enough. Call Rick Grimes, man.
It's crazy, and you know what? Because it's minimum wage. It's the system. It's just the whole system, man. It's like one of the lowest minimum wages. I mean, the lowest wages in the U.S. There's no union-based jobs at all in the state of Florida. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Like, there's nothing for you, and most insurance doesn't even cover dental. It's nothing beneficial really for you. Like, if you really want to live there, you gotta be rich.
They tape wrestling shows on my VHS. They don't have DVR.
The governor deemed it as essential work. Wrestling, essential work.
Wow.
Florida, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Which irony about wrestling? Do you remember when Alex did the wrestling the first time, and the fucking guy that set up the ring that he let do the dark wrestling was a pedophile, and then people and the people from fucking Florida were like, yo, really? Like, we know this dude. He's a fucking known pedophile. And people from Florida actually walked out on the wrestling part.
Wow.
Really? Yeah.
I do remember that. I remember when we talked about that on the show.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a couple years ago.
That's Florida.
Yep.
Wow. I mean,
missing red flags.
I mean, look, I'm glad that Kenny and Alex, at least they took ownership on that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't know, but because a lot of people can get away with shit. Like, when they get the backgrounds and stuff, they can know how to fake backgrounds. It's really wild, man. It's really wild. This is shitty. I mean, you're right. This is what people move down to, thinking that they're gonna live nice and comfortably, but it's really a struggle when you think about it, man. Because the system is just one of the. They don't care about you. The government don't really care about you down there. They don't really. Well, I'm not gonna get that deep, but I'm just saying,
that's
like,
sad.
It's really sad, man.
I didn't know all
really
of that
shows,
other stuff.
Yeah, man. Florida, it's depressing, man. I would never move back. I would never in my life move back. I'd rather move to like Wisconsin or not Wisconsin. I'd rather move to like Montana or something like that, where there's nothing. I'd rather live there. And I'm
not gonna throw out a stereotype, but it gets cold up there.
Yeah,
man, cold.
You said you lived there for 9 years.
Where?
In
like
Florida.
11, 12.
Wow,
yeah.
That's a long enough time to form an opinion on a place.
Yeah. I've been to all the major cities. I've been to as far as Pensacola, to all the north areas, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Daytona. I've been to Daytona way before CEO Daytona. That's why I didn't go to CEO Daytona, because I already knew what was up.
I could see you riding down there with your Confederate.
North Florida is mad rural. What you think is a Republican state? It's all rural mostly, for the most part. If you go to like South Florida or Orlando, all the major cities, those are fine. But then you go to like even then there's some spots that's like where like KKK and neo-Nazis be located. Where I was at, there was a spot called Davie, Florida. All right, Trevor, you remember that one year at Evo when you had to fly to Florida to that airport, and then we went to that spot real quick. So yeah, so that area, if you go like maybe like a half mile west, all right, that's all like where neo Nazis hang at. Man, races out there. Yo, listen, man, they're all over the place, bro, in Florida. So it's really, really, really tough, especially as an African American, to live out there. You know what I'm saying? Like alright, my worst police experience I've ever had, I got pulled over by an undercover van by my house because where I was living at, my apartment was behind a Walmart. So I go behind a Walmart driveway, and then next thing you know, there was a van behind me, but I thought it was one of my neighbors, so I didn't pay any mind. So right when I was about to go to the gate,
they hopped out
right in front of the gate.
Wow.
And then next thing you know, it was like 4 or 5 cops came out there with flashlights and everything. And mind you, I had a Civic. I had a little race. I was doing some street racing shit. So I had a Civic, I had an EG Civic, and I pulled over right there. I had to show them my ID, telling them I lived right there and stuff. And then they were still looking and see why I was going the back way or something like that. And I told them like this is
my house.
Like this is the quickest way for me. Like what the? I don't need to answer to you. So yeah, that was my worst experience as far as police.
My question is, when you said I don't have to answer to you, did they say watch your mouth, boy?
I've had a cop tell me there's a park across the street from my house.
I probably would have snapped that. I was like, yo, excuse me. I would have snapped that. I was young. I was younger at the time, so I have a very short temper, and I definitely don't think before I act. So I would have just wild out right there if somebody tells me that.
I do want to bring something up. It's a little bit drama, but I think this is suitable for the All Blast show. Now, yo, you got to hold on for a second. Hear the full thing out. Although Sonic Fox went 13-0 on Perfect Legend, I think Perfect Legend won the war between Sonic Fox because that shit on Twitter be.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Sonic Coon.
Yeah.
I was like, yo.
He's like the frog from the WB. the freaking Sambo frog.
Yo, listen, my thing about Sonic, look, I'm gonna say 2 things about it, right? One, I don't blame him, you know what I'm saying? Get your money, bro. Get your money. But at the same time, if you was really his friend, you should have really checked his ass, right? And really tell him what the fuck was up. Mm-hmm. Because if he would have, I guarantee you, if one of my boys did that apology that Mike Z wrote would have definitely been a lot deeper. I would have made sure of that.
Fox could have just simply said write an apology as if you're apologizing to me. Because in reality,
that's what
he's actually supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be apologizing to Sonic Fox. Because when you insult us, you insult him.
And Sharpie.
And like OBS fan said it, and so did Sonic. He said he did directly,
and not disagree with you at the same time. I do feel like he should apologize to them, but I think the real context and the real, the actual people that he should be apologizing to is the family and friends of George Floyd. You get what I'm saying? Because when you think about it, who is he really offending? He's offending a dead person. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Let's just put the Black Lives Movement aside. Let's put all of that aside. He's offending a dead person. I mean, people, the family and friends of a dead person. Because if it was me and one of my relatives died the same way George died, and he made a joke about it, I would have been like, "Yo, what the fuck you ain't apologizing to me? Nah, I can't accept this apology. I wouldn't accept that." So that's how I gotta take it.
He's lucky. Fortunately, and this is not a threat. This is just what it is. Fortunately, he made that comment in front of Sonic Fox. If he had done that in front of all caps,
the I can't breathe thing?
Yeah, all caps would have been in prison.
No, he did it with Sharpie.
It was Sharpie on the string.
Oh,
and,
the
and
Sharpie.
yeah, she said it was someone else that was on their team. She said that earlier in this stream.
Well, fortunately for him, he said the circumstances was in his favor because another set of black people, somebody, he couldn't have said it in front of me.
No.
I'd have called my wife and said, honey, I love you and everything, and it'd have been good. And that'd have been it. I don't, you have to understand I heard the video. I heard the video where he said he knew he fucked up. It was instantaneous.
Oh, yeah.
After he said it, he knew. He's like, holy shit, I fucked up. And I did that. But all he had to do is say, yo,
my bad. Sorry, man. I didn't mean it like that. I just fucked up.
Yeah, he could have just said sorry straight off the rip. It's like, oh damn, you know, like just say sorry off the rip or something. But nah, you wanna double down and try to make some weird excuse about it. Tell them I was just trying to make light. That doesn't make it better. How you gonna make light of something like you can't make light of something like that? The only way for you to make light if you magically use your weird powers and bring them back to life like Dragon Ball or some shit like that. Nah, you can't. There's no other option, bro. You can't make light of that situation. He's dead.
Yep.
There's a 6-year-old daughter that doesn't have a father now because of this shit.
The thing that gets me about that.
This is
weird.
weird.
That gets about me, the whole situation is this man called for his dead mother before he joined us.
Yep.
Yo, over 8 minutes. 8 minutes and like 47 seconds or something like that. It was, yo, man. Ah, man. Oh,
thing that got me about it the most is I've been in that very same situation, and it could have turned out the same exact way.
Yeah,
you know, and
nobody deserved that, bro. First, police supposed to protect themselves. You're innocent until proving guilty.
For $20, for a fake $20 bill, really? For a fake $20 bill.
Come on.
It's crazy.
Out of anything, like if you said to me, oh, he fucking molested a kid or he punched he killed somebody, something fucking like really heinous, I'd be like, it's still fucked up, but you know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. A $20 trying to pawn off a fake 20.
Yo, listen, man. If you ask me, because this is way too coincidental. First off, right, the one of his partners is the guy's brother, the cop's brother-in-law. Mm-hmm. So he married to an Asian woman.
She dumped him.
They had an interaction prior to that at a club. So my guess is he probably smashed the wife, and dude was tight, and dude wanted to get some revenge on him.
And Pig just said it. Apparently, from what I was told, George and the cop worked in the same club for 17 years. So don't tell me they didn't know each other together.
Right.
Yeah.
And the girl that owned the club said that the cop never wanted to work the hip hop nights and was always intimidated by big black guys.
Oh, that was false? Mm-hmm. Wait, that was false? Okay, my bad then. My apology. But his wife is Asian though, correct?
I think she's Asian. She already left his ass.
Or she filed.
Yeah, the ex-wife. Excuse me. Okay. Gotcha. But no, still, I think it's probably some infidelity. Cause no, like think about it. There's no what other reason, right? Like for him to just suffocate this guy? Yeah, what other reason? You smashed the homie's wife? Or you killed one of his people. Something bad had to happen for you to do that.
It wasn't just random. I think it should be upgraded to first degree because of the simple fact that I think it was premeditated.
I agree.
I think. But now here's the catch. Is it premeditated, buried in his head for all this time with a I finally got him? Because he didn't set up I don't know. He didn't set up putting a fake $20 bill. Then again, I don't know I don't know what store he went into that called the cops that said, because apparently
over a $20 bill.
It's over a fake $20 bill. But apparently, anytime a store gets a counterfeit, they have to call the cops.
Call the cops. Yeah, that was what the clerk said.
Yeah,
he said that was like the rule that his boss said. He wouldn't have even called them.
Which think about that clerk. Like what goes through their mind now? Like, wow, you know what? I didn't give a fuck about the $20. I'm getting fucking $9 an hour here. I don't give a shit who fucking flips me fake money.
That's why I left retail, man. That's why I left retail. I was like, I'm done with retail. Because I'm like, yo, what am I doing worrying about other people's money?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't coming to me. Why, nah, I can't do this no more. You ain't paying me well enough for that. While the CEO out here golfing, making millions and millions a year, I'm out here getting like 15 an hour, which is like minimum wage here for this as a supervisor job. You know what I mean? Like, hell nah, I can't do this no more.
Yeah.
I wanted to chime in really quick about something you said earlier, D-Nice, about your most racist experience in the South. So just one that I remember specifically about driving to the South, which was super crazy. It wasn't a direct me talking to them, but it was like a tripped out situation. It was completely un-FGC related. And I was driving, we were going to, I think, Savannah. It was somewhere in Georgia. But we were going towards Florida. And we were in the Bible Belt. So we were driving, and we had already been on the road maybe 8 hours or something like that. And we're next to this truck with these two kind of big white dudes. And it's me and another girl. And we're both tall black girls. And it was just us. We didn't have no men with us, nothing like that. And we had looked over, because you know how you naturally just look over at a car. And dude had this I don't even want to say it was a miniature noose, but it was a noose decoration hanging from his freaking rear view mirror. And we looked over at him and we were like, okay, no, we're gonna speed away as quickly as possible. And I was like, wow, this is crazy. That's totally still the KKK down here. So yeah, that was wild. It was definitely big enough for a person though. But I was like, yeah, no, we're not going to participate in that. And that wasn't it wasn't an isolated incident. We saw plenty of other tattoos.
South Georgia is no joke.
Not at all. We were like, yeah, we're gonna go.
Well, Moxie, I want to ask you, so before you drove away, did he wind down his window and ask, what are you doing around these parts?
He didn't get a chance to. He did. Okay. They were looking at us though, and that's why we were like, no, that's okay, because that was another thing too, where it would be a bunch of those, if we stop at a rest stop or something, it would be a lot of those looks. And we're
You saw what happened. You saw what happened to the gentleman, right? He got shot by jogging. He was running, stuck by construction. First off, come on, how you think he's robbing a house on construction? There's nothing there to rob. There's nothing there to steal. What, you gonna steal some wood? That's it. Come on, man. Yo, listen, man. I'm about to dip, man. This is definitely nice talking to y'all, man. As I said about Mike Z, Detroit Forest, you already know what's up. Hit him where it hurts. His fucking pockets. Because until then, banning him, none of that other shit that's happening. Talking about the community wants him gone. The community talking about you should not commentate no more. Though you can't attend online and offline events. None of that shit. That is not affecting him at all. He's probably sitting there damn, I'm not going there anymore. But he's probably looking at his bank account oh well, okay, I guess. He's not learning his lesson. He's not learning his lesson. Look at Twitter, right? You look at all these Karens that lost their jobs. You know what's so funny about the Karens? When they make their statement, and then the moment you, because there's people go out there and says, oh, so your name is X, Y, and Z, and you work at this place. I want to know what your boss says. They flip 180 immediately. Once you start talking about them losing their job and their provision for their family and stuff like that, the racism goes out the door. Mm-hmm. It's all about money. 100%. 100%. Because nobody, even if the employer, the employers are racist, right? They're gonna put money first. That's why a thing called affirmative action exists. They care about the money. Because if there's any discrepancy, they're not gonna get money. They're gonna lose money. They're gonna lose stocks. and they don't want to feel like a bum. Because once you got money, the more money you have, the more power you have. Think about it. Think about it. That's all I got to say. Think about it, y'all. All right. Anyways, on that note, man, y'all be safe, man. Definitely nice hearing from y'all, and I'll see y'all in 2022, I guess.
23 maybe.
All right, be nice.
Peace.
Oh, James, I don't know about you guys, but you guys should do more content. Now is the time. Everyone's home. People want content online. I'm going to keep it 100% real with you. Like, there ain't shit on YouTube right now. And once I saw the On Blast show, that shit just came up and said, boom. I read it, said episode 250 OBS returns and burn. That's why I messaged you. I said, how dare you come back? I was like, oh, I'm in there. I ain't got shit to do.
We've been talking. All three of us have been talking. We're going to do more stuff. I mean, a lot came up, you know. This cancel culture shit is, whew, it's going to be the death. It's going to be the death. Yeah, man. It's not getting any better. The problem with the cancel culture is exactly that. Cancel. There is no redemption arcs. Nobody wants a redemption arc. You know, everybody wants you gone. And it's like, listen, they wanted Infiltration gone. They want Chris G gone. They want F-Champ gone. They wanted Guilty gone. They want everybody gone. Nobody. So it's like what you were saying about robbing the bank. Like, well, the minute you try to cancel me, you're trying to cancel me forever. So if you're going to cancel me forever, I'm going to be the ultimate bad guy and at least make it worth it. So you're not teaching your fellow comrade nerd or whatever you are in the gaming industry, like, hey, do better. You're basically saying, go fuck yourself. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't
never come back.
Yeah, never come back. You know, and that's the problem with the scene is because there's no redemption arc. Now you're not fixing what's wrong with it. You're making people be smarter to hide it.
Okay, so
that's true.
And when Zero Blast, and it's funny because Jeb Bailey and me, you know, we've always butt heads here and there. We never had real issues. And he made a couple of statements about the Zero Blast thing. Then he went dark. To me, when you went dark and protected in your account, you know what that meant? I better go through my whole account and make sure I didn't drop any N-bombs. And if I did, clear them the fuck out. And then when he came, when he came back, I was blocked, and I was like, "Wait, you haven't blocked me for years."
He blocked you?
Yeah, blocked the OBS account.
What?
Yeah, dead ass, I'm blocked. And I was
You're still blocked?
Yeah, he just blocked me after he came out. Because I was following him, you know, talking about all the CRO and the LTG. And then all of a sudden I went there to look again and I was blocked. I was like, all right, I guess you think my reach is very deep.
Wow.
Oh, that's crazy.
That is crazy. I didn't know about that. That's real selective.
Exactly. But you want to know something? There's a trick. You can go back to Wayback Time Machine on the fucking Google searches, and I could go back and I could pull everything up still.
People think they can delete what they put on Twitter.
Once it's on there, it's off your view, but it's on a server somewhere.
That's crazy.
You know.
But James, so I have a question to you when you said something about the cancel, because in my opinion, this is gonna sound stupid, and it's like I'm pretty much asking for the Pepsi challenge. I think I've become well versed in it, but there's a way to beat cancel culture. There actually is, and I know there is a way. So to find the way, we have to go through a few questions. So I have a couple of questions for you, Melanie. All right. First question: who is pushing cancel culture?
LGBT.
Specifically. Oh, LGBT, right? Can we substantiate that?
You know what? It's multifaceted because it's a lot of communities. LGBT, it's women.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. Listen, it's not the typical white male dude. I could say that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the typical. It's not the typical. It's not the typical common black dude.
This is the one time you cannot blame white people for something. That's white people are completely innocent when it comes to cancel culture. They're not trying to be a part of that at all. But yeah, go on.
It's not your average everyday black guy.
No. What happened to Jackal? Did you ever?
I messaged him a couple of times on Twitter. He DM'd me. He just never hit me back.
Yeah, I did too. Cause he messaged me on Facebook and on Twitter, and I replied to him. But I don't know. Maybe he got caught up, or maybe he fell asleep.
I mean, and I'm not fucking Jaxel, so I don't want to fucking hear people fucking compare me to him. But I do believe white liberal media and politics plays a role in the cancel culture. You know, again, it's like I almost feel like there's a group that wants peace, but their way of getting peace is eliminate their adversary. And to eliminate their even if you look at Twitter, you know, I mean, while all this drama is going on and it's crazy, I'm like, but you know, before this drama it was like, it's just angry tweets of even people I don't even follow. Like, you know, Melanie retweets something and it's like, you know, this guy bitching about Trump and this guy bitching about Biden and this guy bitching about wars and this guy bitching about this. Like, nobody just, like, I post pictures of my fucking flowers that I grow, you know, a couple of buildings here and there. I you know, I'll call out shit when it's in my face FGC related, but it's like Twitter is a sewer.
It is.
It's just a fucking sewer. And I would hope somebody would be smart enough to buy the stock and crush the company and wipe it out and go back to shit. We should all just get motherfucking MySpace accounts and leave all Facebook and all this other shit behind. You know, yes, Sakai, and the food I cook. Those are like my posts. You know, but it's like the LGBT community, especially with the transphobe stuff, is like, I think, the biggest push in the cancel culture. And, you know, but
now, the reason why I asked you this question, because I want to go into the economics of it, right? And because some people are going to feel that this may be too, like, I'm trying to marginalize the LGBT or whatever, but I'm actually just trying to bring out the economics of it. I'm sorry for the noise in the background, but okay, how much money does the LGBT plus community put into gaming?
I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Either, actually.
I mean, I'll say this. Let's Triforce. Both of us are old school Triforce. Think about it this way: when we grew up and we did our arcade things, how many gay people did you see? Or even, you know, maybe you didn't know, but how many? You know, if you were to put a number on it, 1%.
1%.
I would say it's probably close to 35% in the FGC now.
Okay.
Yeah, because I feel like before, especially in competitive gaming, I feel like a lot more like gay gamers or I'll just say LGBTQ plus gamers and girls gamed at home or with people that they knew. I don't really think that they were like at events, because I definitely know a lot of like gay gamers in the community or lesbians or whatever, and but I mean, it just seemed like before a lot of them just gamed at home.
Okay, that's a fair answer. So, because the reason why I'm bringing all of this up is because I'm getting to the solution. The solution has nothing to do with us. The solution has everything to do with the tournament organizers, and you guys brought up something earlier which is very important. So I wanted to narrow this down to the fighting community. So the LGBT plus community is 35% of the fighting game community. I'm including the Smash Brothers scene in it, to be very honest with you. And in that, I will say this: they are the minorities. I believe a council with a FGC code of conduct, behavior, ethics, punishment. All of these things should be written down. Some type of coalition needs to be put forward that creates a policy and a guideline that governs the entire FGC across the board globally.
Yes.
That everyone can follow. And once this policy is put into place and we have
ratified
and it's ratified and we have a guideline to go through, it diminishes the power of the LGBT pushing such fierce ultimatums, punishments, and executions
on everyone.
And now, Leak said it best. What if people on the conduct panel are dirtbags? How do you select these people?
That's a very easy way. These people are selected by their code of conduct over the last 20 years of the FGC. It can't be anyone new. It has to be the people. Look at their track record, because you have to pick someone by a track record. You gotta pick somebody by a track record. There's been a gay person in the FGC that's been a leader in the FGC that can represent the best intentions for the entire scene, not the best intentions for their group.
Right.
Don't pick someone who's gay or trans who's sitting there to focus on gay and trans. No, they have to focus on everyone.
Everyone.
Yes.
No, I get you.
You pick a black person that focuses on everyone, a white person that focuses on everyone, an Asian person that focuses on everyone, Hispanic, etc., etc., etc. And if you find that, what happens is that since everyone is focusing on everyone, that makes everyone inclusive. They can create proper guidelines and policies that balances the scene. Meaning, when a situation happens, when people try to jump on Twitter and cancel, this council negates public opinion, which corrupts how it is handled. Because the problem here is cancel culture corrupts how things are handled. It's hyper ventilated. I'm using the wrong word, but you get the point I'm trying to make. And there's no one to say, whoa, everyone calm down. Like, okay, if there's a crime that goes on, you go to court. People have public opinion, everyone's screaming and hooting and hollering, but the judge and the jury, the defendant, the prosecutor, the defense, they're like, it doesn't matter who is shouting at the top of their lungs outside. You're all gonna wait until we go through this policy and this course that we have set in stone, because this is the only thing that will bring order to the civilization. The problem with the FGC is there is no order.
But see, now here's the thing. Now, when Injustice 3 said this, and this is a fact, I have the files, Triforce. How come nobody is talking about the percentage of the LGBT people who are committing sexual assault?
Because the reason why nobody does that is because everyone is scared. The LGBT has the power of cancel culture.
Yeah.
This is what they're scared of. So the scene is a bitch. The scene is a little bitch. The scene doesn't want to be able to fight back against this. Listen.
I'll tell you something. And I'm not going to go further than what I say now. Mm-hmm. I know of somebody that did it in the community. A well-known player. Very well-known. And basically flew somebody out. And then when they didn't put up, they got told get out and stranded here.
See, when stuff like that happens, then the thing is, rather than people sitting here and saying, "Oh man, I don't want to say something because then I don't want the LGBT community against me." Like, so I've had people come to me and say, "Triforce, you don't understand how this is. If the LGBT attacked you, you'd be done. I told him, well, I have my entire different stats. So I said, I cannot be done. I'm African.
But my thing is that person was concerned about their standing in the community, just like a woman who doesn't come out and say anything either.
That's the problem. That's the problem. You're standing in the communities based on your integrity. Do you know why Mike Ross gets so much props? Because he didn't let the suits fuck him. He said, I don't give a fuck what money you have. If I gotta go back to square one and start from square one, I'm gonna go back to square one and start from square one. Like when you was talking about it earlier, when they try to play him in front of her, he just got up and walked away.
Yeah.
See, people real recognize real, and people gonna look at that. They don't care what the suits have to say. So no one's supposed to be worried about the LGBT. Everyone has to understand that cancel culture only works on you if you allow people to cancel you. If you've done something wrong, running from being wrong is what's going to get you canceled.
Yeah.
Own up to what you did, apologize, and become a better person. If you do that, you cannot be canceled. When you run from it and then you're called a liar, the double down is what gets you canceled.
Yeah.
That's what gets you canceled, the double down. When you double down, no, I didn't do it, and then later on, information comes up, then they go, okay, so you knew you did it, you lied to us the whole time, you know something, I don't think you're a redeemable person. But when you dump, when you say, all right, you know something, I made a mistake here, bad judgment, blah. Here's a prime example of an intelligent individual. I forgot what this was about the low tier god and Cyril issue. And what's this guy's name again? James Chen.
Oh yeah.
And James Chen, no one questioned James Chen about anything, but James Chen on his own brought up the times he used the N-word.
Yeah.
And created a long apology. No one brought it up. He was talking about the Cyril and the thing, he says, I'm not black, so I don't understand what it is, and we're in a blah 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 climate. I look back at the time when I was younger and I used to say the N-word here and there and how ignorant I was. In my mind, I'm like, I had to laugh because I was like, this guy is smart.
Yeah.
But he's like, okay, I'm going to get myself out of this situation by owning up to my shit before someone digs it up on me.
Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you a situation that hasn't been dug up yet, but when somebody digs...
David?
No, besides him.
Because F-Chap was like, you throw me under the bus, you bitch. I was like...
Yeah, I put up the pics of him dressed in as a 70s black guy. Of course, he could pass off as a white one, with the afro and everything, and then the hollow, and then he did the Mexican thing. But not even that one. I know a certain individual in the FGC who went to Japan and did the whole Ching Chong thing to the Asians there.
What?
Yeah, you know, the whole, whitey people, Ching Chong, that type of shit.
Wow.
A well-known person, and all the people we've discussed tonight were there and saw it, and all had what the fuck moments, and again, got a pass.
Okay, I want to read this really quick too, because I'm curious about who that is. But okay, so it passed in the chat already, but I copied and pasted it. So Virgil84 said, this is a quote from Ultra David. I've always been afraid of being mugged or stabbed at big tournaments because of the ethnicity there. I felt like I was white and wealthy. I was an easy target. I stopped carrying more than $50 on hand because of this. It's gotten much better over the years, but still haven't been able to truly feel safe.
I don't know if that's true. I can't tell. I mean, again, I have not been able to corroborate that, and I don't know if it. Before. I heard it. Yeah, it was tweeted out the other day, and I saw it. Okay. Except it was on a picture of him, and I was like, I don't know if it's true.
That was the first time I had heard that. I'm curious.
You know, I mean, I invite David on the show anytime to explain.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
You know, it's funny, and again, I like James Chen. I actually like James Chen. Ironically,
I've never had any conversations with him.
I've had conversations. Yeah, he's just a nice guy, not a kid, nice guy. When I had met David and James at NEC one year where they were commentating, I went up to James. We had dialogue, well, your show's not really my flavor, and all right, cool. Again, dealt with it. We addressed each other with civil responses. It wasn't fuck you. And then it was David. I ain't got nothing to say to you. Well, shut the fuck up, whiner. I ain't got nothing to say to you. I know about your show. And
again, it's so weird to me that people react that way because okay, I said that on Twitter a couple days ago about how people, I feel like I don't know how smart people believe that I am, but I can definitely read people and understand manipulation. But it's been countless times where people have befriended me or talked to me because they had done something or they knew James was on to them about something, and they would try to get me on their side so I could pacify James, and vice versa. People have done that with him too, so that I wouldn't, I guess, go in on them or whatever. And it's really just like, if you have nothing to hide,
don't worry about it.
Problem with the show.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
I mean,
because we're not out
if flying straight is a bad thing, then I'm sorry. That's not my fault. Yeah. And when I say flying straight, I don't mean, Hulk Hogan, take your vitamins, say your prayers, God bless America. I'm just saying, don't be a dick to other people. You can't walk into a gay bar and say, hey, fags. I mean, that's just the reality.
Yeah, exactly. No.
And if in your head you think you can, then you know what? You be John McClane and put the sign on your shirt and walk up to Harlem and see what happens.
There's always that.
Wait, okay, so what I did find on Twitter, because I was just sent this. Okay, so this is going back really quick to F-Champ, where East Coast Throwdown says, okay, from this moment on, F-Champ is no longer welcome, blah, blah, blah. Ultra David goes, good work, friends.
Oh, yeah.
The moral center of the FGC.
I get what the chat
said, you a bitch, David. I definitely just liked that comment and retweeted it because that's hysterical. And then Ultra David goes, please do better, Ryan. It's been a very long time, for all of us to do so.
Who the fuck are you? You're not the moral authority.
When did you become the moral center of the scene?
Here's the thing. You have to read that properly. If you read into that, why did F-Champ says you're not don't try to throw me under the bus. So now you have to ask yourself a question. What type of inappropriate, bigot conversations did F-Champ have with Ultra David for Ultra David to throw him under the bus? Once I saw that, I was like, I knew that motherfucker be talking shit about black people.
Yeah.
Of course.
I already knew. F-Champ doesn't know that there's some people who read exactly what he meant by that.
Yeah.
Read exactly what he meant by that. But we all know. So Ultra David, I know you're listening, or this somehow is going to get to you. Motherfucker, we've been you.
Like, pretty much.
Yes.
We've been you.
You can save it.
We've been you. We're just ignoring you because, like he said, you're not the moral center of anything. Like either.
No, you're the preppy white boy that's a lawyer still, I think. I don't know. Don't care. And who comes to events and has made celebrity in the FGC because you probably couldn't make it in actual Hollywood. So this was your next best thing, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. If Ultra Chen ever had the balls to say, hey, James MK, we want to get you on the show, I'd absolutely go. But if I heard, oh, James, I want you to come, but James Chen can't come, yeah, I'm sick. I don't even want to have a conversation with you. I don't even want to have a conversation.
They would never, this is about platforming.
I know.
Ever they believe that if they ever invited you on the show, it would validate all of your criticism.
Yep.
So they're never going to do
No,
that.
it's never gonna happen. I know that.
And that's why they would never come on here. They're saying we've invited everyone.
Yeah.
We've invited LTG numerous times.
I have made this show from day one. This is where I don't care. Now, we all remember the days where I had 195 motherfuckers in the chat on the stream at the same time, and people were, hey, fuck you, suck my dick, fuck you, eat my ass, back and forth with 30 fucking bodies in the Skype chat. If I get away from this and go to the Discord, it'll be better. I'll just invite people to the Discord and they'll do it that way. I just, like I said, doing all my updating and shit, I just haven't had the time. But I've always made it a priority that anybody can get on here. Because at the end of the day, like I said in the beginning, we're all nerds. We're a rat pack. And Morgan Freeman said it best. When he was getting interviewed by, I think it was CNN or whatever show it was. And they were talking about racism in America. And it's always been my view. Triforce is a friend of mine. Melanie's a friend of mine. You're not my black friends.
Right.
But what it is Morgan Freeman told the guy when he says, well, what do we do to stop racism? He says, well, how about this? You stop looking at me as a black man, and I'll stop looking at you as a white man. Boom. Now, I'm just a man, you're just a man. You're just a woman, I'm just a man. That's it. Leave the color aspect out of it. And I tweeted out a picture today, and it had like 7 or 8 Dobermans of all different shades. And I said, why is it dogs can do it better than us?
Dogs. Yeah, no, that's why I was talking to a friend. You ever notice, James, how I refer to us as Africans? I think that the entire black-white thing, like, there are no such thing as white people. There are European people or Caucasians. Then there's Africans, and then there are Asians. And those are your ethnic groups, and each of these ethnic groups come from different nations from around the world. This black-white, well, they don't say yellow anymore because yellow is now considered to be a racial thing, a slur or whatever they get. But at one time, there was remember the 4 horsemen based on the Bible? So the indigenous people were the red men, the Asian people were the yellow men, then you have the African people are the black men, and then the white people are the European people are the white men. They removed the red man because the red man was like an insult to Native Americans. They removed the Asians. Was like, you're not gonna call me yellow anymore, and they stopped. Don't call me Oriental. Now I'm just Asian, and that's it. And the only two, it's kind of funny. You remove the color schemes associated with those 2 ethnic groups, but you maintain white and black. And I'm like, just get rid of those 2 as well.
But again, it's like, and again, for me, it's like growing up in school. Perfect example. Growing up in school, what did I learn about blacks? George Washington Carver, Frederick Douglass, and Martin Luther King, and no Malcolm X because that was too controversial.
Yeah, they
that was too. So that was it.
It was like a brief.
We learned about blacks in politics and blacks with peanuts. That's it. And then you look at it and you go, as I got older and I got involved in the telecom business, I started to learn, like, wow, Alexander Graham Bell, Thomas Edison had a lot of black scientists working for him that came up with the technology like dial tone on a phone. And you learn about, I started to dig more, and I started to talk with all of this going on to a lot of the, they're not younger, but a lot of the NRS guys that are black, and I'd ask them, did you know about, another funny thing, not funny, kind of sad, Juneteenth. Motherfuckers like, you didn't know about it? Motherfucker, I didn't know about it until this year.
Wow.
I never in my life
Traffic lights.
Never
There's
in
a
my
lot
life.
Yeah, it's a lot of things.
Never in my life did I ever hear about Juneteenth until now, and the only reason I did then is because people are like, oh, you stopped lying to other people that were saying they never heard. We were never told about it. I had no idea what it was.
People don't talk about it because you get like a chapter in school about slavery, and then maybe watch Roots, and then it's like, well, good luck figuring everything else out.
In school, Black history, well, back in the 80s and the 90s and anything behind the 90s, Black history was depicted as slavery. That was a history of Black people. We were relegated to a dark period in our life. Of the 3,000 years in history, our entire history was depicted as being enslaved. In fact, they refer to Black people as slaves. Not that we were enslaved, but that we are slaves.
Yes. And Channel Zen said, I knew about Tulsa, the Black Wall Street in 21. I also knew about New York, Seneca Village, which is where they built, when the slaves were freed, they came to Manhattan. And originally, if you watch the movie 5 Points, where, fucking Leonardo DiCaprio and the other dude are stabbing each other, the way that evolved during the Civil War is once the blacks were freed, they kind of weren't welcomed by the Irish or the Polish that were down in 5 Points, so they moved up north. They settled they settled in Central Park.
Oh, first, you're right. They did settle in Central Park.
And what happened is, again, to show you the racism that blacks grew up with back then. They set up a village. The mayor of New York decided we need to do something to pick up people's attitudes and make them happier here. We're going to build a park. Well, guess what laid in the foundation of where the park was going to build? Seneca Village. So they took out a thing in the paper. They called it N-Word Village. And you got 2 days to show us why we shouldn't take it. The first day they said, oh, we're closed. Second day, you're late. The next day they came in, they wiped the whole thing out. Everybody went up and migrated towards Harlem.
It's called Gangs of New York.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that, it was exactly Blackula. It was eminent domain, but you ain't getting shit. At least eminent domain, they're like, oh, that's $1,000 piece of property. We'll give you $6. Now with this, they were like, oh, we're taking your shit. Yeah, it was nice that you settled there, but get the fuck out. I guess in my older age, I mean, I know a lot more Black history than a lot of people might, but the Juneteenth thing kind of made me go, huh? I never, like you would think, like I never even thought about, like, well, is that that's the day that the slaves were actually freed?
Yeah,
I know,
2 years late.
And then I thought about it and I said, well, why is that not a holiday? Like a legitimate, like you would think to kind of. Go ahead.
I can tell you why Juneteenth was hidden, and in America, like the whole situation we were talking about cancel culture. America is the greatest marketing company on planet Earth. For them to be going around telling other countries about how to handle people, freedom, and democracy, and all these other things, they have to have the highest moral standard. America is like Ultra David, literally. Like, how can you sit here talking about freedom and democracy and all this other shit when your entire premise is literally based off of exactly what you're going against? So, in order for America to be able to say this around the world, it had to hide the secret. Where America is at right now is they're at a boiling point, and there are difference between white supremacy and white people. And white people is like, look, this is stupid and it's utterly dumb. Why are you trying to hide the fact that this country was literally built off of enslaving one race, genociding another, pillaging, plundering, murder, raping, biological genocide, and all types of other domestic terrorism. They literally bombed 3 cities in America. 3
Yep.
cities were bombed in America by the FBI, the military, and the Ku Klux Klan, and they
And
bombed
assassinated our leaders.
and the assassination of their own leaders. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, so some of the white people today are like, okay, in order for us to get past racism, we have to face it, be accountable to it, remove it. That's why the country is in where there's going to be a civil war. Don't let anyone ever tell you it won't be. Because that's the only way America will actually get better. It has to go into a civil war. Some people are like, is there a better way to do it? No. In my opinion, the only opportunity America had to have a soft civil war was when Obama was president. But he was not allowed to do anything for black people.
No.
So that opportunity was missed because Obama was the only person, and when I'm not praising Obama, I'm actually saying something against him. He was the only person that could address the situation with a golden tongue. Now we have this guy in office. He cannot address it. He's terrible at PR. He's horrible.
He's from New York. I keep telling people that. Name one good fucking PR person from New York. We can't talk. We talk like we got fucking balls in our mouth, and we say dumb shit. People talk about on the other side. So you got Trump. On the other side, you got Roosevelt. He was a fucking moron. You know, those are our 2 New Yorker presidents. Look at all of our fucking mayors. I'll give Koch. Koch actually was able to talk a little bit.
We didn't add that. There wasn't that many silver tongue. Reagan, a little bit, depending on the circumstance how you look at it. But like, we didn't really have good presidents. That on the Roosevelt, there was only a few guys that could talk well, and they had an opportunity with Obama, but they were too busy in Benghazi and in the Middle East, fucking around over there to deal with the situation, and they put the civil war on Trump. This was whoever's decision this was in the deep state, or whoever the fuck is doing whatever they're doing over there. This was the worst decision ever, because it's like, you're not going to get a soft civil war, you're going to get a hard one.
Yeah.
Because like, this guy's, he's stoking the fires of this racist mentality and bigotry at the highest level, that the only way this is going to end is in a hard civil war.
But you want to know something? The one thing I give him, and it's not with intent. Mm-hmm. In the past, you'd be like, yo, man, yeah, I see this guy James MK. I don't know, he seems cool, but is he a racist? But yo, Trump got it where racists are like, yay, I'm a racist, look at my flag, suck my dick. And you're like, oh, I don't even have to wonder if you are the racist. You're telling me. You might as well just wear a shirt saying, I hate black people.
Yeah, he's emboldened those to be openly racist. And some people would say that's a bad thing, but
no, I like it.
That's a good thing. That's an actual good thing, because now we can address the situation. You cannot hide it anymore. It is unhideable. You cannot hide it. You can't sit here. You can't lie about it. You can't. It is what it is, and now we're at a situation where people are walking around. Unfortunately, and this goes back to the original point, sadly, Black Lives Matter is not going to help the situation.
No.
Black Lives Matter is not what people think it is.
No, the problem with Black Lives Matter now, and I've told this to everybody, the message is diluted. Now it's about this, it's about that, it's about... You're trying to multitask and grab everything. I know that. Let's deal with what the initial thing was. Stop killing young black males for stupid reasons.
But that's the problem.
But now it's Occupy a town in Seattle and fucking healthcare, and and it's gotten to the point of, and I understand people's frustrations, but it's like, well, we're not going anywhere until we get what we want. Well, here's twofolds of why that's not going to happen. A, the Democrats don't want to do shit because they want to win the next election. Trump can't do nothing because the Democrats ain't going to do shit. You can only sign so many executive orders. You know, and then the minute you sign an executive order that might do something, that they can say, well, wait, no, we're going to take you to court with that and make sure it don't happen. So it's at a standstill. So even the Black Lives Matter original thing, like, listen, pass a fucking bill that says no chokeholds. Police have if they have violations on there, it's public knowledge, so people can turn around and know who the fuck they're dealing with and get them the fuck out. If you're let go from a place for being a dickhead, racist, asshole, law-breaking cop, you shouldn't be able to go and say, all right, I'm going to move from California to fucking Wyoming and be a cop there then.
And get rehired, exactly, because that has happened as well. I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Nightmare makes the best point, and I urge everyone to go to the Black Lives Matter's actual website. Go to the About section. Take 15 minutes of your time and read it. And when you read it, you will realize this statement that Nightmare made is true. Black Lives Matters as a sentiment everyone can get down with. As an organization, yeah, you might want to look into that.
No, I can understand that. I can understand that because, you know, like the actual organization could be some completely different stuff. Because I've heard stuff about them in the past.
All one needs
but that
to
is
know
very true.
George Soros. That's all you need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Once you know George Soros is involved, look where his money is going to in Black Lives Matter. With all the money these guys have, come on, man, they can solve these problems. These problems is nothing. This is money, man. This is money.
Yeah, it's a whole thing, and even how it's spawned into changing Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben and all of these white actors that were voicing black characters have stepped down now, and it's like, great, that stuff is great. That isn't stuff that we racist before, but that's not what we were talking about.
I see all that shit, like the Aunt Jemima thing. I'm like, I don't remember anybody saying that's an issue. Like, I mean, yeah, it was kind of fucked up, but you know, we weren't asking for that. But okay. Oh, you want to rip down statues? We really don't give a fuck. The statue didn't pay my bills.
Exactly. The redskin Native American is going to be, they're going to redo that and then rename the team. It's like, okay, no, we weren't talking about all of these other things. We're talking about like one centralized thing.
Someone says, since you want to sit there and change the picture of Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben's, someone put a picture of white Jesus, says like, do with him too. I was like, damn.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was like, holy, he smoked. Yo, the internet, the one thing I do like about the internet, it's savage. It is very savage. These get at me. All right, I got one other, because I had wrote down the points. I never got to this exact point. So yeah, I was waiting for All Caps to come back on because he had mentioned something earlier. But I just wanted to put it out there that look, the Corn versus EMP never took place. I don't want people to get an idea that there was a Corn versus EMP. I'm like, yeah, we've met each other in tournament and we've actually competed against each other. And you remember
but there was never the verse.
There were forces in the scene saying, let's get some black on black crime happening between and EMP. But that was squashed instantaneously. The minute, what's this guy, Adonis called me, I said, yo, this is clearly a setup. They're trying to start a black on black crime. Do not fall for this shit. It got deaded right there. So I wanted to say that out from the beginning because I don't know if I've been here for a while.
Caps is still here.
Caps is still here?
He's in the chat, yeah.
I don't want this new generation to be going around thinking that there was some beef between
big black war, black versus black war.
There was in fact, it's kind of funny. I think no, because Bifu Teki has a team, right?
Yeah.
How many black-owned teams are in the FGC outside of Korn, EMP, Bifu Teki? Well, I don't know if Bifu Teki has a team anymore, but is there any others outside of those?
No,
three?
Black team, no.
black-owned team?
No. Well, EG. Well, EG's CEO is
The CEO is black now.
black woman.
Yeah, black woman.
Oh, it's a black. Oh wow, didn't know that. Oh, so, that's right. Alex Garfield. Wait, did she take after Alex?
Yeah.
Oh, she took after Alex.
Yeah, she's been here for a year.
No. Then there was someone before her. Alex left in 2000. I forgot what year Alex left. Alex left like 5 years ago or something like that. So, okay. Remember when Alex Garfield was with EG or whatever, and then they took Justin and brought Justin from EMP to EG? Alex Garfield stayed on that team for a while. Then I know he left. Justin then ended up leaving EG a year or two after Alex left, went to Echo Fox. So who was running EG from then till last year when this new black woman took over?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't. What is that team still a thing?
What
Yeah.
team?
Echo Fox?
No, they're done.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Right, because that was during the time when all those teams like tanked.
No. It has not. Echo Fox dissolved under a completely different situation
Oh.
because of Jace Hall.
Intentional sabotage.
Man, all types of nonsense happened.
Intentional sabotage.
I was so scared of Echo Fox because they had the money. They bought. They had all of our ex-players. They had the potential to beat out EMP, and I was so scared. I was like, they're gonna beat our evil record. I was so mad because I was like, they have all this money. I'm so mad they're gonna beat our record. But when I heard they dissolved, listen, I'm gonna keep this shit real. I was dancing. I don't eat ice cream. I went out for ice cream. I was so happy. To get to a level where he was gonna win so many championships for Echo Fox that they were gonna eventually catch up to Evil EMP and beat it.
Yeah,
Like you couldn't stop Sonic Fox. Then Sonic Fox went to EG, but fortunately, there's this new guy plays Mortal Kombat, and he's giving Sonic Fox problems. So we always rooting.
So where did Justin go? Did he just
No,
like?
Justin says he's done.
Oh wow! Oh yeah, because he does have like a child now or something. So and then got married. So
Well,
good for him.
That and the fact that Justin on his own,
Wow, that man just said you could hear me pissing all the way from over there.
Oh, I didn't even hear anything.
I
washed my hands.
But I'm gonna keep it real. Justin is better off on his own.
Uh-huh.
The J1 brand has done more for Justin since. I would put it like that. Since. I don't count us because EMP has never had money, although the community will keep sitting there and say Triforce stole money from all these players. I wish I did, because if I did, I'd be in a better place. But like,
No, that's right.
there was no money. Like, I just don't understand how people are like, oh, EMP, they had all this money. Like, no, there was no money back then.
I love when people say that. He scammed hundreds of thousands of... I said, really?
Do they have that?
You need half shit. If I scammed $100,000, and I would not be here talking. I'd be
Exactly.
living in Africa with like 9 wives.
Talking about screw the FGC in a mansion.
In a mansion. Like,
Because people literally live in mansions in Africa, if you all didn't know that.
Yes.
Obviously not in all parts, but people be having like beachfront mansion houses.
And it's not expensive. That's the sad
It's not
part.
expensive, exactly.
Jamaica villas, 9-room villas with the pool on Silver Sands Beach with the water. The beach sand is made of powder. The shit feels like powder. All that shit's like you pay more for an apartment in Park. What do you call that place? Damn, I haven't been in New York in a while. Not Park Slope, Park Avenue. You pay more on Park Avenue than you ever pay for any villa. That, in fact, if you get $1 million apartment in New York, you can have like 4 mansions in Jamaica. $4 million.
Yep. Or in Africa.
Or in Africa.
It's crazy.
And I'm not talking about some little broke down mansion. mansions,
Right.
real
Like real ones, and people. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I had one of my friends from college. He his father was African, and when he was a child, he was like raised in Africa, and he lived in Africa for like 6 years or something like that. And he grew up like that. They had like, I mean, I remember when he showed me these pictures, it was unbelievable. And it was, I mean, he would walk out the front door and the beach was there, and it was a gigantic, beautiful house. And another friend, this girl was my best friend for years. She was my friend from elementary school, and the same thing. Her father was African, and he was like some type of like a community leader or something there, and they lived like royalty there. I mean, it was amazing. So people don't be knowing about that kind of stuff because they just see what, I don't know, like what the American media has this perception of like hungry African kids, and everybody thinks that it's all like that, and it's just not. And it's not only all black people in Africa, there are Arabs there. So, you know.
Just like Jarion said, if I stole all that money, I'd have a better power glove.
Okay.
You'd have a lefty.
Yeah, I'd have a lefty because I'm running on the same power glove like the last 6 years right now. But these people don't understand. Like, a lot has changed, and you know, it is unfortunate that the FGC didn't. One of the biggest problems with the FGC is that they don't support their teams. You can't run a league and then not support your teams. The one thing that the LCS and Liga and MLG and those guys is they franchise their teams. The FGC, their problem was they were selective on who they wanted to franchise. Like I told you, remember when you had me on your show, James, and he's like, "Why don't go to Evo no more?" I will never forget 2011. 2011 was the most disrespectful year for EMP, for everything that we contributed to the scene for that decade, all the way up to 2011. And for them to come up there and they start sitting there talking about all the people that contributed to the development of the FGC in 2011, they named all the tournament organizers. And they said, and for all the teams out there like DMG, Mad Cats, and EG, and they completely omitted EMP. I was like,
yeah,
DMG just got here. EG is a year old in the FGC. And okay, fine, you gotta put in Mad Cats because Mad Cats was throwing the sticks down. How are you gonna forget the most dominant fighting game team in the history of the FGC? And I was standing right there at Evo night. I said, all right, I'm done. I'll never come back to this place.
Just blatant disrespect. You're like, screw this, I'm out.
I've never been back to Evo since.
Wow.
Since 2011, that was my last Evo. I have not gone back to Evo in almost 10 years. I will never tell my players not to go, because that's me personally.
Yeah.
I will never tell my players not to go, so they can go. But me going, no, I'll watch that on the stream.
I don't blame you, because that is some blatant disrespect. That's some blatant disrespect. That's that Mr. Wizard shit.
You don't have to like me. You know, you can think I'm a scumbag. That's fine. You can have your opinion about me, but don't sit here and act like I ain't putting no work into the scene. That's
exactly.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny because
I feel that way about me and James.
Yeah.
I feel like people.
I was just gonna say, we get so much. We get the we're just Jerry Springers, and we like to bring the drama. We don't solve nothing. Listen, if I had $1 for every problem I solved in the FGC, I'd be on that island with you.
Right? Okay. Seriously, it's just not like it. If people knew like all of the stuff that we have never exposed, it would be like a whole other thing, you know. But it's just kind of like
that's a whole nother thing. It's like people need to understand something. Thing. Yeah, people need to understand. You may think I don't know, and Melanie don't know. We choose to let you walk another day, and that's what you need to understand. Now, there may come a day. I'm 50 years old. There's gonna come a day, one day, where I say, you know what, Mel, Chris, it's time. call up Triforce, release all the files. But understand, understand this: when we release those files, we will never be welcomed in the FGC again. Because the power that be will be gone, or not. Correct myself. Many that are in the top pecking order of the echelon will be gone, and the ones that remain will be scared shitless of what dirt we might have on them.
And it's like that's not even like a thing to be like, ooh, you know, like we're
all caps say how come you,
but it's definitely just kind of like give us credit for work that we have put into, you know, because it does get kind of blatantly disrespectful when people just kind of label us as like this drama channel. Like it's you all come to us with it. We're not like
whoa, wait. Nah, Caps, we're not leaving you out. You're part of this. But you know, you're the guy that told me I'm going home. I'll be back on in a half hour.
Right, and you never came back. You left us.
Well, I think that's hypocritical for people to call you guys a drama channel because it's just bullshit. The On Blast show is an outlet where people. This is the only pre-voice channel where people can actually address real matters. Because outside of this channel, everyone just sweeps shit under the rug.
And they act like everything is kumbaya. And it's this like, oh, the FGC is this magical, wonderful Disney World. And it's a joke. It's like, are you kidding with this?
No, I'm glad the On Blast show still exists. There needs to be an outlet at all times. And if they want to call it a drama, look, the On Blast show would not survive if people didn't want the drama. Because you wouldn't have 141 people here at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Nope. James Chin and also David ain't gonna have you chilling on a stream with consistently 150 people watching for 5 hours. They're just.
And you know something I noticed. I've been watching the metrics of Twitch lately, FGC especially. Yo, the fucking numbers are abysmal.
Really?
Yeah.
And you would think with the COVID, fucking half you fucking hot pocket Twinkie eating motherfuckers would actually be doing nothing but watching. The channels have been dead. I mean, the big booby channels, and they're floating around to it. You know, they're.
You want to know something funny, James? You know whose channel hasn't died? In fact, it's gotten bigger.
Yipes.
No.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Of course it has, because he's controversial.
Yeah. People, like I said,
and it's a similar thing with him too, because when I spoke to him, when we had that one-on-one conversation and we had squashed everything, we sat there and spoke to each other for like 45 minutes. And it's a similar thing with him too, because regardless of people talking out about him, people like watching him. I've never watched his stream. I've watched a couple of his YouTube videos, but he has like an intense fan base. They love him. Yeah. And I mean, hey,
to the point,
I'm not shocked that it's popping up.
People are gonna like him because the content is authentic. Like what you guys do, the content is authentic. I don't want to call it nostalgic because I think that gives it that devalues it. It's because people can come on and have a real discussion about a particular topic. They're not going to, you guys are not going to pussyfoot the situation. You're going to address the situation for what it is. And that's what people like. That's refreshing. If you go to these other channels, you're going to get the corporate, I'm sponsored, so I have to behave myself. And I understand that you have to behave yourself. But like, there's a way to have a conversation, right? Even if you're cursing, even if you're vulgar, you can still have a conversation with vulgarity in it, and it still be considered, suitable. Because you guys are not a children's channel.
No.
It's not. You don't run during times kids are awake. Any kid that's awake right now, parents should be disciplined for that. But the point is that you guys are an adult channel, So as long as as long as the context stays, focused, which for the most part, on blast stays that way, people can really engage. People's comments that are stated inside the chat is read and then commented on. There's commentary on people's content, so people engage. Unlike these other guys show, the reason why their channels are dying because there is no engagement. Shit isn't real. Shit is fake. It's a whole bunch of bullshit, and that's why
it's an act.
Yeah,
it's an act, and it's crazy because even like talking about that, about the disingenuousness of perceiving yourself that way in the scene, it is phony, and it comes off as phony because another thing that brought me back when I watched that old video myself from 2014, I was like so excited to be in the scene back then, and I actually forgot that I used to feel that way.
Yeah.
And I was like so happy, and I was like so happy I could interview, all these players and that they were talking to me. I even had mentioned in the video how I didn't know Ricky Ortiz then, and me and Ricky are cool now. I've hung out with Ricky at tournaments, we've partied, all kind of stuff. And it was just such like a whimsy that I have for the scene then. And when the veil was lifted up, it was like, man, that's just, I can never go back to that now. Which is sad. Not that I would never have any hope for the scene anymore. I would hope that for younger generations it will cycle out and become a better community. But I mean there's no way. I can't go back to that position that I was anymore. I can't run a group and be a leader in the FGC. I'd let that go when I started co-hosting with James, which I don't mind at all because I would rather not be controlled and just be able to like.
Yeah, I used to get same thing with me. I used to get when I started calling out, because a lot of people don't remember. Yeah, first episode we called out some drama, but then I brought on the like Carrie Tagawa and all the guests, and I could have stayed that route, but I just seen a lot of the shady shit that happened in the FGC, and I said to myself, there needs to be a place for people to say like, yo, that's some bullshit. They had nowhere. What are you gonna go? You're gonna go on Keats and Ski Sonic and say, right. Good luck saying Capcom. Good luck going on that show and saying Capcom fucked you.
Yep.
It's not gonna happen. You're gonna go on David and Chen's show, and they're gonna go, hey, can you keep the vulgarity down? Listen, people curse. People curse. People get passionate. When they get passionate, they say things that may come off asshole-ish. But I wanted people to have that place that they can do that. And I want resolution to every issue that's ever come out. I don't want to just. I never ended a show with, except my band show. I never ended a show where I didn't have some sense that parties got resolution.
Yeah.
Now
exactly.
It might not be the utopia you want, but I try to get people to find common ground. And from that, I hope people walk off saying like, wow, you know what? It's a place I can be myself. Listen, you want to call somebody out and first the fucking 100 of them and be a dickhead about it? Come here, hit us up. I don't care. You want to tell me that somebody touched you inappropriately? First go to the cops, and then if you want to come out, you come and you tell me.
Yep, you can come and tell us.
But
exactly.
But it's like, people also got to understand. It's like, we've become, all three of us have become like psychologists. And one of the reasons I took the 5 months off is because after the whole, with the guilty and the Chris Bond stuff, we had people hitting us up left and right. Yo, this person touched me. This person touched me.
This person did. I heard this person did so and so to this person,
and I've always been. You could tell it to me if you don't want to put it out there, okay. But the fact that you told it to me, now you're asking me to, in confidence, not tell others. And out of respect for the people that are the victims, I shut my mouth.
Exactly.
I got a fucking closet of skeletons. of people that, of women that have come up to me and say, shit, this happened to me by this person and this person.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you.
Same.
Big name people.
James, I'm gonna send you something. It's a simple question, and I need you to be honest with me. This has been on my mind for the longest. I'm sick and tired of having this. Me and my little guys and our little council, we be asking this question. 1 second.
Yeah, that's super true what you were talking about just now, James, because it, and it's not even like a thing of being like I wouldn't want to police people on how to feel or like how to go about how to deal with their trauma. You deal with it however you see fit, because some people aren't comfortable going to the police, or maybe they come out years later about it or whatever, but having a public record is important. But it's up to however that person is comfortable approaching that situation, and it's everybody deals with trauma differently, and it's kind of like however they see fit. So it's kind of do what's best for you, but we would prefer that you not to come and tell us about it if it's an extremely serious allegation, if you have not reported it to someone.
Yeah.
That is an actual law authority, because it does nothing but protect you in the end, because there is a public record of it, so.
Fucking guy.
Thanks for the answer, James.
You like that one?
Well, wait. You type something or?
Look on. I didn't put it in our chat. I put it direct to you. I hope.
Oh, wait.
I hope I did.
Oh shit! He said, "I hope." Hold on.
If not, somebody now knows some fucking really bad info.
Okay, wait, no, chatted a minute ago. Oh, yeah. No, I heard of that.
Yeah.
I heard it.
Wait.
But how are people not saying this stuff though? How do you really?
Oh, I know. I been knew that.
Fan Cruz just said, but how are people not seeing this stuff though? How do you scout it out really? Like when I go to Combo Breaker, it's just a bunch of nerds watching pools or playing casuals. Well, it's okay. A lot of these circumstances that I have been made aware of typically happen in hotel rooms at tournaments. It's not usually a situation where it's just like in the venue or like in the hotel bathroom or something like that. Which has happened, but that's another story for another day. But yeah, it usually happens like in the privacy of somebody's room.
Yeah.
And it's which then goes into the thing of why people will be so quick to be like, oh, well, so-and-so is lying about this. That they can, because it becomes a he said, she said thing. And then if there's no accountability being forced upon that person, upon the abuser, then it will become he said, she said, unfortunately. And not that I or anyone else that sides with survivors of any type of sexual assault would not believe you, but it always helps to have a police record of it. Seriously, because that's kind of in the moment of when it happens is the easiest to prove it. So yeah, that's usually the way that it's spotted. And I mean, and sometimes people be, getting touchy and feely and shit at tournaments too. And because they've been drinking too much or been at the pool or whatever, and it's, I mean, really, kind of like if you're a decent person, you kind of just like aren't doing this type of shit.
Listen, I tell everybody the same thing. Listen, I know all you guys out there want to get that girl that loves video games. Don't find her in the FGC. Go to a fucking Starbucks. Go to a fucking Walmart. Look for the girl with her ass crack hanging out and work on that. But don't shit where you eat.
Right.
You know, because it rarely works out, and when it doesn't work out, you're still stuck in the scene together, and that's when the rumors start. Because you jump from chick A to chick B, but chick B sees her, starts saying, "Well, why are you looking at her?" She says, "Oh yeah, well he fucking raped me," and B's going, "Really? No, she's just jealous because I dumped her," and you're dealing with this fucking soap opera.
And it really does become a soap opera. Iodized Salt asked what percentage out of 100%, what percentage of people in the FGC do you think are bad apples? I mean, I wouldn't say like it's a substantially high percentage. It's not like awful people eclipse the FGC, but then it also depends on the offense that you're talking about.
Yes. I mean, if we were to lump a total of all the grimy shit that happens, I'd probably go somewhere between 30 and 40%.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's not at half, but it would be and that's like a collective of all
crimes.
Not just like
it's not 40%. It's not 40% rapists.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like all of the sketch shit, not just not just like rapists or pedophiles. That would be higher in the anime community, meaning the cosplayers.
Yeah. As we're talking about this, right? So I got this problem now. One of our players is leaving the scene because they're attacking him. They're trying to cancel him right now as we speak. He just deleted his Twitter.
Who?
Venia. Smash player. So I don't even know what the fuck is going on right now. Someone tried to make a big thing about him, and it's like, fuck. I actually gotta go in like 5 minutes. I gotta go deal with this shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go for it. I was gonna say I am.
Yeah, we're about ready to wrap up anyway because it's 3:15 and I gotta go to work at 4.
Oh right. Yeah, it's later for you. Oh my God. Right. The sun's about to come up in like 2 hours.
Nah, it comes out in like an hour. I got like an hour.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. This is. Man, thanks guys. You all stuck with us for 5 hours.
For 5 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours and 5 seconds, to be exact.
Yeah, this hasn't been a regular in a long time. I guess, and we kind of didn't even talk about everything.
What's up, Digi? I know, listen, we got what I want people to understand. We're going to be, I got to make an OBS bat signal. And y'all motherfuckers, when you guys need us, I'm going to, you know what I'm going to do? This is what I'm going to do. All right, so I'm going to set the channel up where there's something where I can give guys, if you guys do the subscribes and the gifts and the subs and all that shit, we're going to set that up. Fuck it. I know I said I never would, but for you guys, I want to make an OBS bat signal, and somehow I want to make it so, like, you guys put up the bat signal on Twitter when you need us back.
Exactly.
Now we could do, I plan on doing regular streams of gaming from here. My setup is pretty fucking on point. So I just got to tweak some things here and there, but I got all the tools I need. I just got to go back into my Discord, set it up, make it easier to do the audio and the video back and forth. And exactly. See, Alpha Zero got it. You put up the fucking
the pyramid. Pyramid Moxie.
But
the OBS triangle.
We never did the subscribe thing or any of that. I mean, basically, we've always been just, hey, follow the channel. But
Yeah, basically.
We're gonna try to put more into it, and I want to start giving shit away again. But again, what I need people to understand is it going to be every Tuesday? No.
Because that's just not realistic. And okay, so another thing too, because my work schedule, well, when I do go back to work, but that was another reason why it had become so erratic before COVID. My work schedule is insane, and so is James's, and my industry doesn't care about me getting off at a regular time on a Tuesday. That's not real for me. So it just, like I would pretty much end up working for 14 hours and then come home and do the show, and that's just not real. Yeah. But we can, you open the box and we came, so now you all can come with us.
So thanks for having me on, guys. I'd definitely love to do this again.
Yeah.
But make that bat signal, because whenever new drama comes up, people just put out that new bat signal and people start rushing to the channel. That's actually a good idea.
That would be awesome.
I gotta run right now. Thanks, James.
All right, man. All right.
Bye.
Molly, and tell all cops I was thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you guys later.
You got it.
Absolutely.
All right. So again, let me just to show you guys, like I said, I got like some new shit set up here. I got different camera angles. I got behind my head. I got over there. Where else do I got? I got a bunch of cameras I got to tweak out. So I got all this cool looking toys and stuff going on. But I because I rushed today, I kind of didn't get it all set up the way I wanted, because again, we weren't planning on going live yet. We were originally going to talk about I got 8 cameras set up here right now. So, I want to do the whole, I got one in the kitchen. I want to get it all wired up. You guys can look, I got a camera that goes up to my balls. You can look at when I'm sleeping, whatever. I want to bring more content and more stuff to you guys. I also want to start doing more gaming. Like I said, if you see my 2 test streams this week, I was streaming main games. Gonna do a cooking stream. I'm planning on doing. Teach some of you motherfuckers how to cook some food. And yes,
your food be looking amazing. I was talking to Adonis about that like a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, damn, James, you putting up this good ass food.
And I know how to use spices.
Exactly.
I'm not one of those guys that go, here, just put a little salt on there. Nah, I do some good shit, but again, I want to give back to the community a little bit, because why not? Listen, at the end of the day, the community gives to me. I obviously get something out of it, or I wouldn't keep doing this.
Right.
Exactly. There is. I tell him, I joke around with Big E, and sometimes he asks me like, "Why you?" He's like, "You really do care about these guys," and I go, He goes, "Dude, you're not even like playing no more. You're just kind of like hanging out, which is cool." He says, "I like it, but why care about them really? If they don't, if they're not doing nothing for you." I said, "You know what? I did a lot of bad things in my life, and when I get to heaven, God's gonna pull out a book, and it's gonna be the book of bad things Jimmy did." Well. I need to counteract that book with good deeds. So I'm hoping for every 100 bad deeds I did, I got to give him 200 good ones. And then when it's all said and done, God's going to be like, all right, you know what? You're a fuck up, but you can come into heaven.
You're okay.
You're all right. You made up for it. And I figure it's like bailing. I'm using you guys to bail myself out of purgatory before I actually get there.
I'll show up and be like, hey, can you forgive all that devil imagery that I used like during the entire time of the OBS show? It might be a different story for me.
The Arcadians. Arcadians, let me tell you something. So, Arcadians, we shot that movie, and I think it was 95 maybe, or 96. And one of the guys that I taught how to play MK was going to school to be a film student. Now he's actually a film teacher, but it was his like final project, and he shot a movie loosely based on us meeting and all about the video game stuff. It's funny. Baruch Goldstein is Snapper Mike in that movie. So for all you fucking guys, 96, he knows. Baruch Goldstein plays Snapper Mike. Just remember that, guys. We need to have a Return to the Arcade fucking edition. And I'll still snap your neck. Oh, God. But, I don't know. I mean, maybe next week. It all depends on our schedule. I'm going to be popping on from time to time just to do some game streams. And again, like, I don't know if you could just, do the subscribe, follow, all that other shit. I'm not much of a salesman.
Right.
I'm not going to be like.
If you want to see us, just follow the page.
Yeah.
Or if you want to get notified, really, because.
Clearly, all you gotta do is follow. But anything else you want to do, this was a kick-ass show, James. No, thank you very much, there, Grow, and we will definitely love to have you on. And yes, I am going to be bringing back the cantaloupes. In fact, I have cantaloupes for dinner tonight. I actually had cantaloupe for dinner. That's it.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! What did I eat for dinner? I think I ate a burger.
You know what, Nightmare? I don't know if James MK's Twitter will ever come back. I actually appealed it this week again, and they denied me again. You know what was fucked up about that? So, I had put out a tweet a while ago about UYU, the team UYU.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, like, you know what, UYU, I just find them to be a really great team. They exemplify what a good team is. I wish other people would follow it. And the Equinox owner, I guess, got in her feelings, where she was like, well, what about us? I was, well, listen, I don't have to pat everybody on the head and give them a cookie.
Right.
I didn't say she was bad. I just said, this is like, for me, UYU is like the Yankees. And Equinox is like the Mets or the Phillies. They're a good team, but they're just not. Yeah, I don't know where Crying Brian went. I wish I could find him again.
Adonis may still talk to him.
Yeah.
Or he may know what's currently happening with him. Him or Chris, one of them.
And what was funny about it was, typical losers in the scene that, again, don't know me, cowards, would never confront me, never talk to me, went to the Equinox girl and said, well, James got fucking banned for telling people to go beat up Honeybee. And I'm going, why the fuck would you lie?
What?
That's what I said. I'm like, so of course she's like, oh my God, really? Like, he's that kind of person? But meanwhile, the fucked up part is, I had spoken to her previous and actually said, I'd love to get you on the show and do an interview with you. And she forgot that. And then she clearly forgot that. And again, and it's sad that that's how the FGC functions as a whole.
Yes, it is. And okay, I'm going to tell this really quick story before I'm too tired to continue talking. But a very similar thing. So again, back when I used to have my blog before I did OBS, I did this 2-part. Well, it was like one episode, but it was split in 2 parts on YouTube, and it was women of the FGC versus pro hoes, I guess the stigma of the pro ho in the scene or whatever.
Yeah.
And Adonis and Chris were on it, and it was like the notorious episode that essentially destroyed my Women of the FGC group. And I shared it with the group, and I had maybe 170 girls in that group or something like that. And again, this is before all of the women groups that are super popular now in the scene. And that essentially destroyed my group. And the reason why was not even the context of the video, because none of them watched it. there were numerous girls that like they pretty much like turned against me. It was like a whole lynch mob. You can ask Kendra. It was like plenty of girls that were back during that time. Roa was around during that time too, and they all turned against me, and it became this like lynch mob. And they were angry because they did not like the title because it had hoes in the title. That was it. None of them watched the video or saw any context in the video whatsoever. And it wasn't like it was calling all. Why would I say that all women are hoes in the FGC if I'm a woman in the FGC? What sense does that make? Because they got so angry, literally, about the title.
Ironically, I've never called a girl in the FGC a hoe. Listen, at the end of the day, we're all adults. If you're 18 and you want to come to an event and get some dick, or some guy wants to get some pussy, by all means, shoot your shot.
Yeah,
if the chick,
telling people about it also makes it everyone else's business.
But if your chick that you're going for, or the dude that you're going for, whatever you're going for, is like, yo, I'm not interested, wrap it up and move on.
Exactly. An adult.
Like an adult. Don't listen. I have no track record of screwing around with women in the FGC. You know why? Because I don't do it. Because
you're smart.
You know, and I'm an ugly motherfucker, so I'm golden with that. So like, you know, I'm not a chick magnet, so I'm cool with that. And I don't let people see me play with my stick either, because you know, that might fucking turn them off even more. You know, but
that whole situation was so mindless. When I'm saying it destroyed my group, it literally imploded the group.
Yeah.
And I only shared it with them because I didn't want them to think I was hiding anything from them. And then when that group was done, and you know, people went and took my idea and went and did, then it was like 1 million girl groups, and I was like, okay, y'all, but whatever. And you know, after that, I was like, well, that's it for me. And I like took a hiatus from doing that show, and then I had like a couple episodes like years later, and then I started doing OBS, and that was kind of it. And I was like, well, no more trying to save the community.
Like I said, I saw you doing your show. I caught you know, again, I've always been one to stick my nose around as many variety as streams. And I forgot how I came across your stream, because it wasn't called, it was something with peaches.
Yeah,
but it was.
It's still on YouTube.
Is that what the name of it was though?
Yeah, it was like Moxie Peaches. It was the Moxie Peaches show, I think.
That's what it was, the Moxie Peaches show.
What it might have been later on. But if you literally type in my name in YouTube, it'll come up. All the episodes will come up. It's maybe like 9 or 10, something like that, episodes. But it was like spanned like over the course of years. So it was like not all at just one time.
Yeah,
because I kind of like filmed it at my leisure.
And I had come across it, and I remembered, wow, I could get this girl on the show. I'd fucking love it. I'd have my fucking Robin Givens. This is perfect.
Yay!
And then I said to myself, ah, shit, she's from Chicago, really? Fucking hate Chicago. But then I thought to myself, you know what? What a perfect combination. You know, and originally I wanted to get like a Mike Ross or even a Watson, West Coast, Midwest, East Coast. It covers the whole country. Mm-hmm. You know, and it you know, Mike Ross at the time was doing his Gutex shit, so I knew he wasn't gonna. And Watson was running his arcade, so I was like, you know, I dug around and I said, you know what? And then I met Adonis and Brian at MLG, and they bet against me on money match for CD Junior versus PO.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, they were doing their usual corn thing, and I was like, "Who are these motherfuckers?" Because they never. I knew Foot, but I didn't really know them that well. And it was like, and I'm like, "Who are these dudes? I like these guys." Loud, obnoxious, And that's when I started this, when me and Brian started talking, and then me and Chris started talking, I'm going, I would love to put one of these guys on. Yeah.
Yep. And it's so funny because when I had first started doing my show, I remember telling you this when you interviewed me on OBS because of the women's FGC group, because it became like this big thing, which was so funny. And I remember telling you that I had formatted my show after OBS because I liked how you interviewed people, and I watched your show and I was a fan of it. And then when after my group imploded, I remember us talking on the phone, because this was before we had even met in person, and I remember us talking about doing OBS because you wanted to like reformulate OBS. And then when I had announced it, it was like this huge, like,
how dare you?
Don't do it. It was like James was like the big bad wolf. It was unbelievable. I mean, people were so disgusted.
Chicago will disown you.
Yeah, and they essentially kind of did, though. So, I mean, I still could go to events. I mean, nobody's going to say anything to me because they know better. But, people are definitely different. People act different towards me. And it's not everybody. Yeah. But it is some people. When I go to events, I get different looks. I get treated differently. But it's only here. It's never like if I go to other, events, it doesn't happen like that. But that's wild. That's such and it seems like it was so long ago. But it was like 7 years ago or something.
Yeah, let's see. I started the show in 2012.
Oh man, I'm gonna look mine up on YouTube right now.
I think I got into this. I think I got into around the 60s with Natus.
Let's see.
No, less than 60s. Episode 49, you weren't on yet.
Yeah, no.
So I think I got you in around the 60s.
Yeah, because when I was on, it was no other people hosting with you. It was like just you and me. Because it was like past the time of like when you had like the rooms of like a ton of people.
Yes.
Let's see. Oh man, I had a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
I had a Bay draft. Wow. Okay, so it was more. I was wrong. It's more than 12. Okay, the first episode is called "Do Nerd Boys Stink?" Moxie. And it's like 3 minutes long. That was 8 years ago. So yeah, that was a grip ago.
I can't believe it. I've been doing this show for 8 years. It's a long fucking time. Yeah, I was like, damn, 8 years, holy shit. And it's funny because, when I like I said, when I initially set out to do the show, it wasn't supposed to be drama. The show was born because there was 2 players in the Mortal Kombat scene that was a lifetime ban for shit talking, which is equivalent to now's age of trolling. But they handed them a lifetime ban, and they did some fucked up shit, and they all did. And my whole point of the show was there was another show in the NRS scene that was going to originally put them on. And the website Test Your Might turned around and said, if you put these guys on, we're going to boycott your show. And I was kind of, and then me and Natus are talking. I go, who the fuck are these guys? You're a fucking website. The guy who runs the site is some jerk off in Pennsylvania to tell these guys that are doing their show who they can't have on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, that's what I said to Natus. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do a show. And, we were all playing for VSM at the time, which was our little MK crew. And we sat outside and we're like, what are we going to call the show? And like, suck my dick, tongue my ass, the fucking, the knuckle draggers, whatever the fuck are coming. And then I said, I just want to put these motherfuckers on blast. And he's like, yeah. And I said, the On Blast Show. There you go.
Yep. And then it was born.
And then it was born.
My show was like, before I did OBS, my show was not. I did have guests. I had guests a lot on my show. Super Yam was on it actually before she hated me because she was one of the people that imploded my group. Actually, she was kind of the ringleader. And I don't have any hate towards her. So don't take this and make it seem like that was literally fucking 7 years ago. I don't care. But it's at the time it was like such a big deal for her. But yeah, it's so funny because I was like so happy about the FGC during that time, and I was like not jaded at all, and just like watching that one video was so funny because I even said in the video, if you would have told me a year ago that I would be running a group for all girl fighting game players, I would have told you that you were crazy. And I enjoyed it when I did it. I learned a lot about a lot of people and a lot of stuff in this scene, and that also helped me kind of in between people. People would message me, girls. They would message me about their problems. They message me about, every single thing.
Melanie, what am I gonna do, Melanie? Melanie, I've been bleeding for 11 days. What do I gotta do?
Right. Yeah,
I don't know. See a fucking gynecologist. What the fuck do I look like?
Yeah, I would have to investigate all of these issues. I would have it. Oh my gosh, it was. You remember Mike Z or not Mike Z? What was his name? He used to date Ultra Karopi. I don't know if she's still in the scene anymore, but what was it? It was Mike something. But anyway, he ended up becoming transgender while they were dating. You remember he was from New York.
Yeah, from Brooklyn.
And he kind of looked like Macklemore.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Mike G. Mike G. Yeah, so it was during that time, and it was like her and another, I think it was Mimi, and they were fighting over him. It was this whole, oh my God. And there were so many, somebody actually even said that we should do a segment on a future episode of me just talking about that group and just like the stuff that I went through. And I actually still have the group. I still have access to the group on Facebook, but I'm the only one in the group. I just shut it down. I kicked everybody out and I just shut it down. And because it was like weird. It was kind of like Facebook didn't have a way that I could delete the group, so I just left it. So I still have access to all of that stuff that happened in that group, but no one else can see it but me. So it's yeah, that was a crazy time, and I learned a lot, and I was like so like optimistic and just like wanted to like, I don't know, be like the Sailor Moon of the community, and the community just don't want that.
I mean, I remember
figure it out.
I remember I ran, and I think to this day the first women's like bringing them all on. Like I had Burn Your Bra, I had Super Yan, interviewed all these Dawn Yosi, girls of the FGC, and I listened to what a lot of the girls in the FGC say now are like the problems they face, and I go, well, we tried to address that back in 2012, and you didn't.
Back when Sola was getting called a gorilla.
Exactly.
And she was fucking playing in the Evo Girls Street Fighter tournament.
Exactly, and it was like, at that point, I'm like, wait, which is funny because like Super Yam came at me in certain ways, and I'm like, hey, listen, I'm the one that gave you guys like some light,
a platform.
How am I the fucking monster? I'm thinking to myself, did I call somebody a gorilla?
No.
Did I ever look at a girl and go, oh, you're just a girl gamer? No. Listen, and they like to make, and again, it's not to jab at any of the new blood girls, but you ain't the first.
No, definitely not. And it's funny because it kind of feels like they think that. And it's like, no.
I'm like, listen, my ex-girlfriend back in 1993 would body almost 90% of the guys in the FGC in Mortal Kombat.
I believe it.
Because she did nothing but play the game with me and got good. You know, and you know, I've never looked at gaming as a boys club. Like I see, like a lot of the time, that's like this catchphrases that the girls like to use. Like, it's not a boys club. I never thought it was.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. Listen, you got a dick, you don't have a dick. You want a dick, you don't want a dick. If you play, play.
Yeah,
that's
really
it.
Just it.
You know, if you play like shit and you're a girl, I'll show you. If you play like shit and you're a guy, I'll show you.
Yep.
You know, I never looked at like the community in a black and white perspective. You know, I mean, I've always recognized, because, you know, you have to at least know, you know, I would look and say, well, you know, majority of this arcade is all black kids. You know, all this arcade is all white kids. You know, I'm not colorblind to reality, but I'm colorblind when it comes to who I don't deal with. I'm not going to walk away from somebody that's trying to go, well, he's just a black gamer, leave him alone. No, if you look like, right. You know, and this is why I tell people all the time, I don't support communities or groups. You know, I'm not supporting LGBT. I don't. Now, that's not me saying I don't support people that are live the life of a gay, trans, or lesbian, or whatever they identify as. Mm-hmm. But just like I see white people that I deal with, that I want to put my fist through their skull because I just don't like them. That's the same for blacks. That's the same for gays. I got tons of friends that happen to be black. There's tons of blacks that I want to put my fucking fist down their throat. They're dicks. A dick is a dick. If you're straight or gay, it don't matter to me. But I'm not supporting your group core. I love Ricky Ortiz. You know, you know, I would go fucking. You know, Ricky called me up and said, "Jimmy, this guy's fucking with me. Can you come? I'll be on the plane in a little bit."
Yes, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm so happy that got taken care of.
You know, but it's like, in the scene, we like to. I don't know why people do it. You know, people like to use the big terms. I'm not. Listen, I do not be college educated. But stop using words like marginalized and like I don't care if you're marginalized or maximized. It don't matter to me. You know, if you're a good person, you're a good person. That's it.
Yeah, that's very true.
You know, and that's really what it comes down to. But anyway, listen, it's now 3:44. And I was
gonna say I'm super tired.
And we're up to.
I was gonna take a nap earlier, and it never happened. And I've just been wired since like
we are gonna clock in. We're gonna clock in. We're gonna clock in at a total of 5.5 hours.
Whoop whoop! We did it.
Not bad for a first comeback, huh? Damn. First time comeback, 5.5 hours. That's why I'm a Greek god.
Yeah, right.
Oh wait, no, that's just the show. I was talking about something else. 5.5 hours. So anyway, let me let you go.
All right. Bye, guys. Thank you all for watching us, and you know we'll be back. You all just have to put up the OBS signal or call Pyramid Moxie. We'll slide through.
Exactly. Give us a follow. Give her a like. Hey, Bowman, what's up, man? I didn't even see you. Holy shit.
Bowman. Oh my God.
And Redline. No, I'm not at the Garden no more. I'm actually working in fucking New Jersey. Oh. I gotta take like fucking 3 trains. It's a fucking pain in the ass.
Ugh.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, James.
Good night, dear. We will talk.
Fun.
Alrighty.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, holy shit, guys, we are done. Done. Let's remove that. Boom. Okay. So anyway, guys, you know, we're gonna definitely do some more episodes. Yeah. So check out my little toys I got going on here. So this is my shot from over here. And I gotta fucking tweak my other cameras. That's if you want to see the back of my ass. That's my setup, by the way. Now I got fucking. This is my setup. I got 4 monitors going on. I got my little fucking new toy mic here. What else do I got? I got some other toys too. I got, as you can see in the corner there, I got some laptops and all that other good stuff. I'm trying to build my Voltron, man. I'm working on it. I actually finally started getting all my classic systems back because it's been a while. So I got my Super Nintendo and my Genesis and my regular Game Boys and Game Cubes and Wii's all over there. And then I got my Sega section over there. And then I got my PS 1, 2, 3, and 4 over here. We're working on trying to get all the systems back that I once gave up like an idiot. But anyway, guys, listen. I need to bounce. I need to go to work. I appreciate you all coming and listening to all of us rant tonight. Hopefully, people will hear this and maybe think twice about how their actions impact the FGC, and hopefully they learn a lesson and realize that cancel culture is real. Yeah, my voice is fucking horsed out now. I gotta drink some water because I've been drinking wine all night. But anyway, Bowman, Redline, Sherry, always a pleasure to see you guys. Striker Dragoon, often banned. You're not banned that often because you won't be banned here. Everybody, Long Beach Joe, everybody that tuned in, I appreciate it. I don't know about, again, since we left, there's subs and all this other stuff. You want a sub. I don't even know if I have a sub button, but all that stuff will help me doing some stuff for the community. I don't need any of the money, but it helps. I'm not going to overwork, but I am going to bounce now, guys. So.
Revolution will seize control to the lessons learned from your